The story starts with a little girl locked in a dog cage, staring helplessly at dog food after spending 10 years in this hellhole. Turns out her dad is finally back after a 10-year absence, stepping off his private jet with a dead serious look on his face. The moment he arrives, he thinks of his daughter, her name echoing in his mind as he announces his return to the homeland. One of his loyal followers steps forward to greet him. The subordinate kneels out of respect, letting his master know the car is ready and asking if they should inform the city mayor or the military commander for an official welcome. The dad shuts that down, ordering him not to tell a soul. He makes it clear he's back to fulfill his duty as both a husband and a father. He firmly calls his subordinate to lay down a new order, telling him to deploy his men to hide in the shadows. The subordinate obeys immediately and gets to work. Meanwhile, the poor little girl is getting brutally beaten, begging for help and wondering in despair who could ever save her from this daily torture. Heartless guards stand right outside her cage. One guard harshly scolds her, throwing the worst insults her way. He threatens her with even more torture if she doesn't shut up. Complete terror and utter despair wash over her face. The dad arrives at his old family mansion, only to be shocked by a name change. He notices the sign hanging up bears the name of a completely different family. His eyes burn with pure rage at the sight of it. Two guards from the usurping family walk out to confront the intruder, mocking him and calling him a beggar. They order him to get lost immediately, warning him not to defile their master's land. The dad calmly but sternly states that this place belongs to his family. He calls them out for putting another family's name on his property. He demands the guards tell him where his wife is. The guards exchange smug, mocking looks, telling him his family was wiped out 10 years ago and that their family took over everything. He asks again, his voice dripping with absolute threat. He lunges at one of the guards, grabbing him by the throat with insane, superhuman strength. His eyes flash with a terrifying thirst for revenge. He roars in his face, demanding to know his wife's location right now. The other guard drops to the ground, completely paralyzed by fear. The terrified guard confesses that the wife is being forced to clean toilets at a club owned by their family, adding that their daughter is held hostage in the backyard. The dad ruthlessly finishes off the guard in his grip. He tosses the lifeless body to the ground and rushes toward his next destination. The scene cuts back to the starving little girl staring at the dog food after being deprived of meals for 7 straight days. A fierce dog approaches to defend its food from her. She trembles in fear, backing away inside her cage to escape it. Suddenly the dad bursts in, furious and roaring at the top of his lungs. He obliterates the dog in one brutal, bloody strike. Tears well up in his eyes as he looks at his daughter. The terrified girl trembles, having never seen him before. Out of sheer fear and not knowing who her savior is, she calls him Mister, begging him not to hit her. She swears to him that she didn't steal any food. In a heartbreaking display of submission, she offers to bark like a dog just to please him, and the broken girl actually starts making barking sounds. The dad lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the whole place from sheer agony right as lightning strikes. He rushes toward the cage, smashing it apart with his bare hands. He opens it up to rescue his own flesh and blood, trying to comfort his shivering daughter. He gently tells her that he's her dad, assuring her that her nightmare is finally over now that he's back. She hesitates to touch him, terrified of getting his clothes dirty with her filthy hands. She quickly wipes her stained hands on her own clothes. He pulls her into a tight hug and unleashes a massive cry of absolute rage. His subordinate answers his call instantly, carrying his daughter. The dad orders his special signal to be activated, deploying the 1st Legion of the Northern Army and calling for an immediate airborne drop over the city. He demands a total lockdown so tight not even a fly can escape, ordering a massive investigation to find the culprits while furiously wondering who dared to harm his wife and daughter. He declares his intention to take complete control of the city, swearing that blood will be washed with blood. A terrifying light signal shoots up into the sky to execute his orders. It forms a massive skull shape, illuminating the clouds. The city mayor spots the signal right from his office window. The skull signal is clear as day, striking absolute terror into everyone's hearts. The mayor's eyes widen in sheer shock and horror at what he's witnessing. His wine glass slips from his hand, shattering on the floor from pure panic. Realizing the extreme danger looming over them, cold sweat pours down his terrified face. Recognizing it as the Emperor's personal signal, he screams at his men to get his car ready immediately and demands quick contact with the station military forces. He orders the entire military force to mobilize, and his assistant takes the orders and gets ready to move. Tanks and armored vehicles start flooding the city streets. Heavily armed special forces completely lock down the airport. They deploy further to secure all train stations. Highways are shut down, and martial law is declared all over the city by the Emperor's decree. The scene highlights a total citywide lockdown under martial law, with strict restrictions stopping anyone from entering or leaving the besieged city. Cut to a luxurious banquet hall where the guests are standing around, completely clueless about the impending disaster. A guy in a white suit shows up, laughing mockingly, totally indifferent to what's coming. Suddenly, our MC storms the place, carrying his heavily injured little girl in his arms. The young guy, Wu Tianhao, asks in utter shock who this intruder is, furious that someone dared crash his family party, screaming for security to step in right now. Security guards surround our hero from all sides, getting ready to attack, threatening and warning him not to cause trouble on their master's turf. They charge at him with full intent to kill. He brutally hits one of them back in response to their insults. He drops the guard to the floor in a split second, all while still holding his daughter. He glares around furiously, looking for Wu Tianhao, asking with a chilling calmness who that man is among the crowd. The crowd watches anxiously in dead silence and pure fear. The young guy confidently points to himself, announcing his identity. Our MC approaches with a look that spells trouble, smiling coldly and saying he actually likes this challenge, announcing to everyone that he's Nian's father. The guy bursts out laughing, assuming the MC has been rotting in prison for the past decade, mocking him as just some ex-con from a labor camp. He taunts him, asking if he enjoyed seeing his daughter locked up in a dog cage, doubling down on his arrogance and bragging about his horrific deed. The MC's eyes blaze with a terrifying, genuine fury, getting ready for absolute vengeance. The guy's expression shifts as he starts to look shocked by the reaction. Our hero reaches out toward him in a direct, threatening motion. He slams him to the ground and ruthlessly crushes him. He tells him he originally planned to end his life quickly without pain, but adds with a sinister look that plans have changed. Grabbing him by the face, he lets him know that mercy killing is officially off the table. He kicks him with insane power, sending him flying like a rag doll. The guy slams into the wall so hard it leaves deep cracks before he passes out cold. Shock and horror fill the faces of the crowd at the sheer brutality of the scene. One of the guests warns the MC to stop this reckless behavior. Another man chimes in, reminding him they live in a lawful society, bragging about his lineage and noting his dad as the head of the city's Chamber of Commerce. He warns our hero of severe consequences if he dares touch them, threatening that the entire city's business elite won't let him get away with it if they're harmed. The MC completely ignores their empty threats and calmly picks up a knife from the table. With insane skill, he flicks it like lightning right at the talkative man. The knife embeds itself deeply, a harsh punishment for his running mouth. The hero coldly turns away as if nothing even happened, leaving everyone totally dumbfounded. Waking up from his blackout, the young guy realizes how bad the situation is and decides to call for backup. Panicking, he grabs his phone and calls his uncle, demanding he bring military forces to the hotel immediately, lying that someone is unjustly attacking him. Armed forces arrive rapidly, setting up a total blockade around the hotel. The city's deputy military commander steps forward with a stern face to rescue his nephew. The soldiers aim their rifles all at once at the trapped hero in the hall. The commander barks at him, calling him a reckless criminal. He accuses him of committing violent crimes in broad daylight right in front of everyone, ordering him to kneel and put his hands behind his head in surrender. Our MC stands there without a single hint of fear, completely ignoring the death threat. Soldiers surround him from every angle, weapons raised and ready to fire. He just scoffs with absolute confidence despite the intense standoff. He slowly reaches into his coat, telling the commander to keep his eyes wide open for what's coming out next. He pulls out a mysterious badge and asks him if he knows what it is. He tosses it down, letting it rest on the carpet right in front of everyone. The commander's eyes bulge in pure horror the second he takes a closer look at the details. He visibly shakes, losing the ability to speak from the absolute shock. He stammers, utterly unable to believe what's right in front of his eyes. He realizes he's looking at the legendary badge of the Underworld King. Still completely clueless, the young guy asks his uncle why he's stopping, stupidly wondering why he hesitates to give the order and urging him to just shoot and kill the MC already. He looks down on him, calling him a helpless convict. The commander completely loses his nerve, dropping to his knees, utterly paralyzed by fear. He holds up the badge with both hands in deep respect, announcing his rank, bowing his head in total submission to offer his loyalty to the king. The crowd is completely shell-shocked, freezing in place upon hearing that majestic title. The women in the hall pale in pure terror as the MC's identity clicks, the crowd whispering in fear that this man is the terrifying ruler of the North. Total despair takes over their faces as they realize their doom, knowing their fate is sealed and escape is impossible. The guy on the floor mutters in denial, claiming it's a trick and repeatedly screaming in shock that this can't be real. He stupidly shouts that the badge is fake and that the MC is just playing them. He tells his uncle the MC is just a good actor trying to save his skin, ordering him again to ignore the trick and kill him on the spot. The MC casually sits back, giving the broken commander a final choice, reminding him of his nephew's insulting words and how the brat just arrogantly demanded his execution. He addresses the deputy commander by his official title with a subtle threat, asking for his take on how he plans to handle this complicated mess. The commander freezes, and the guests completely lose their minds from the insane tension radiating from the MC. He slowly stands up, his face burning with absolute rage directed at the nephew who just ruined his life. He tightly grips a wooden chair, ready to discipline him for his utter stupidity. The military commander smashes the wooden chair hard against his idiot nephew's leg as a punishment. He keeps brutally beating the guy, completely ignoring his agonizing screams. The commander snaps at his nephew, asking if he was trying to get him killed with his reckless antics, screaming in pure fury at how the brat dared insult the great underworld king. The bloodied brat looks up at his uncle in total shock and pain, unable to process anything as blood leaks from his mouth. Having vented his rage on his nephew, the commander stands at attention, admitting to our hero his utter failure in raising the kid properly. He drops to his knees, begging the MC for forgiveness based on his long years of military service protecting Yun City. He prostrates in absolute terror, pleading for his life, staying down in total humiliation as he awaits the MC's judgment. Shushing the room while cradling his daughter, the MC gives the commander a cold stare, warning him not to make a peep, quietly explaining that his little girl is sound asleep. The commander looks up in pure anxiety, waiting to hear the hero's verdict. The MC announces he'll spare his life and bypass the execution, but strictly adds that physical punishment for this disrespect is mandatory, ordering him to clean up the entire messy crime scene. He decides to postpone settling the score with the abusive brat until he gets back. Giving a final threatening look, he indicates he'll deal with him later, ordering them to keep the guy alive so he can suffer instead of getting a quick death. The commander stays kneeling, listening intently while our hero plans his next move, firmly declaring he's heading straight to the Imperial Club to take back his wife. He quietly leaves the venue, cradling his sleeping daughter in his arms. The scene cuts to a filthy restroom where a woman is forced to scrub toilets under the watchful eye of a cruel manager, a fat supervisor screaming at her face to clean faster. Utter exhaustion and misery cover the crying woman's face as she handles this degrading work. The supervisor threatens her with severe consequences if the whole restroom floor isn't finished tonight, making it clear she'll be starved as extra punishment if she slips up. The broken woman submissively apologizes, gesturing to her disfigured face, promising to finish the job as fast as possible. She goes right back to scrubbing the toilet aggressively despite everyone around mocking her. A shady, obese man suddenly barges into the restroom along with a gang of thugs. The fat guy smirks sinisterly upon locking eyes with the helpless woman, mocking her facial scars while making a revolting comment about her great figure. The creep approaches, trying to force her to submit, ordering her to stop cleaning the toilets immediately. He arrogantly puts his hand on her shoulder, demanding she tag along with them for drinks. The woman jolts in terror, pushing his hand away and trying to back off. She steps back, trembling with fear and refusing to let him touch her. The brutal thug slaps her hard across the face for rejecting him, knocking her straight to the floor. The fat guy loses his temper over her rejection, viewing it as an unforgivable insult, screaming threats to teach her a painful lesson for defying him. Blood starts dripping from her mouth due to the heavy blow she just took. Her shaking hand reaches out to grab a small knife lying on the floor. She stares at the knife in absolute despair, thinking about ending her long suffering and leaving her daughter behind, silently weeping and apologizing to her little Nian because she just can't take it anymore. In the nick of time, the supervisor is sent flying into the restroom door with insane force from a sudden, massive kick. Both the fat guy and the wife are stunned as she crashes onto the floor in the hallway following the violent breach. Furious and dumbfounded, the man points at the person who dared crash the place, screaming to know the identity of this intruder. Our MC stands there, face clouded with absolute rage, as the fat guy snaps at him for ruining his fun. The thug tries to play tough, asking if the MC is trying to scare him, bragging about his connections to the notorious Black Dragon gang, thinking it would terrify him. Annoyed by the guy's running mouth, the MC considers him nothing more than a noisy pest. He pinches a sharp metal rod between his fingers, getting ready for a swift execution. The projectile pierces right through the fat guy's forehead, dropping him dead instantly with his eyes wide open in sheer shock. The two remaining thugs panic completely, scrambling to run for their lives. The MC points his finger at them in a lightning-fast, lethal motion. A terrifying blast of pure energy shoots from his hand, hitting the targets with pinpoint accuracy. The fatal blast tears right through the two guards as they try to bolt. They crash to the floor instantly, while the MC coldly wonders aloud who gave them permission to leave. In a bone-chilling tone, he orders everyone to kneel and stay completely still, warning that anyone who dares move will be killed on the spot, his eyes glowing with deadly fury as he takes absolute control. He walks over to his wife, who is hiding her face thinking he's a club official, promising to keep cleaning. The terrified wife begs him through heavy tears not to cut her pay. Crying, she explains that her little girl hasn't eaten yet, and she needs to provide for her. The MC's heart breaks completely, and he calls out her name in absolute sorrow, gently reassuring her that he is her husband. She looks up, analyzing his features, and finally realizes exactly who is standing before her. She shrinks back in shame, trying to hide her scarred face, begging him not to look at her. She weeps bitterly, convincing herself that he must have mistaken her for someone else because of how hideous she looks now. Our hero pulls her into a gentle hug, his eyes burning with absolute rage as he confirms his identity and tells her he is the sovereign. He swears to her that he will protect her from this exact moment onward. With a look full of pure vengeance, he promises to make anyone who hurt her pay the ultimate price, declaring his decision to completely wipe out the entire underworld to atone for her suffering. Heavily armed members of the Black Dragon Gang show up after hearing the commotion, demanding to know who has the balls to stir up trouble in their club, the gang leader stepping forward arrogantly, assuming this intruder is just tired of living and wants to die. The wife panics at the sight of them, warning the MC of the danger and begging him to run immediately to save his life from the gang. Terrified for him, she warns that these guys belong to the ruthless Black Dragon Gang. Our MC gives his wife a calm look to put her anxious mind at ease. He gently asks her to close her eyes so she won't have to witness what's about to go down. The gang members rush into the restroom, weapons drawn and ready to slaughter the outsider. The hero cracks a terrifying demonic smile that shows his pure intent to slaughter them all, hinting that tonight marks a massive shift as he decides it's time to completely purge Yun City's underworld. He notes to himself that tonight, the underworld will witness its true master take over while the tyrants are completely annihilated. The Black Dragon Gang leader, Scarface Liu, shows up with a ruthless look. The dead bodies of the supervisor and the fat guy are revealed, lying on the floor drenched in pools of blood. He addresses our MC with total contempt. The gang boss mockingly praises the MC's fighting skills, aiming his gun at him while asking if he even knows who owns this place. Our hero calmly stares at the gun, giving them a strict 3-second warning, telling the gang to back off if they don't want to die, ordering them to beat it right now. Liu and his thugs burst into hysterical laughter, mocking his threat. He mockingly asks his men if they heard what this guy just said, laughing at the fact that the MC is telling him to leave. One of the thugs laughs derisively at the hero's sheer confidence. The MC stands his ground, completely unfazed by their laughter, giving them a freezing cold stare. Liu loses his Senate temper, snapping that nobody in Yun City has ever dared talk to him like that before. Our hero gets ready to rumble, standing completely alone against the whole gang. Liu rallies his gang brothers to get ready, ordering them to swarm the MC and take him out. The hero looks at them with pure disdain, not seeing them as a real threat at all, dismissing them as weak bugs that aren't even worth his time. He moves like lightning, lunging at Liu with a surprise attack. He lands a devastating, heavy blow that sends one of the thugs crashing down. He unleashes his terrifying power right in front of the gang, completely shocking them with his speed. He obliterates the entire gang in a matter of seconds using overwhelming, massive energy. Liu is absolutely shell-shocked when he realizes the MC can actually project internal energy, realizing in pure terror that the guy standing before him is a Grandmaster-level martial artist. The gang boss instantly drops to his knees, begging for mercy and submissively apologizing, claiming he just didn't recognize his high status. The MC looms over the kneeling Liu, demanding to know who exactly ordered them to harm his wife, Su Yun. Stuttering in fear, Liu confesses that the Su family is behind it all, confirming that they are the ones who gave the orders. The MC breaks a cold smile, telling Liu he'll spare his miserable life. He orders him to deliver a crystal-clear message to his masters, specifically targeting the Su family elders, calling them dead men walking. He notes that tomorrow happens to be the Su family matriarch's 71st birthday celebration. He announces his intention to personally show up and congratulate her at the party. With a menacing look, he mentions that the birthday gift he's bringing will be legendary, making it clear it'll be the last thing they ever receive in their lives. Liu listens to the orders, still completely shaken, profusely thanking the MC for keeping him alive. The hero gently asks his wife, Yun, to open her eyes now that the fight is over. She slowly opens her eyes, trying to process what just happened. She's completely stunned, barely able to believe the sight of the utterly defeated gang around them. He gently takes off his coat, wrapping it around her trembling shoulders. He holds her hand to calm her down and bring peace to her heart. Looking genuinely into her eyes, he calls her his wife, asking her to come back home with him. Holding hands, the couple walks out, leaving the dark venue behind. Cut to the outside of the first hospital of Yun City at night. Inside the ER, doctors are frantically trying to save little Nyan's life. Our hero stands there, calling out her name in absolute grief, begging his little girl to hold on and push through this ordeal. The military commander steps up from behind to deliver his report to the sovereign. Kneeling respectfully, he informs the MC that the child's medical lab results are out. Our MC turns around, his face tight with pure anxiety, waiting to hear his daughter's condition. The commander explains that the girl is severely malnourished, adding that her body is covered in deep soft tissue bruises. He continues the report, noting she also suffered a mild concussion. Hesitating for a moment, he points out an even more dangerous issue, revealing they found a strange substance in her blood, an insidious chronic toxin known as the blood demon poison. He explains that this poison is typically used as a core ingredient to refine mystical medicines, causing the MC to clench his fist in pure, explosive rage at the shocking news. His eyes burn with absolute fury as he asks in a chilling, demonic voice who dared poison his daughter. The commander confidently replies that the Su family is responsible for this horrific act. He explains they did it to suck up to the Medicine King Valley sect, adding that the family literally sold the little girl off to be used as a human cauldron for refining medicine just to make a profit. He adds that the payoff was a share of longevity pills, making the MC squeeze his fist so insanely hard with rage that drops of blood actually start dripping out. He curses the Su family, spitting pure venom and threats, swearing to unleash his absolute wrath on the Medicine King Valley sect as well. He issues an emergency order to the commander to contact the Northern Command, ordering the immediate deployment of the Dragon Fang heavy artillery unit. He reveals his plan for a full military intervention during tomorrow's birthday banquet, swearing he'll turn the Su family mansion into a mass grave. The next day at the Su family estate, everyone is celebrating the grandmother's 75th birthday in a cheerful atmosphere. Flashback to a secret meeting between the grandmother and representatives of the Medicine King Valley sect, where the old lady asks if everything regarding the little girl is ready. The young master of the Medicine King Valley sect cracks a highly suspicious, evil smirk. Placing the medicine vials on the table, he notes his father's birthday is approaching, telling her to rest assured that the plan is going exactly as agreed. She smiles slyly, confirming the brat is currently rotting in the hospital, guaranteeing the young master that the girl will never escape. They continue discussing their under-the-table deal to hand over the girl as a tool. One of the attendees confirms their absolute commitment to the pre-arranged deal. The grandmother shows her blatant greed, itching to get her hands on the longevity pills. The young master reassures her they'll keep their promise once the job is successfully done, adding that the Su family will gain massive benefits from this partnership. Back to the present. A massive military armored vehicle completely smashes through the Su family mansion's gates out of nowhere, violently crashing the party. The hero shows up at the Su family mansion, making the guards question who he is. One guard strictly tells him that today is Grandma Su's 71st birthday celebration. He blocks the hero and his companion, making it clear that off-limits means off-limits for outsiders. He furiously tells him to beat it right now. The hero just stands there, cold as ice, looking down on the guards with pure contempt. Suddenly, his companion steps in and grabs the rude guard by the throat. The companion lands a massive punch, knocking the guard straight to the ground. The guard's body literally flies and crashes hard. The hero and his companion confidently burst inside, leaving everyone completely shocked. Grandma Su asks with absolute fury who's making all this noise. The hall doors shatter to pieces as more guards are thrown inside with brutal force. The guards crash onto the dining tables, causing total panic and ruining the party. The hero walks forward with steady, majestic steps. He glares at everyone in the room with a sharp, terrifying look. She fiercely scolds him, calling him an insolent attacker. She screams, condemned that he dared to ruin her birthday party. She calls out loudly for her men to step in. She orders her guards to arrest him immediately. The hero pulls out some papers and demands that the evidence of the Su family's crimes against his wife and daughter be shown. Photos are thrown, showing his wife being humiliated while cleaning toilets. A photo of his abused little girl is displayed, exposing their heinous acts to everyone. The guests look at the scattered photos in complete shock and disbelief. The guests whisper in disbelief, shocked by the cruelty of these actions. Grandma loses her mind, accusing him of slander and trying to ruin their reputation. The hero calmly decides to list the details of their horrific crimes. He reminds them that the victim is the family's own granddaughter. He asks bitterly about the living hell his child had to endure for a whole decade. He assures Grandma that deep down, she knows the horrible truth perfectly well. Signs of tension and distress appear on her face as her secrets are exposed. The hero keeps describing her suffering and how she was disfigured and bullied. His anger flares up again the moment he mentions his daughter's name, Nian Nian. He repeatedly states with sorrow that this child is their own flesh and blood. He directly accuses the family of poisoning his innocent daughter. He exposes their vile intention of using the child as a tool to manufacture medicine. He confronts Grandma with a piercing look, asking if she still thinks this is just slander. He points his finger at her, declaring that today is the day of reckoning. He vows to take justice from the Su family by force. Suddenly, the young master from the Medicine King Valley steps in, laughing mockingly. He shows how much he is enjoying and interested in this tense situation. Grandma finally realizes that the man standing before her is the legendary ruler of hell. The young master mocks the hero, calling him trash who disappeared 10 years ago. He expresses surprise that he's even alive right now. He looks down on him, Thinking he poses no threat alone, he challenges the hero, questioning his nerve to face his powerful sect. The hero turns his angry gaze toward the representative of the Medicine King Valley. He mutters coldly with a threat, accepting this new challenge. A glass jar appears, containing the child's blood that was brutally extracted. He threatens everyone that they will pay with their lives for their crimes today. The young master bursts into hysterical laughter, completely ignoring the hero's threats. He keeps insulting him, calling him an outcast. He dismisses his words as total nonsense. He orders his masked fighters to attack him. He orders his guards to rip the hero to pieces. The masked fighters rush with their weapons toward the hero in a fierce attack. The hero counters the attack flawlessly and with total ease. He displays incredible fighting power, taking down the attackers one by one. He successfully wipes out all the fighters, knocking them to the ground in a matter of seconds. Signs of pure terror appear on the young master's face after his men are defeated. He trembles in fear, wondering about the true power of this monster standing before him. The hero stares at the young master with an icy glance, completely devoid of mercy. A new group of black-robed fighters appears, drawing their swords. The new fighters get into stance, ready to attack the hero. He announces in a firm voice that anyone who tries to block his way will die. Outside, massive military tanks and armored vehicles appear, surrounding the place. Heavy cannon barrels are aimed at the mansion, ready to execute the ruler of Hell's orders. The companion informs his master that the heavy artillery unit has taken position and is ready to step in. He confirms that the forces are waiting for the signal to open fire at any moment. The hero gives the signal to execute his harsh judgment on the family. He lists their crimes, starting with using his child as a medical tool. He continues his accusations, condemning them for conspiring with the Medicine King Valley. He adds attempted murder to his list of charges. He passes his final judgment in the name of the ruler of Hell on all members of the Sioux family. The hero's men force Grandma to her knees with brute force, declaring that her sin is unforgivable. She kneels submissively after being gripped by real terror of her inevitable fate. She begs with crocodile tears, reminding him of the family bond that connects them. She begs him in tears not to punish her so harshly. She collapses to the ground, begging him to have mercy on the Sioux family. He fiercely scolds her, asking how she only just remembered that she's his grandmother. He coldly rejects her pleas, emphasizing that it's too late for regret. He raises his hand to give the final order for punishment. The hero's men pin Grandma in place, preparing for the decisive moment. She surrenders to her fate, lowering her head in complete despair. She raises her head again with features mixing shock and anger. The young master crawls on the ground in humiliation, begging the ruler of Hell to spare his life. He admits his mistake and his stupidity in challenging the hero. He tries to use his sect's name as leverage to save his neck. The hero looks with pure contempt at the young master who is begging him for mercy. He submissively offers the jar of the child's blood, hoping to survive. The hero threatens his enemies that they will soon join those who went before them. The young master takes his last breath as a green toxic substance flows from his mouth and eyes. He drops dead on the ground due to the lethal poison. The hero finally reunites with his wife and his sleeping daughter inside the hospital room. He gives her a definitive promise to restore the beauty that was stolen from her face. The wife looks at the scars on her face with sadness and hope at the same time. He leaves the room to receive a secret report from his undercover subordinate. The subordinate informs his master that there are parties trying to obstruct their plans. He confirms that someone is pulling strings in secret to prevent them from getting the cure. The hero's eyes flare with deadly rage, vowing to crush anyone who dares to stand in his way. The scene shifts to the luxurious Grand Hyatt Hotel, where conspiracies are being cooked up. Top businessmen gather in a locked hall to plan how to get rid of him. The meeting is led by a fat man showing off extreme wealth and arrogance. One of the attendees wipes anxious sweat from his forehead, terrified of the hero's power. The fat man scolds him, telling him not to be afraid of his reckless behavior. He describes the Sioux family as stupid for confronting him directly. He rejects the idea of a direct physical clash with someone he calls a barbarian. He assures the attendees that they are civilized men and their methods are different. He explains that their real weapon is controlling capital. He adds that their vast network of connections is the source of their true power. He asks mockingly if the hero's physical strength will do him any good against their influence. He continues his mockery, wondering if his fist can fight money. He doubts his ability to challenge the economic lifeline of the entire city. The attendees agree with him, confirming his words with absolute confidence. One of them looks down on him, describing him as just a reckless guy with nothing but muscles. Everyone laughs mockingly, considering the power of his fist no threat to them at all. Laughter of malice and mockery fills the meeting hall. A man wearing glasses agrees with them, believing he will definitely fail. He explains that the hero's attempt to prove his presence in the city will crash against their influence. He stresses that it's impossible for him to succeed without submitting to their economic authority first. They mock his attempt to buy a rare herb to cure his wife. They keep making sarcastic jokes about his desire to treat his wife's disfigured face. The man with glasses laughs hard, considering his efforts nothing but illusions. He mockingly tells him to keep dreaming his impossible dreams. The meeting hall door suddenly shatters with massive force, terrifying everyone. The fat man's eyes widen in shock and disbelief at this sudden break-in. He freezes in his place, unable to process what's happening before his eyes. Pure terror takes over him to the point where he holds his breath. Panic and chaos spread among all the shocked attendees. The hero enters with confident steps, followed by his massive subordinate. He asks them with cold sarcasm if they are enjoying their pleasant chat. The fat man gets furious after realizing his identity. He screams in his face, condemning his immense boldness. He rudely accuses him of trespassing on their private property without permission. He calls out at the top of his lungs, demanding security guards step in immediately. He screams again, calling for his men to arrest him and his subordinate. The hero's subordinate tells him with absolute calmness that all the guards have been taken care of. He orders him to stop the annoying screaming because no one is coming to answer his call. He explains to him that the 100 guards downstairs are fast asleep right now. The terror of the attendees worsens as they realize they have zero protection. The fat man resorts to direct threats as a last option. He threatens the hero with a firm tone, hoping to scare him and force him to back down. He tells him that any harm done to him will bring disastrous consequences. He threatens that the stock market of the entire city will collapse by tomorrow morning if anything happens to him. He adds threateningly that commodity prices will skyrocket to choke the city. He warns him of the wrath of top leaders who will step in to punish whoever caused this chaos. He assures him that his life will definitely end if he dares to make any stupid move. The hero completely ignores his threats and walks toward him with calm, indifferent steps. He announces with a terrifying calmness that he hates two things in his life more than anything else. He explains that the first thing is anyone daring to touch his wife. He continues his speech with a sharp look that reveals his firm intention for revenge. He leans toward him to tell him that the second thing is trying to make him submit using money. The hero tells him that he will play along in his economic game that he brags about. He declares his direct challenge to them in their own field full of money. He asks for just 1 minute to execute his destructive plan. He gives a firm order to his subordinate to declare bankruptcy for everyone in the hall immediately. The subordinate obeys the order instantly and gets ready to execute his master's commands. He opens his laptop and starts hacking into the financial systems with expert skill. The attendees mock the hero's threat after seeing their stock indicators still rising steadily. The fat man bursts into hysterical laughter, thinking the hero is playing a stupid joke on them. He continues his provocative laughter while lighting his cigar, completely indifferent to the threat. He asks him mockingly if he realizes the size of the wealth they possess together. He asks sarcastically about the total market value of their massive companies. Mocking laughter echoes in the hall, looking down on the hero's ability to affect them financially. The hero's subordinate hits the decisive execution button on his laptop to launch the economic attack. The financial indicator screens behind them suddenly change, flashing alarming colors that warn of disaster and collapse. The fat man's phone suddenly rings, cutting off their laughter, and it turns out the caller is his account manager. He answers the phone with features covered in tension and anxiety. He receives a massive shock when the manager tells him about a sudden financial disaster. The manager tells him in a panicked voice that things have spun completely out of control. He explains that a disaster just hit the stock market. He explains that a mysterious and terrifying financial power estimated in trillions has suddenly appeared. He adds in horror that this power targeted their stocks and carried out massive short-selling operations. The manager confirms that the value of their stocks has completely collapsed, hitting the absolute minimum allowed limit. The fat man realizes the scale of the disaster and breaks into a sweat from the sheer shock. His cigar drops from his hand while signs of shock cover the faces of the rest of the attendees. Everyone freezes in their spots out of terror after their fortunes evaporated in a matter of seconds. The hero smiles victoriously and asks coldly who dared to say that he wouldn't be able to buy the cure for his wife. One of them drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness from the hero. He admits his mistake while prostrating in humiliation at his feet. The hero's mocking laughter echoes at the man's submission before him. He offers him a box containing the millennial ice cicada as a ransom for his life. The man begs in tears to let him live. The hero calmly reaches out his hand to take the luxurious box. The box is opened to reveal the glowing millennial ice cicada inside. The hero smiles mockingly, pointing out that he should have been this sensible from the start. He continues, asking why destroy his wealth as long as he's capable of submitting. All the businessmen in the hall kneel down, submitting before the hero. The fat man keeps crying and repeatedly admitting his mistake. He justifies his stance by saying he was just executing someone else's orders. He confesses that the Zhao family from the provincial capital is the one who instigated him to do this. The man remains broken on the ground while muffled laughs are heard in the hall. The hero's features turn serious the moment he hears the Zhao family's name. He coldly thinks about the family located in the provincial capital. The massive subordinate opens the hall door, and the hero orders his subordinate to publish an important and immediate announcement. He announces the establishment of the Hell Emperor Chamber of Commerce starting today. He announces his decision to completely restructure all industries in Yun City. Pointing to the fate of these submissive men, he decides to punish them based on their greed and extreme love for money. He orders his subordinate to kick them out to the streets to become homeless beggars. Deep regret takes over the broken businessmen in the hall. The men scream in absolute despair after losing all their fortunes. The leader of the Zhao family appears sitting in the dark, messing with iron balls in his hand. He stops moving the balls after learning about the failure of his plan. The leader squeezes the metal balls in anger after this failure. He realizes that his men in Yun City have been completely defeated. He crushes the metal balls with his hands in rage, calling them trash. He utters the hero's name with threats and deep hatred. He concludes that things have become much more complicated than he expected. He decides to use hitmen from the dark web to get rid of the hero. The scene returns to the hero sitting and merging energy to make the youth restoration pill for his wife. He focuses his inner energy in his hands to form the healing pill. The magical pill forms, radiating powerful energy. He heads toward the room where his wife is. The wife looks hopeless and unable to believe the possibility of restoring her face's beauty. She calls the hero's name with sadness and heartbreak. She asks in fear if this cure will really work. The hero places his hand on her shoulder to give her reassurance. He gently asks her to move her hand away from her disfigured face. He assures her with absolute confidence to trust him and his abilities. The wife moves her hand away slowly and hesitantly, still afraid. The hero holds a jar containing the glowing magical liquid. He dips his fingers into the glowing healing liquid. He wipes the liquid over the deep scars, asking her to bear the pain for a little bit. The wife closes her eyes tightly during the liquid's reaction to regenerate her skin cells. The scars begin to gradually fade away as her skin keeps glowing. She opens her eyes to find that her face is completely healed and back to normal. She is stunned, unable to believe that her features have been fully restored. She touches her smooth face, and tears well up in her eyes from sheer joy. She asks in disbelief if this reflection is really her true face. The hero stands behind her, showing his admiration for the brilliant result of the treatment. He looks at her with love, confirming that she is his crowned queen. She looks at him with a gaze full of deep gratitude and emotion. A sniper's bullet suddenly shatters the room window, heading right toward them. The lethal bullet goes straight toward the head of the oblivious wife. The hero catches the bullet with 2 fingers at the last second with superhuman skill. The wife freezes in her place out of sheer terror after realizing what just happened. The hero holds the bullet coldly, considering stopping it was as easy as drinking water. He calms his wife down, his eyes burning with suppressed rage. He describes the unknown sniper as just an annoying bug seeking its own doom. He tells his wife that he will go to crush this intrusive bug. The hero's eyes flash with a terrifying red glow due to his extreme anger at her being targeted. The scene shows through the sniper's scope as he watches the hero from afar. The sniper is shocked by the hero's disappearance from the scope lens. Signs of confusion and bewilderment appear on the face of the sniper positioned on the roof. He wonders in disbelief how his bullet missed the guaranteed target. He goes back to looking for the hero through his rifle scope. He jumps in terror when he hears a voice asking him who he's looking for. The sniper's eyes widen in extreme terror after realizing someone is right behind him. He turns around to find the hero standing directly behind him. He stammers, asking in terror how he reached this high roof. He realizes with shock the impossibility of climbing a 30-story building this fast. The hero lights a cigarette calmly, pointing out that how he climbed isn't important right now. He blows out his cigarette smoke, explaining that what matters is what comes next. He asks the sniper in a deadly tone who gave him the nerve to target them. He scolds him for his impudent interference and bothering his wife while she was restoring her beauty. The sniper gathers his courage and decides to take the initiative to attack the hero. He pulls a sharp knife trying to surprise the hero with a quick stab. The hero blocks the attack with total ease and grabs his opponent's wrist. He delivers a violent kick that knocks the sniper to the ground hard. The sniper is in deep pain from the hit, but he screams in the hero's face in defiance. He drops to his knees due to the powerful kick. The hero mocks his opponent's weakness, wondering if this is the strength of the dark web's top killers. He expresses his disappointment in his level, calling him very weak. The sniper is shocked by the hero's knowledge of his identity and his affiliation with the dark web. He tries to threaten the hero, relying on the scary reputation of his criminal organization. The hired sniper starts making his threats, thinking he's in a position of power. He claims that killing him won't benefit the hero at all. He explains that the mission has already been issued and cannot be cancelled. He stresses that the assassination attempts will continue non-stop until the target is achieved. Then he threatens the hero with severe consequences if he dares to hurt him, warning him that the entire dark web killers will hunt him down. The hero meets these threats with a mocking smile and total coldness while smoking his cigarette, repeating the web's name with obvious mockery and describing its members as just rats hiding in the sewers. The sniper gets extremely angry and calls the hero arrogant and conceited, continuing his shouting that the hero doesn't realize the size of the power standing behind it. He reveals that the sponsor who hired him paid a massive amount estimated at 100 million. He tells the hero that his head has become highly wanted and a prize for everyone. The hero smiles coldly, looking at this amount placed as a price on his life. He pulls out his phone and decides to teach the sniper a lesson about the reality of this web. He promises to make him see with his own eyes what will happen to the belief he brags about, pointing out that his blind faith in it will shatter now. He assures him that he is now standing before the real ruler. He proceeds to use his phone to prove to him how ridiculous his threats are. Signs of shock and confusion appear on the panicked sniper's face. He stammers in shock, asking if the hero is a member of it. The hero displays his phone screen, which shows his account as a VIP member. He calmly taps a button on the web's interface to execute a certain command. The scene shifts to a foreign country where its main headquarters is located. One of its programmers screams in a state of extreme panic. The giant computer screens show a sudden hack symbolized by a red dragon. Panic spreads among all the workers in the control room. The programmer asks in shock about the nature of this destructive cyber attack. Pointing his trembling hand toward the screens, unable to believe what's happening, he instantly realizes that their invincible security system is facing a sweeping breach. He backs down from his conclusion, showing even greater terror than what he saw. He quickly asks his colleagues to look at the hacker's identity that appeared on the screen. The founder of the web appears holding a cup of tea amid this alert. The cup drops from his hand as he trembles in terror after recognizing the caller's identity. He remembers in shock that this is the man who subdued warlords in 12 countries. The founder grabs the phone in panic and orders to cancel the assassination mission immediately. He issues an urgent order to stop all missions directed toward Yun City. He screams at his men, emphasizing the speed of executing the orders to avoid destruction, and repeats his order hysterically out of fear of the ruler of Hell's wrath. An urgent warning message is sent to all the web's killers and members. The sniper is surprised by a strange notification arriving on his phone. He reads in shock the news of freezing the wealth of the Zhao family that launched the mission, and receives a top-level warning banning any attack on the target in Yun City. The sniper finally realizes the true and terrifying identity of the man standing before him. The hero asks the sniper with absolute calmness if he has finished reading the message, and asks coldly if he still needs to teach him a lesson himself. The sniper breaks down and drops to his knees, kneeling in humiliation after realizing his fatal mistake. He prostrates on the ground, begging the ruler of Hell to spare his life, and continues to cry and beg intensely, asking for pardon and forgiveness. He admits his stupidity and blindness for not recognizing the identity of the supreme ruler. He begs the hero with self-contempt to let him leave as if he were nothing. The hero coldly advises him to choose his targets carefully in his next life. Suddenly, one of the hero's loyal followers appears from the darkness and cuts the sniper's throat. He drops dead in the blink of an eye as punishment for daring to target the ruler. The loyal follower kneels before his master, showing his respect and loyalty, and expresses his anger and condemnation of the Zhao family's boldness to put a reward for killing his master. He suggests to the hero to send forces to wipe out the family in the provincial capital immediately. The hero rejects this suggestion with absolute calmness, pointing out his lack of rush for revenge. He explains that freezing the family's massive wealth is just the beginning of their punishment. He adds with a devilish smile that losing this money will cause total paralysis to them. The hero issues a new order to his subordinate in a firm voice. He orders to activate the Northern Intelligence Network at maximum capacity, and demands gathering detailed and accurate information about every single member of the Zhao family. The hero returns to his wife, who stands before the mirror stunned by her face's restored beauty. Little Nyan approaches and praises her mother's beauty with immense joy, describing her innocently as looking like a charming fairy. The wife smiles with tenderness and overwhelming joy at her sweet child's words. The hero enters the room and confirms that his daughter is also a beautiful little fairy. He holds his child in his arms with tenderness, announcing readiness to go out, and tells her with a smile that it's time for him and her mother to drop her off at school. The child's features change to sadness, almost crying as she calls her father. She tells him in a crying voice that the kids in kindergarten bully her and call her a bastard. She adds with sorrow that the teacher also treats her harshly, explaining that her teacher never likes her like the other kids, and complains that she always punishes her by making her stand in the corner unjustly. The hero's heart breaks, but he comforts her firmly, emphasizing that this only happened in the past. He promises her, his eyes burning with parental protection, that everything will change starting today, and swears to her that no one in this world will dare to mistreat her anymore. The hero and his family later arrive at the gates of the most prestigious and best school in the city to register the child. He walks forward with confident steps, holding his daughter's hand toward the main gate of the school. A security guard suddenly shouts, ordering them to stop. The rude guard steps forward and blocks them from entering, asking why they came, and rudely insults them, telling them to go beg somewhere else. He acts superior to them, pointing out that this is a prestigious international school and not for the poor, and mocks the hero, saying he won't be able to pay for the tiles if he dirties them. The hero asks his daughter to ignore the guard's insult. The hero controls his anger and explains calmly that he came to register his daughter in the school. The guard laughs mockingly and in disbelief of the hero's words, asking sarcastically if they possess a recommendation letter for admission, and demandingly asks them to present proof of their financial ability to pay the expensive fees. The guard makes fun of the hero for having an old, beat-up Jeep. He rudely kicks him out, ordering him to leave the gate immediately. He sharply warns him not to block the road for Mrs. Zhang's car. The lady makes a flashy entrance, arriving in her luxurious car. She steps out of her car, complaining about the mess at the gate. She looks at the young man and his daughter with disgust, giving them a snobby look. She accuses them of having a bad smell that bothers her kid. Her chubby son sticks his tongue out, mocking the little girl. The kid rudely calls the hero's daughter a little beggar. He takes the insult further, claiming she stinks and is disgusting. The guard quickly backs up the lady's words, clearly kissing up to her. He agrees with all her insults, confirming she's absolutely right. He promises to kick the poor young man and his daughter out of the place right away. The hero gets super angry at these insults and slaps him across the face. Then he throws a strong, sudden punch right into the guard's face. The punch crushes his face with massive force, leaving him in deep pain. His body flies and crashes violently into the shattered glass of the security room. He falls to the ground unconscious, his face covered in scattered glass. The lady is completely shocked by the hero's violent and sudden reaction. She boils with anger and scolds him for daring to hit the security guard in front of her. She screams in his face, condemning this rebellion and audacity. She tries to scare him by revealing her identity and social status. She brags that her husband is a board member of the school. The hero completely ignores her threats and walks on with cold confidence, not caring about her at all. He grabs his phone to make an important call to one of his subordinates. He orders him to do a deep search for the real owner of Star International Schools. He issues a strict order to buy the entire school within just 10 minutes. He emphasizes the need to transfer its ownership to his name immediately. The lady bursts into hysterical laughter after hearing his call. She keeps mocking him, thinking he's just a pathetic, crazy guy. She draws the crowd's attention to make fun of his delusional claims. She sarcastically tells everyone that this broke guy claims he can buy the school. The bystanders whisper in surprise, believing the hero has completely lost his mind. A woman points out that the school's market value is estimated at billions of dollars. She adds that it belongs to the powerful Zhao family's assets. The crowd mocks him, calling him a mentally ill, incompetent person. They assure that he'll be in massive trouble for assaulting the guard. They think he'll meet a tragic end for daring to insult the lady. They expect the father and daughter to be severely punished and not make it out safely. The scene shifts to the school principal, sitting arrogantly with his feet on his desk. The principal freaks out from the sudden and violent break-in into his office. He screams in anger, asking about the identity of the intruding trespasser. He harshly scolds the intruder for disrespecting the rules and barging in without permission. The hero walks in calmly and steadily, holding his little girl's hand. He sits in front of the principal with absolute confidence. He tells him about his serious desire to enroll his daughter in the school. He calmly explains that he wants to put her in the 4th grade to continue her studies. The principal smirks slyly, using the situation to extort him for money. He coldly rejects his request, claiming there are no empty spots. He purposely complicates things to push him into despair. He strictly confirms that the school's waiting lists are completely full. The hero glares at the principal, unconvinced by his lame, fake excuses. He realizes his words are just worthless nonsense. The principal tries to fool him about how hard it is to get accepted due to so many applicants. He slyly hints at the possibility of accepting the girl as an exceptional case, but with conditions. The principal shocks the hero by asking for a massive sponsorship fee of $5 million. The hero stares at the principal with contempt, realizing his absolute greed and corruption. He sarcastically asks if this school is built out of gold. The principal kicks him out rudely, justifying it by his inability to pay. He orders him to leave immediately and stop wasting his precious time since he has no money. He screams in his face, telling him to get out and out of his sight. The hero ignores him and makes another call to confirm his previous order. He repeats his strict order to buy the entire school within 10 minutes. The principal thinks the hero is stupidly joking around, unaware of how serious the situation is. He starts threatening him and giving him sarcastic advice. The lady and her son suddenly storm the office to file an urgent complaint. She asks the principal to step in right away to get her justice and punish the attacker. She points disgustedly at the hero, calling him a backward savage. She tells him frantically that he assaulted and beat up the guard. She also accuses him of mercilessly terrifying her little boy. The principal's expression instantly changes, putting on a big, fake smile for the lady. He welcomes her with excessive kissing up and respect for her status. He asks her to calm down and promises to fix the problem and discipline the hero immediately. He excuses the hero's presence, describing him as just some crazy guy. He directs his anger at the hero, threatening him with severe consequences for his actions. He shouts at the top of his lungs, calling the security squad for quick backup. He gets really mad at the guards' delay, wondering why they aren't there yet. A full squad of security guards storms the office to take control by force. The chubby kid laughs maliciously, seeing the hero cornered by security. He feels empowered by the guards and insults the hero's daughter again, bullying her. He threatens that the hero will pay the price for insulting their prestigious family. He threatens the hero that he'll be arrested and thrown to the dogs as punishment. The hero keeps defying everyone, reminding his subordinate of the 10-minute deadline. He coldly announces that the time limit is already up. The principal mocks the hero's threats, asking what he could possibly do now. He rudely challenges him, thinking he's in an invincible position of power. He orders his guards to teach the hero a harsh lesson, threatening him with the worst punishment. He provokes them to beat him brutally, taking full responsibility if he gets crippled. The phone on the principal's desk rings suddenly, interrupting them. The principal trembles and his face drops once he realizes the caller is the head of the school. The principal takes the call and hears shocking news that makes him shake. He stays holding the receiver, sweating bullets from the horror of what he just heard. He's informed over the phone that the school has fallen into the hands of a northern faction. The caller confirms to the terrified principal that mysterious capital has bought the entire school. He's shocked to learn that the new owner specifically demanded he be fired from his position immediately. His eyes widen in sheer terror and disbelief as he realizes the scale of the disaster. He completely loses his strength and falls to his knees in weakness and surrender. He bows his trembling body to the ground in a desperate attempt to process what's happening. The hero sits calmly and confidently, resting his arm on the sofa while his daughter watches him quietly. He sarcastically asks the collapsed principal if there are any empty spots for his daughter now. Shock and confusion appear on the rich lady's face at what's unfolding, wondering the reason for this submission. She stares with wide eyes, not believing the principal's breakdown in front of this young man. She yells at him, condemning his bowing to someone she considers pure trash. The principal grovels on the floor, begging the hero for mercy and forgiveness for his earlier stupidity. He admits he was blind for not recognizing the hero's high status. He keeps degrading himself, calling himself a dog who looks down on others. He keeps sobbing and begging, pleading with the hero to leave him a way out. The little girl innocently and confusedly wonders why this man is kneeling before her dad. She looks at her dad curiously, waiting for an answer to explain this weird situation. The hero calmly and gently tells her that whoever makes a mistake must face their punishment. He assures his daughter that these are the basic rules that run this world. The hero shoots sharp glares at the chubby kid, asking who dared to threaten his daughter. The chubby kid breaks down, starting to cry and scream for his mom out of pure terror. He keeps crying hysterically, begging to go home to escape the hero's stares. The terrified kid demands his mom make his dad destroy this scary man. The rich lady steps in, trying to protect her crying son and stand up to the hero. She arrogantly claims the hero bribed the principal and vows he won't get away with it. She tries to scare him by reminding him of their wide influence and power in Yun City. She screams in his face, threatening severe consequences if he even thinks about touching her son. The hero smiles with cold sarcasm, accepting the lady's challenge and ready to teach her a lesson. He grabs the chubby kid and lifts him in the air with one hand amid the lady's screams. The desperate lady tries to free her son from the hero's iron grip to no avail. He delivers a strong kick that pushes the annoying lady out of his way, knocking her to the ground. He looks at the kid hanging from his hand, pointing out his young age of no more than 10 years. He condemns how a kid this age could spit out such harsh words like feeding people to dogs. The hero considers this behavior the inevitable result of zero parenting and morals. He tells the terrified kid that he'll take over his discipline banquet on behalf of his failed parents. He tightens his grip to teach the bratty kid a lesson he'll never forget for the rest of his life. He snaps the chubby kid's wrist in a swift, harsh move, making him scream in pain. The kid completely passes out, his head falling back from the intense shock and pain, while the lady and the principal watch in absolute shock. He throws the kid toward his mom, ordering them to take her useless son away. He coldly and firmly kicks the lady out, demanding she leave the place instantly. The hero announces to everyone that the rules in this school have changed starting today. He strictly asserts that his new school won't accept hosting such scum. The lady boils with anger and hatred as she hugs her son, vowing revenge on the hero. She threatens that her husband will arrive soon with his men to teach him a brutal lesson. She screams in his face with malice, confirming she'll wipe him out of existence and leave no trace of him. She continues her hysterical screaming and empty threats, trying to win back her shattered pride. The hero raises his hand with total coldness, telling her he'll be waiting for them any time. A group of men storms the place and stands respectfully. One of the master's subordinates announces the deadline is up and all procedures to take over the school are complete. The subordinate hands the hero a file with his credentials as the new owner and principal of the school, and he also gives him his daughter Nian Nian's admission file, confirming the mission is accomplished. The hero calmly checks the papers and orders his men to drag the ex-principal outside. He issues orders to thoroughly investigate all the embezzlement operations the principal did over the years. The hero insists on recovering all the money, warning against a single penny missing. He threatens to cut off one of the principal's fingers for every amount that isn't recovered. The principal screams in terror, begging the hero not to carry out this cruel sentence on him. He's dragged outside crying and screaming for help, but it's no use. The massive subordinate gets on his knees with a gentle smile to greet the little girl. He presents a pink school bag to the little girl as a welcome gift from him. He gently asks her if she likes the gift. The little girl gazes at the bag with shining eyes and a face full of amazement and joy. The hero nicely encourages her to accept the gift from the loyal subordinate. The little girl hugs the bag with overwhelming happiness and thanks the subordinate with an innocent smile. The hero walks with his subordinate in the school hallways to discuss future plans. He orders the allocation of the best teachers to provide intensive private tutoring for his daughter. He expresses his wish to make up for everything she missed, justifying it by her being behind academically. At the same time, he stresses not to pressure her and to let her learn at her own pace. The subordinate assures his master that he has already summoned a specialized teaching staff from the capital. He explains that this staff includes the best, highly qualified teachers, and he adds that their sole mission will be serving and teaching only the little girl. The little girl anxiously asks her dad if she caused him trouble with that family. She tells him with her usual innocence that the fat lady threatened him with her strong husband. The hero looks at his daughter with a tender, reassuring gaze to erase the fear from her heart. He asks her to remember his words well and trust them completely. He assures her firmly and certainly that there's nothing to worry about in this world, and he swears to her that there is no one on earth stronger or greater than her dad. The hero arrives with his daughter at the classroom door and says goodbye so she can join her first lesson. He tenderly tells her he'll be waiting for her outside until she finishes her school day. He steps out to the schoolyard and lights a cigarette with a cold expression, realizing the real battle has just begun. He directs his words to someone hiding in the shadows, ordering him to come out and show himself. The hero mockingly tells him he knows he's been tailing him the whole way. He sarcastically asks the stalker if he's getting tired of this hidden chase. A mysterious, creepy guy emerges from the trees in response to the hero's call. The man known as the Poison King smirks maliciously, showing his admiration for the strength of the Hell Ruler. He praises the hero's sharp senses and high ability to easily detect his presence. The old man lusts after the little girl's blood, finding its scent incredibly sweet, and he desperately wishes he could suck all of her blood out. And he consoles himself, confirming his magical blood transformation skill will be perfected and become even greater. The hero addresses him, asking if he's one of the Zhao family's lackeys. The old man refuses to answer and decides to attack straight away, figuring the dead don't need to know much. He dashes toward him with the intent to attack. The hero deals his opponent a blow that looks on the surface like a normal slap, but in reality, it was a strike packed with internal energy that completely pierced the old man's body. The hero mocks his opponent, calling him incredibly weak, and he coldly wonders if there's anyone else around to face him. The hero crushes his opponent's head with his foot, considering him just scum sent to die, and he stands tall after easily eliminating the weak old man. The old man confesses with his dying breath that he's indeed an envoy from the Zhao family, and he confirms the Zhao family already knows the location of the hero's daughter's school, and he explains their plan was to kidnap the girl to force him to hand over the youth pill recipe. The hero coldly decides to get rid of this old man first before thinking about his next move, and his eyes ignite with terrifying rage because they dared to target his daughter. He calls for his loyal subordinate Tiangang. The massive subordinate appears and drops to his knee immediately, answering his master's call. The hero orders him to dispose of the old man's body and clean the place up completely, and he warns him not to make any noise so as not to scare the little girl. The hero smirks wickedly, announcing the start of his main move against his enemies, and he orders his subordinate to send a warning to the provincial capital, vowing to send the Zhao family an unforgettable gift in response to their actions. The scene shifts to the massive Zhao family mansion in the provincial capital at night. The Zhao family boss, Tianba, is shown arrogantly drinking wine. The boss curses his failed subordinate, the poison scorpion, calling him trash, and he condemns his repeated failures to bring back even a simple medical recipe. But he calms himself down, figuring it doesn't matter anymore. And he explains that he sent the Poison King personally to get the job done, and he seems totally confident his man will manage to kidnap the little girl tonight. And he smiles cunningly, anticipating the moment he gets his hands on the kid, promising the hero that he'll see how he acts when his daughter is taken hostage. And in the middle of the night, the boss relaxes in his bed, feeling safe. He notices a weird movement in the room and thinks it's just a servant, but he turns around to find a mysterious box placed right on his bed. He angrily and confusedly wonders who dared to put this thing there. He cautiously approaches the box to open it and discovers its shocking contents. The boss screams in sheer terror after seeing what's inside the box, and pure panic and shock take over him, freezing the blood in his veins. Right then, his phone suddenly rings, adding to his stress. He reads a text from the hero asking if he liked the gift, warning him he provoked the wrong guy. The boss is stunned and wonders about the sender's identity, and he realizes with shock that the caller is none other than Chin Junlin himself. The hero tells him that since he dared to target him, he has to face the consequences, and he warns him to get ready to pay a heavy price for interfering, and the hero announces he'll be personally heading to the provincial capital soon, to settle his scores with the Zhao family, one by one, and he confirms the battle between them is now a matter of life or death, making the boss call him a madman. The boss realizes in terror that his opponent is a total psycho who can't be stopped. The boss screams, calling his guards and men for immediate help, and he orders all fighters and guards to gather and protect him, and he asks to urgently contact the Martial Arts Association for backup, swearing he'll destroy the hero at any cost. The scene cuts back to the hero waiting calmly for his daughter outside her school. The little girl comes out happily and tells her dad the teacher was very nice to her, and she innocently assures him that no one dared to bully her today, and she adds that the school food was super tasty. The hero smiles tenderly and tells her that's wonderful, and he promises her every single day ahead will be just as beautiful. The hero carries his daughter and heads to his car, and he tells her they're going home now, adding that her mom has made her favorite meal, and suddenly the hero notices something suspicious and senses nearby danger. It turns out someone from the Chi family called Ghost Eye is watching them. The hero spots his location with his strong intuition and stares right at him, and he cracks a terrifying, challenging smile, throwing the sniper off guard. The watcher panics and yells to his boss in the car to hurry up and flee. The boss confusingly asks about the reason for this sudden panic. The trembling watcher admits that a single look from the hero almost stopped his heart, and he screams at the driver, ordering him to hit the gas at top speed, and he stresses the need to get away from the hero instantly. The flustered driver asks which way they should go. He orders him to get out of the whole city and head straight back to the capital to save their lives. He breathes a sigh of relief after they get away, admitting the info they had on the hero was completely wrong, and he confirms their target isn't just a regular outcast kid like the rumors said, and he decides to report these serious developments to the family head immediately, warning them not to make any reckless moves against this monster. The scene shifts to the hero cooking dinner for his family himself, wearing an apron. His wife stands behind him, watching him silently with love. The hero turns around smiling after noticing her standing there, and he asks her gently if something is wrong, and he teases her, asking if there's something on his face that's making her stare like that. The wife denies it shyly with a bit of nervousness, and she tells him she just feels that everything happening around her is a bit strange, and she adds that it feels like a beautiful dream she doesn't want to wake up from. The hero smiles and asks her and his daughter to sit down and eat first, and he tells her that after they finish dinner, they need to toss all their old clothes to start a fresh new life. The hero promises his wife he'll take her out the next day to buy new clothes fitting for her. She politely refuses, insisting her current clothes are still fine to wear to save money, and she adds they need to save their money for their daughter Nian's school expenses. He tenderly tells her to just listen to his words and obey without arguing, and he proudly reminds her she is the wife of the great Qin Junlin and she must be spoiled, and he explains he isn't asking her to rule the world or take on massive responsibilities, but he insists at the very least she gets the appreciation and attention she deserves, and he assures her there is no one in all of Yun City who has the right to wear better clothes than her. The couple arrives together at the classiest and fanciest mall in the city to shop. A saleswoman greets them with a snooty look and tells them with disdain to browse as they like, and she arrogantly warns them not to dirty the fancy clothes on display, and she mockingly adds they would never be able to pay for any item that gets ruined. A chubby guy accompanied by a heavily made-up woman approaches them with an annoying swagger. The woman recognizes the wife and mocks her, calling her the former school beauty queen, Su Yun, and she sneers at her, saying she came to enjoy the free AC instead of cleaning bathrooms after her face got disfigured. The chubby guy smiles maliciously and slyly, watching the scene with enjoyment, and he makes fun of the way the wife is wearing clothes that completely cover her body and face. The woman continues her mean comments, claiming her face has become so ugly that she's ashamed to show it in public. The wife silently recognizes the woman, remembering her name is Liu Yan. The chubby guy rudely mocks her classmate's taste in picking a life partner, and he looks down on the hero, describing him as just a former labor camp inmate. The woman aggressively challenges the wife and demands she reveal her disfigured face to everyone, and she tries to force her to show her alleged ugliness to gloat over her even more. The wife steps back, trying to protect her face and pushing away the aggressive woman's hand. She suddenly and confidently decides to take off her mask herself to end this whole farce. Her face is revealed, looking incredibly beautiful and clear, completely healed from all the scars. The chubby guy is totally stunned, left speechless by her enchanting beauty, and the woman burns with anger and shock at this amazing, unexpected transformation. And the saleswoman stands there shocked, staring at the wife's unmatched beauty. The chubby guy lusts after the wife upon seeing her beauty and calls her a stunning fairy, and he laughs wickedly and lustfully, harboring dirty intentions toward her, and he tries hitting on her, shamelessly calling her beautiful, and he brags about his wealth to her, claiming he's a big boss with influence, and he reaches out his dirty hand, trying to forcefully drag her away with him. The hero steps in a flash and breaks the chubby guy's wrist in a brutal move. The chubby guy screams in intense pain from the sudden break. The hero knocks him back with immense force, sending him flying. The man crashes hard into the luxury clothing racks, completely destroying them and causing chaos in the store. The hero glares at him with angry disgust at his filthy hand that dared to touch his wife, and he coldly warns him that he'll send his hands to the incinerator if he doesn't need them. The chubby guy keeps screaming and writhing in pain on the floor. The store manager rushes over furiously with security guards, looking for who caused this mess. The manager laments his bad luck over the new clothing collection that got ruined and dirtied, and he demands the hero pay $500,000 in immediate compensation for the damages. And he looks down on him, thinking he's poor and won't be able to scrounge up that amount. And he explicitly threatens that he won't leave the store alive today without paying the compensation. The hero completely ignores his threats and turns to ask his wife calmly, and he coldly asks her if she really liked the clothes in this store. She shyly replies that the clothes look really beautiful, but she catches herself, expressing her worry about their crazy high prices. The hero grabs his phone and calls his loyal subordinate Tiangang, and he tells him he's currently at the Wangxiang Mall, and he gives him a strict 1-minute deadline to carry out his order, and he orders him to buy the entire mall immediately with no questions asked, and he insists on buying it fast because his wife liked the clothes on display, and he issues an order to pack up all the clothes she looked at so she can take them with her. The woman bursts into hysterical laughter, thinking the hero just told a ridiculous joke, and she mocks the idea of him buying a mall worth billions of dollars, and she calls him crazy and out of his mind for spewing such nonsense. The store manager joins in the mocking laughter at the hero's claims, and he rudely challenges the hero, saying that if he really manages to buy the mall, he will personally eat all the ruined clothes himself. The hero calmly lights his cigarette, announcing the start of the 1-minute countdown, and he coldly tells the manager he hopes his appetite for food is as big as his loud mouth. After less than a minute, the mall's internal alarms go off, and an urgent emergency announcement is broadcast over the loudspeakers everywhere. The voice clearly announces to everyone present in the Wangxiang Mall that the ownership of the mall has officially transferred to a new owner, and the shocking news is confirmed by repeating the ownership change announcement over the radio, and it reveals that the new chairman of the board is Mr. Chin, and it announces he is currently doing an inspection tour in the women's fashion section on the 3rd floor, and a strict order is issued for all executive managers to head there immediately to kneel and welcome him. And the woman is struck with sheer terror and shock upon hearing this sudden announcement, and the store manager freezes in his spot, unable to process what's happening, and he mumbles broken words, wondering how this could be real. The general manager of the mall and top officials run in panic toward the store, and armed forces belonging to the Emperor's palace guard storm the place to take control. The squad commander kneels before the hero with intense respect, calling him by his majestic title, and he delivers his report, confirming the mall takeover operation was successfully completed, and he presents him with the new ownership documents to check out himself. The store manager sweats bullets and realizes he's nearing his inevitable end. The woman and the chubby guy collapse to the ground in terror, paralyzed after realizing the hero's true identity. The hero looks coldly at the manager and reminds him of the words he just spat out, and he reminds him of his sarcastic promise that if the mall was truly bought, he'd commit to eating all the displayed clothes. The massive subordinate steps toward him, ordering him to keep his promise and start eating, and he brings him closer to the ruined clothes, shoving them hard into his face, and he screams in his face, warning him not to dare make his master wait too long. The manager falls to the ground in despair, surrendering to his humiliating fate as punishment for his arrogance. The manager collapses to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy and forgiveness. The hero appears with his guards at the mall, leaving everyone completely stunned. He furiously addresses the bullies, reminding them of their past words. He asks with terrifying calmness about their claim that his wife is just a cleaning lady. The bullying woman kneels and slaps herself, admitting her fatal mistake. She keeps begging her master, hoping to get his forgiveness. She apologizes deeply, justifying what happened as just a misjudgment on her part. She takes back her past mockery, praising the exceptional beauty of the hero's wife. She strongly denies that someone with her beauty could just be a cleaning lady. The fat man also drops down, begging and apologizing for his ignorance of the hero's true identity. He keeps insulting himself, using the worst words, hoping to survive. He begs the hero to completely ignore him and let him go his way. The hero gets annoyed by the noise of their continuous begging, deciding to end this situation. He turns to his loyal subordinate Tiangang, calling him to step in. He leaves the matter of their punishment to his subordinate, preparing to leave. He takes his wife's hand, inviting her to leave this place. He justifies their departure by saying the air of the place has become polluted by their presence. He suggests to his wife heading to another store to get what she wants. The massive subordinate steps toward the broken sinners on the ground to execute the punishment. He scolds the man and the woman for their offensive and dirty words toward his master. He issues a strict order to his guards to pull out the sinner's teeth as a deterrent punishment. The screams of the man and the woman rise in terror and pain as the guards grab them. The scene shifts to the hero and his wife on their way back home quietly. The hero receives an urgent intelligence report from one of his men while walking. The subordinate tells him that the corrupt merchant was seen heading toward an abandoned factory. He adds that the factory is located in the northern area of the city. He explains that the merchant met a prominent figure from the martial arts alliance there. He reveals that this alliance plans to attack the hero at noon the next day. He continues that they vow to cut off the hero's head to make him an example to everyone. He receives this threat with a mocking smile, indifferent to their warnings. He expresses his happiness with this challenge, considering it a good and suitable opportunity. He decides to wait until tomorrow to face them face to face. He sees this confrontation as a training and warm-up session for his subordinate. The scene later shifts to the inside of the hero and his family's mansion. The hero's daughter appears sitting quietly and reading a book in the courtyard of the house. The outer door of the house suddenly shatters with massive force, causing panic. Representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance and the Merchants Guild storm the place with angry faces. The attacking leaders step forward with confident steps, ready for revenge. The Alliance leader shouts, demanding the hero come out to face his fate. He threatens him with certain death as punishment for his past actions. The little girl panics from the loud voices and calls her father in fear. The hero comes out quickly to calm his daughter after hearing the noise. He tries to reassure his child, asking her to return to her comfortable room. He justifies the sounds to his daughter as just noise resulting from him cleaning the house. He apologizes to his child for this temporary annoyance to distract her attention. He makes sure to keep his child and wife away from seeing the scenes of imminent violence, ensuring she enters safely. He turns toward the intruders, calmly telling them of his hatred for loud voices. He adds with features covered in suppressed rage that he hates another matter deeply. He explains that what he loathes most is someone daring to break his door. The Alliance leader bursts out laughing mockingly at his calm warnings. The old man mocks the hero's arrogance despite the awkward situation he finds himself in. He threatens to use his iron fist to crush him completely. He expresses his intention to shatter the hero's bones entirely without mercy. He emphasizes that he will teach him a harsh lesson in respecting those higher in status than him. The hero ignores the old man's threats, considering him just trash unworthy of a reply. The accompanying merchant mocks the hero, accusing him of hiding behind his men. He repeats his threat with malice that today will be the hero's inevitable end. He brags about the old man's superhuman strength and his ability to destroy the strongest monsters. He sarcastically questions the absence of the hero's guards at this time. He gloats, believing the hero's men have fled out of fear of the confrontation. The subordinate Tiangang suddenly appears behind the hero, ready to defend his master. He steps forward with sharp and terrifying looks toward the attackers. He strongly announces that trash like them doesn't deserve his master stepping in to fight them. The old man flares up in anger at the subordinate's insult to him and looking down on his status. The subordinate looks at the old man with total coldness and clear contempt. He coldly points to the shattered door, demanding financial compensation. He demands the enemies pay 2 million coins as the value of the door they destroyed. He sarcastically asks whether they will settle the amount in cash or by card. The old man gets extremely angry at this provocative request and rushes to attack. The subordinate stands firm in his place without showing any attempt to dodge. The old man directs his powerful strike, which he brags about its massive weight, toward the subordinate. The old man's fist collides with the subordinate's body, only for the latter to return a crushing punch. That makes him spit blood. The old man falls defeated from a single blow, while the merchant collapses from the shock. He sits on the ground terrified to the point of wetting himself from extreme horror. The subordinate places his foot on top of the fallen old man to impose his full control. The old man mutters in pain and shock, concluding that his opponent uses external energy. He rejects his first idea, trying to find another explanation for the subordinate's strength. He concludes in terror that the subordinate must be a physical martial professor. The subordinate mocks the old man's claims and his attempt to classify his fighting level. He refuses to have his strength measured by such weak terms. He emphasizes that the old man knows nothing about the true ranks of power. He turns toward his master, the hero, waiting for his orders regarding the attackers. He asks his master if he wishes to get rid of them and clean the place. He points with contempt at the old man lying at his feet, waiting for permission. The hero orders his subordinate to pack up the defeated man and send him to the Regional Capitals Alliance. He directs a clear message of challenge to the alliance members. he asks his subordinate to tell the Alliance that if they do not accept this result, he concludes his message by inviting the Alliance to a direct fight if they have the nerve. The hero decides to determine the fate of the merchant Qian. He mentions to his subordinate what he heard about the intensity of this merchant's love for money. He passes a judgment to stuff the merchant's belly with coins. He aims by that for the merchant to die smelling of copper. The merchant screams, rejecting this horrific fate and begging to stop. He begs the Emperor of the Underworld, asking him for pardon and mercy. The hero receives an urgent and sudden message via the dark web. The message warns of the Zhao family mobilizing its men to move against him. He receives the news, considering that they want to escalate things. He announces his intention to respond to them and play a bigger game. The hero appears sitting in his garden, issuing an order to pass the commands of the Emperor of the Underworld. He issues a summons to the 1st Heavy Armored Division in the capital. He orders the division to move and conduct a maneuver toward the provincial capital. He sets the advance distance at 300 kilometers forward. He directs his orders to aim the cannon barrels directly toward the Zhao family mansion. The scene shifts to show the massive Zhao family mansion in the capital. The head of the Zhao family flares up in anger at the hero's nerve to challenge their mansion. He considers this action an attempt to cut the lifeline of his family. He receives a report from his servant stating the completion of the fighters' mobilization. The servant adds that there is additional support on the way. He explains that the Martial Arts Alliance has also agreed to step in on their behalf. He notes that there are concerns within the alliance. He conveys the Alliance's warning of the possibility that the opponent is truly the Emperor of the Underworld. He explains the Alliance's anxiety that their numbers are insufficient in that case. The head of the family rejects these warnings with irritation, calling them nonsense. He shouts, denying the existence of a figure with this name and status. He emphasizes that the country contains only the 4 known gods of war. He continues his total denial of the Emperor of the Underworld's existence. He decides to contact a supporting party to request help, starting the phone call with his supporter. He confirms that he is speaking with Inspector Wu. He claims to the inspector that someone is moving armed forces illegally. He claims that the hero is threatening a rebellion. He begs the inspector to move the Jiangnan province army forces. He demands suppressing this alleged rebellion immediately. The inspector is surprised by the news of illegally moving armed forces. He condemns this rebellion, considering it a challenge to authority. He promises to head there personally, accompanied by a special forces unit to step in. He confirms his quick heading toward Yun City to control the situation. The scene returns to the hero sitting peacefully to read a story to his child. He tells his daughter the story of the girl named Cinderella. The child smiles with happiness and engagement with her father's story. Massive military forces and helicopters appear, completely surrounding the hero's mansion. The inspector directs a call via loudspeaker to those inside. He announces to those in the mansion that they are surrounded from all sides. He orders everyone to drop their weapons immediately without resistance. He demands the targets come out raising their hands above their heads. He threatens to fire and kill immediately in case of non-compliance. The child notices the annoying voices outside and calls her father in anxiety. She asks in fear if those outside are the bad guys. He reassures his child with tenderness, emphasizing to her that they are not bad guys. He describes the surrounding forces as just a bunch of lost clowns. The head of the Zhao family gains strength from the presence of the forces and starts shouting and calling the hero. He shouts, demanding the hero come out to face them. He brags about the presence of Inspector Wu personally to arrest him. He challenges the hero, asking if he will continue his stubbornness. The attackers are surprised by the subordinate Tiangang coming out alone instead of the hero. He steps forward, uncaring of their army and military siege, scolding them for the annoyance. He condemns their shouting that disturbs his master while putting his child to sleep. The inspector gets angry at the subordinate's insolence and his nerve to challenge him. He proudly introduces himself as an official in the province's war department. He points his pistol toward the subordinate, accusing them of involvement in terrorism. He orders the subordinate to bring the hero out immediately to surrender himself. The subordinate smiles mockingly and in derision at the inspector's orders. He dismisses the inspector's title, considering it worthless. He downplays the inspector and his rank, which he considers very petty. He emphasizes that the inspector has no right and doesn't deserve to request his master's presence. He pulls out a mysterious metal badge to show it to the inspector. He throws the badge toward the inspector, asking him to pick it up and examine it. The badge with the terrifying symbol settles on the ground before the inspector's eyes. The inspector's features gradually change to extreme terror and panic. He stammers in shock, asking about the true identity of the subordinate. The subordinate reveals his identity as the commander of the 1st Legion in the northern region. He adds that his secret and distinguished title is the Nation Conqueror. The inspector collapses, kneeling immediately, apologizing for not knowing the arrival of the god of war. The trembling inspector admits committing a crime deserving death for insulting them. The head of the Zhao family is surprised by the inspector's submission, asking about the reason for his kneeling. He demands the inspector issue the order to fire and kill the subordinate. The inspector turns angrily and delivers a powerful, direct slap to the face of the Zhao family head. He shouts in the face of the family head, ordering him to be completely silent. He scolds the family head severely for pushing him toward his doom with this trap. The inspector rushes to kneel again, begging for mercy after realizing the gravity of the situation. The inspector receives a harsh kick from the assistant instead of accepting his apology. The assistant shouts at his forces, angry at pointing their weapons toward him. He orders his soldiers immediately to lower their rifles and stop preparing to fight. He directs his orders to the forces to withdraw and return to their camps to receive punishment. The special forces comply with the orders and begin an immediate retreat. The military forces withdraw completely from before the hero's mansion, ending the siege. The leader of the Zhao family appears in the scene, completely gripped by fear. The subordinate looks mockingly toward the panicked Zhao family leader. He reminds him sarcastically of his arrogant words that he just uttered. He condemns his delusional desire to see the master of the mansion kneel before him. He smiles deviously while the old leader's eyes widen from the intensity of fear. The terrified old man stammers, unable to speak or justify his stance. The subordinate asks him not to rush things and reassures him mockingly. He conveys his master's message, which carries an implied threat. He explains to him that since his family enjoys mobilizing forces so much, they will play a real war game with him that he has no capacity for. The subordinate hints with a devious smile that it's time to execute their plan. Signs of tension and anxiety appear clearly on the old leader's face, anticipating what will happen. He receives a phone call informing him in horror that his family is completely finished. He holds the phone with his trembling hand while listening to the disastrous news. The caller informs him in horror that countless tanks have surrounded their mansion. His face turns pale, and features of absolute despair take over him as if he lost his soul. He collapses to the ground, dropping to his knees in humiliation. The subordinate informs his master that the 1st Heavy Armored Division has successfully taken its positions, and confirms that the Zhao family mansion in the regional capital has come entirely within their line of fire. The hero appears with cold features and eyes radiating rage to give the starting signal. The old leader freezes in his place upon hearing his decisive choice. The scene displays a tight military siege with tanks around the massive Zhao family mansion. The powerful fighters hired by the family with vast amounts of money appear in a state of alertness and fear. They stand in confusion and terror, wondering about the benefit of their fighting skills before this scene. One of the old fighters realizes their complete helplessness and the failure of their strength before this brute force. He admits in shock that their high skills mean nothing before the modern military arsenal. One of the leaders of the Zhao family comes out, trying to process the imminent destruction around him. He stupidly comforts himself, imagining this terrifying scene as just a routine military exercise. A massive tank breaks through the mansion wall, smashing it brutally and without mercy. The man with glasses stares into the cannon barrel pointed at him in extreme terror. He loses consciousness after realizing that death stands directly before him. The tank commander directs a firm call via loudspeaker carrying the orders of the ruler of hell. He demands all family members without exception submit immediately. He orders them to gather in the courtyard and kneel within 3 minutes only. He threatens to level their house to the ground if one person fails to attend, and vows to wipe out 3 generations of it if 2 people fail. A state of terror and absolute despair takes over the faces of the besieged family members. The hero appears sipping tea with absolute calmness and coldness in his headquarters. He follows a live broadcast of the siege operation via his tablet. His subordinate informs him that the leader is begging to speak with him on the phone. The phone screen appears receiving a desperate distress call from him. The hero listens to the call with features devoid of any mercy. The leader admits his fatal mistake, crying and acknowledging his crushing defeat. He offers to surrender all his family's wealth and properties to the hero in exchange for pardon. He begs him to spare the life of just one person to carry the family name. The hero coldly rejects his offer, noting that money is the last thing he lacks. He angrily recalls the moment the family's sniper aimed his weapon toward them. He reminds him that targeting the forehead of his innocent wife was the point of no return. He assures him that his family's inevitable fate of destruction was sealed from that exact moment. He tells him in a harsh tone that he will not kill him now. He explains that his goal is to force him to watch the collapse of his empire alive. He continues his threat that he will make him see with his own eyes how his massive family fell, and how he led it with his stupidity and arrogance toward the abyss of fall and ruin. The field military commander receives the final execution order from his master to begin the attack. The commander shouts at the top of his voice, ordering his forces to start firing immediately. The heavy artillery begins shelling the mansion with massive power. The luxurious mansion turns in a few moments into a sea of blazing fire and ruins. The leader and his companion are dragged bound and humiliated amid tight security from the forces. The scarred subordinate steps forward with firm steps to oversee their transfer and delivery. He conveys to them his master's strict final orders regarding their tragic fate. He orders taking them to the provincial capital to kneel before the ruins of their burnt mansion, and orders setting up a memorial plaque over those ruins to be a lesson to everyone. He reveals the severe warning phrase that will be written on that plaque, which clearly states that anyone who dares to offend the Chen family will receive their strict and deadly punishment no matter how far or fortified they are. The scene shifts to a man wearing traditional clothing, calmly feeding ornamental fish in his courtyard. Another man breaks into the place panicked, calling for the leader of the Qi family to convey the news to him. The leader condemns this panic, calmly asking about the reason for this sudden chaos. The man tells him in extreme terror that a major disaster has struck and the sky has fallen on them. He emphasizes that what happened goes beyond just a normal disaster, but is total destruction. He informs him in extreme shock that the Zhao family has been completely wiped out of existence. The leader processes the name with difficulty, asking about the great Zhao family. The man explains to him that he means the influential family in the regional capital. The leader asks in wonder and disbelief about how a family of this size disappeared. The man tells him in terror that they were subjected to heavy artillery shelling that left them a thing of the past. He adds that the 1st Heavy Armored Division of the Northern Army is the one that executed the attack, and completes that the division leveled the family's properties and mansion completely to the ground. The man points in fear and terror to the scary person behind this destruction. He recalls while trembling the terrifying looks of that person that strike terror into hearts. He reminds him of the person they all united against in the past and conspired to push toward death. The leader realizes in shock that he is speaking about the only survivor of the Chen family lineage. He strongly refuses to believe this matter, considering it impossible and just an illusion. He emphasizes that their plan at that time to kill him was airtight and free of any mistakes, and adds, reassuring himself, that that person was suffering then from lethal injuries. He mentions that he fell before their eyes into the deep Kunlun abyss from which no one survives. He insists that it's impossible for him to have survived and that he died without a doubt. The panicked man opposes him, asking about the disastrous possibility if he didn't really die. He poses a terrifying idea of whether he crawled back from hell to take revenge on them all. His eyes widen in terror and shock after realizing the gravity and realism of this possibility. The leader strictly decides to take proactive measures and eliminate him immediately, even if the matter is just a doubt, to avoid doom. With a firm determination not to allow enemies to escape punishment, he issues a strict order to him to go and conduct a careful investigation into the matter. The instructions focus on the necessity of examining the little girl's blood in particular. It is suspected that if the girl is truly from the lineage of that specific person, the matter will be different. It is explained that her blood will show a unique reaction in the form of a dragon tattoo to prove her lineage. The speaker adds other important instructions that must be executed in addition to the above. He orders that an urgent notice must be sent to the inner sect of the Medicine King Valley. He hands the subordinate a special token to tell them that the imperial blood they searched for so long has been found. The message confirms that this rare magical component might have finally appeared in Yun City. Meanwhile, inside the Chen mansion, the hero appears wearing a funny apron while cooking. He prepares a fried egg with extreme care to take the shape of a love heart. His little child looks at him with eyes full of innocence and happiness while calling him Daddy. She expresses her great joy at seeing the egg made in the shape of a heart for her. The father feeds his child with extreme tenderness and gently asks her if the food pleased her. He promises her with love that he will prepare more of this delicious food for her the next day. The kitchen fills with a warm atmosphere as they exchange happy and cheerful laughs together. At the same time, the wife sits at the dining table while browsing her phone with features covered in anxiety. She reads a news report indicating that the true reason behind the sudden wipeout of the Zhao family remains unknown. She comments with emotion, noting that every human receives the reward of their actions of good or evil in the end. She adds that the sky perhaps could no longer tolerate the Zhao family's tyranny and evil actions. The hero replies calmly and confidently, explaining that the time for their reckoning has come and they were simply gotten rid of. The wife listens to his words, and relief appears on her face. The family continues their conversation in total calmness, unaware of the storm forming outside. The scene shifts to one of the loyal followers who approaches the hero to present a report to him. The subordinate asks his master with all respect to step away a bit to speak in a secret and important matter. The hero pats his child's head with tenderness before rising to accompany his subordinate. He asks him outside about the nature of this urgent matter that demands attention. He informs him of the presence of suspicious movements and unusual activities occurring in Kyoto City. He reveals that the spy named Ghost Eye, who managed to escape previously, has returned to the Chi family. He adds that the return of this spy was immediately followed by quick movements by the enemies. He explains that the Chi family immediately sent envoys to the Medicine King Valley. He notes that there is another more dangerous piece of information his master must be aware of. He explains that his men discovered a horrific matter while cleaning the ruins of the Zhao family mansion. He informs his master that they found a top-secret document belonging to a person named Zhao Wuji. He confirms that this document the enemies were unable to destroy in time before the attack. The subordinate reveals in shock that the content of this secret file directly concerns the child Nian. The hero's features change, and his eyes flare with rage upon hearing his child's name in this dark context. The subordinate explains the true and vile reason that pushed the Zhao family to kidnap her in the past. He emphasizes that the kidnapping operation was not just a settlement of scores or personal malice, as was believed. He notes that they were working for an highly influential figure to use the child in forbidden rituals, explaining that the secret file details clearly the terrifying nature of the goal they seek to achieve. The file mentions that her blood possesses highly rare and unusual characteristics. It shows that it contains a special primitive substance inherited across generations. It reveals that this substance makes her blood the perfect and unique component to manufacture the legendary 9 Transformations Golden Pill. The hero's anger reaches its peak, and his eyes glow with a terrifying devilish red color, ready for revenge. He mutters with deadly coldness, expressing his understanding of the extent of his enemy's insolence and nerve. He threatens them that as long as they dared to think of using his child as a medicinal component for their potions, he will pour his wrath on the entire Medicine King Valley and won't leave a trace of them. He swears that he will turn their alleged valley into ruins and burnt ash without any mercy. One of his fighters appears immediately, and coldly summons his elite special forces unit known as the Heavenly Demon. He issues a firm order to activate the absolute surveillance network called Eye of the Death God. He orders placing both the Medicine King Valley and the Chi family under moment-by-moment surveillance around the clock, completing military instructions in preparation for launching a counterattack that spares nothing. He issues an order to send urgent and immediate directives to the forces stationed in the northern region. The order dictates moving the terrifying execution unit, the Death Squad, to head south immediately. He sets their final destination to station and penetrate inside the borders of Yun City to settle matters. He explains that the primary mission of this squad is to provide secret and absolute protection for the child Nian. The scene then shifts to show the mysterious and isolated mountainous terrain of the Medicine King Valley. An old elder from the valley appears standing before a massive cauldron when a magical message reaches him via a paper bird. He turns the paper bird in his hand to read the content of the urgent message it carries. His eyes widen in extreme surprise after realizing the massive value of the information contained in the message. He bursts into hysterical laughter, considering that divine providence has finally stepped in to help him. His heart fills with greed, and he issues an immediate order to his followers to move toward the target. He emphasizes the necessity of accomplishing the required mission no matter the price or consequences. He directs his strict order to kidnap that child and bring her to him alive. He expresses his ecstasy that obtaining the child's blood will solve the biggest obstacle in his path. He announces with absolute confidence that his dream of completing the manufacture of the Golden Pill has now become a confirmed reality. Elsewhere, Su Yun informs her superiors that the acquisition process of the Zhao family's assets has been successfully completed. The arrogant young man named Young Master Sun listens to the report while lighting his cigarette with vanity. He boastfully announces that his group will from now on take full control of those massive assets. He directs his looks toward Miss Su Yun, who sits before him with serious and strict features. He confidently implies that the rules of the game are clear and understood by everyone in the business world. He downplays the collapse of the Zhao family, considering it just a passing piece of bad luck and nothing more. He describes what happened to the destroyed family as a sudden natural disaster that toppled them. He sarcastically claims that this pure coincidence is what allowed Su Yun's company to seize this opportunity. He questions her capabilities, trying to provoke her and downplay her professional competence. He insults her and her husband with harsh words, pointing to their difficult and miserable past. He mockingly questions whether she possesses the actual ability to manage assets estimated in billions of dollars. The laughter of the men present in the meeting rises in mockery and derision at the presence of a woman in the presidential position. One of the attendees supports his provocative words and addresses his direct and insulting speech to Su Yun. He taunts her with her past, saying that 10 years ago she was nothing but a beautiful face of no use. He uses foul words to downplay her, noting that the recovery of her face changes nothing of her reality. He continues to insult her, describing her as just a beautiful woman who was abandoned in the past. He rudely demands she step aside and summon her husband, whom he describes as trash, to negotiate instead of her. Su Yun stands with pride and strikes her hands on the table, strongly announcing that this is her own company. She tells them in a firm and decisive tone that if they do not have the intention to cooperate with respect, the negotiations are over. She bravely kicks them out of her office, ordering them to leave immediately without hesitation. The arrogant guy starts throwing blatant threats at Soo-yoon. He rudely orders her out of her own office, flexing his massive influence to try and scare her. He threatens that she and her family will end up dead on the streets tomorrow if she doesn't obey him. At this tense moment, the meeting room door suddenly swings open. Everyone is shocked to see the MC walk in carrying his little girl, who's complaining about the noise. He comforts her, pointing out that the place is just full of annoying flies. He gently tells her not to worry about what's happening around them. Then he asks his huge subordinate, Tiangang, to crush these flies. The MC walks up to his wife to ask what the problem is, and waits to see how this arrogant guy will react. Meanwhile, Soo-yoon looks on seriously, feeling confident now that her husband is here. The guy just keeps smoking coldly, acting like this is a private business meeting no one else can enter. He yells angrily, accusing the MC of bringing in an unwanted brat. The MC's eyes flare with anger and he orders his subordinate to slap the guy immediately. Tiangang executes the order, delivering a thunderous slap with insane power to his face, sending his body flying through the air from the sheer force of the sudden hit. The subordinate stands firm, ready for any further orders, while pure shock and disbelief appear on the faces of everyone else in the room. They look in absolute terror at the strength of this terrifying subordinate. The MC sits down calmly with his daughter and orders the meeting to continue. He throws out a challenging question, asking if anyone opposes his wife's words, and waits to see who dares to defy his orders, repeating his question strictly to see who refuses to submit. The slapped guy struggles to get up from the floor, declaring his refusal. He stands up angrily, defying the MC and protesting what was done to him. He screams threats, demanding to know the identity of who dared to hit him, and brags that his cousin belongs to the Martial Arts Association in the provincial capital. The MC looks at his subordinate coldly, pointing out that this guy is way too loud, and shows extreme annoyance at his loud voice. The guy collapses back to the floor after realizing the MC's anger. Tiangang steps up and grabs him like a flimsy rag doll. He lifts him in the air, warning him not to utter a single word. The guy screams in terror as the subordinate tightens his grip on him. The subordinate gets ready to throw him out just as his master ordered. The guy tries to resist and desperately looks for a way out. Then he fearfully declares his total agreement to all the terms, and instantly admits that Soo-yoon is their absolute boss. At that moment, the arrogant guy gets tossed. He crashes onto the desk right in front of them, and deadly terror takes over the rest of the businessmen in the room. The MC declares that their new group doesn't need useless people. He firmly states that he won't tolerate anyone disrespecting them, and gives them exactly 3 minutes to make their choice, clarifying that whoever wants to stay and be loyal can do so, and whoever chooses to leave must get out immediately. But he threatens that whoever opposes will pay with their life. Everyone quickly raises their hands, declaring their total submission. One of them even offers to invest 200 million right away to prove his loyalty. Their voices rise in praise of boss Soo-yoon and her decisions. They disown the guy who got thrown, claiming they always hated him. They swear they'll follow her orders to the letter from now on, and pledge to be her loyal followers no matter what she asks. The MC turns to his little girl tenderly and goes back to feeding her ice cream, smiling at her after he just finished terrifying everyone in the room. Soo-yoon asks everyone to start signing the official contracts, and seriously points out that this acquisition is only the beginning, emphasizing her ambition for future expansion and control. The MC watches the situation calmly, considering what just happened as nothing but a minor scene. He assures his wife she can easily handle these trivial matters. Soo-yoon decides to appoint the subordinate Tiangang as the head of security for her new company. The subordinate smiles shyly and scratches his head, accepting his new position. The MC receives an urgent message saying that the Medicine King Valley sect has targeted his daughter's kindergarten. His eyes flash with a dangerous glint as he realizes the real threat is closing in. He figures out that the previous situation was just a distraction by some weak bugs. He hands the little girl back to his wife, ready to face the enemies who are practically begging for death. The scene shifts to the gates of the luxurious International Star Kindergarten, where the doctors of the Medicine King Valley have set up a tent offering free checkups for the kids as a cover for their scheme. An elder from the sect is sitting there examining the kids, considering one of them to be just useless trash. He moves on to check another kid, claiming his physical build is weak, diagnosing the kid with blocked energy meridians. He hands down a harsh verdict that this kid won't live past 20, and offers him a fake cure to complete his deceptive act. Soo-yoon's luxury car pulls up right in front of the kindergarten gate. She steps out, holding her little girl's hand to walk her into school. The kid curiously asks her mom why there's a crowd at the gate. The sly elder's eyes land on the little girl, and he realizes he's found his target. The elder blocks Soo-yoon's path, trying to talk to her, asking her with fake politeness to stop for a moment. He lies straight to her face while looking at the kid, saying her face shows a sick black aura, slyly pointing out that she looks like she's infected with a malignant disease. He offers to examine the girl himself just to be sure. Soo-yun coldly rejects his offer, confirming her daughter is perfectly healthy. She tries to walk away and ignore this nosy doctor. The elder laughs maliciously, trying to persuade her his way, claiming she's wrong and that spiritual illnesses don't show up easily, insisting that regular hospitals are useless at detecting these kinds of cases. The elder decides to ignore her refusal and quickly reaches out to grab the girl by force. But right at that second, a hand wearing a black glove steps in to forcefully stop him from touching her. The old elder looks completely shocked after his hand is suddenly blocked. One of the guards from the MC's death squad steps in, ordering him to back off instantly. The old man gets furious, disgusted by the interference of this guard he calls a watchdog. He starts revealing his identity, threatening the guard for daring to block his path. He arrogantly points his finger, asking if the guy even realizes who's standing in front of him, proudly announcing that he's one of the grand elders of the almighty Medicine King Valley sect. The guard just looks at him with a deadpan expression, totally unfazed by the fancy name, coldly replying that he's never even heard of that name before. He gives the old man one last firm warning to get lost or face death. The old man angrily vows revenge, thinking these guards have chosen the path of ruin by refusing to submit. He announces his intention to grant their death wish and teach them a harsh lesson, gearing up to launch his attack on the guards and make good on his threat. He barks an order at his lackeys to jump in immediately and snatch the kid by force. A bunch of bulky fighters rush forward with their weapons drawn, answering his command. The little girl clings to her mom in absolute terror from this sudden ambush. The guard issues a strict order to his squad to protect the lady of the house and her daughter at all costs. Suddenly, the rest of the secret death squad members pop out of the shadows with their blades drawn. The squad executes a lightning-fast strike, landing lethal blows on the old man's fighters. His lackeys drop to the ground in pools of their own blood after the devastating counterattack. All the attackers are wiped out in the blink of an eye, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. The guard stands coldly in front of the stunned old man after massacring his men. He mocks him, sarcastically asking if this is the so-called power of his sect. The old man's eyes burn with insane hatred and fury after his sect is insulted and his men defeated. He rips off his clothes, revealing a terrifying poison tattoo on his chest, unleashing his trump card. He rushes at the guard using his deadly poison palm skill, totally looking down on his opponent's strength, swearing to show them the massive gap between their pathetic power and his supreme strength. He bursts into hysterical laughter, demanding they drop dead before his toxic aura. He stands in the middle of a toxic smoke cloud, flexing his lethal ability, calling his opponents nothing but pigs waiting to be slaughtered by his poison. The guard dashes toward him without a shred of fear, sarcastically asking what kind of ancient martial arts this is supposed to be. The old man is absolutely mind-blown seeing someone grab his toxic palm without taking any damage at all. He wonders in pure shock how his opponent survived this lethal poison. The MC suddenly appears and grabs the old man's hand with total coldness while the guy is still in shock. The old man panics and stammers, asking who the hell this guy is that just appeared out of nowhere. The MC introduces himself with a terrifying smile, saying he's the father of the little girl he just tried to kidnap. He adds with a threatening tone that he's the one who's going to torture him brutally, vowing to turn him into a human candle as punishment. The old man gets furious at the threat and prepares to launch a treacherous sneak attack. He shoots a hidden weapon from his sleeve, threatening the MC with death. The MC easily blocks the projectile and skillfully deflects it right back at him. The deflected projectiles pierce the old man's forehead and eyes, dealing him severe and fatal injuries. He drops to the ground screaming hysterically, clutching his blood-soaked face. He keeps wailing in pain after losing his sight from the ricochet, screaming and vowing that the Medicine King Valley sect will never forgive him for what he did. The MC praises his guard captain for his quick intervention to protect his family. He orders him to get the injured guards to treatment immediately. He issues a strict command to put the whole area on full lockdown for 10 minutes, emphasizing the need to prevent any pictures or info about what just happened from leaking to the public. The guard captain gives a crisp military salute in total submission, confirming his master's orders will be executed. The MC walks toward the collapsed old man with slow, terrifying steps. He steps ruthlessly on his face to force a confession out of him. He coldly asks him what other factions were involved in this plot besides the Chi family, waiting for his answer with a piercing gaze that leaves no room for dodging. The old man screams, begging for his life and trying to use his status as a shield. He introduces himself as part of the inner circle of the Medicine King Valley, heir to try and scare the MC. He reveals that the sect's heir is currently in the provincial capital with powerful guards. He adds that the heir is protected by a badass fighter known as the Diamond Valley Guard, warning the MC that killing him will only bring destruction upon himself, outright threatening that the MC's entire family will be wiped out if he doesn't let him live. The MC just presses his foot down harder, treating his threats like annoying noise. The old man breaks down from the intense pain and finally starts spilling the beans. He confesses through tears that the Chi family in the capital were the ones who fed them the info. Admitting they were told the little girl's blood is the perfect ingredient for the sect's rituals, he explains that the sect's heir came down specifically to kidnap the kid to break through his martial arts bottleneck. He reveals that the sect members are currently stationed over the ruins of the destroyed Zhao family mansion, adding that they've turned those ruins into their new main headquarters. The MC cracks a demonic smile after finding out the enemy's location, mocking them for choosing such a cursed place as their HQ. He kicks the old man over to his guards, handing down a cruel and humiliating sentence on him, ordering them to turn his body into something like a scarecrow to put on display as a message. He issues an order to send the old man in this pathetic state to the provincial capital, demanding his body be hung from the highest point in the Zhao family ruins as a public warning. The guard captain proceeds to carry the broken old man to execute the orders. The MC orders specific threatening words to be written on his body to strike fear into his enemies, making it clear that the message will read that this is the inevitable fate of anyone who crosses his bottom line. The old man is horrified by the brutality of the sentence and starts screaming hysterically, calling the MC the devil incarnate for how ruthless and merciless he is. He gets dragged away by the guards while still wailing in despair. The MC makes a phone call to a mysterious and highly influential figure. The other party, an old man, takes the call with deep respect and surprise. The old man asks the MC the reason behind this sudden and important call. The MC addresses the guy as Dragon Lord, highlighting his high status. He asks him to deliver a direct threat to the Chi family in the capital, telling him to ask the head of the family to start preparing their coffins for their inevitable death. The MC then shifts to talking about the Medicine King Valley sect with a tone dripping with menace, announcing his clear intention to completely wipe the sect off the map of the empire, emphasizing that he doesn't give a damn about erasing this so-called valley from existence. The Dragon Lord listens to the MC, calling him Ruler of Hell with a serious expression. He warns the MC about the danger, pointing out that the Valley sect has a massive network of allies and influence. The old man is shown on the phone with a serious face, warning about the interference of hidden sects. He anxiously asks if they should take a specific course of action. The MC sharply rebukes the other party for trying to interfere with his decisions and dictate what he should do. The guy apologizes in absolute terror, assuring him he'd never dare to overstep. He pledges in total submission to carry out the required orders right away. The scene cuts to show the total devastation left at the ruins of the Zhao family mansion. The shot reveals a mysterious young guy chilling on a white sofa right in the middle of the rubble. It's revealed that this young man is the young master of the Medicine King Valley sect, Jun Wuxi. He talks with a wicked smile about the little girl named Nian Nian, expressing his insane greed, believing the kid's blood is going to be incredibly sweet. Helicopters appear hovering in the city sky to deliver a mysterious package, announcing that this hanging black bag is a welcome gift sent directly from the Emperor of Hell. The mysterious bag is tossed heavily onto the table right in front of the arrogant young master and his men. The contents of the bag are revealed to be the mutilated body of the third Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley. The gruesome scene of the horribly tortured elder's body is shown. The young master expresses his initial shock upon seeing this horrific sight. His shock gradually turns into hysterical laughter, showing obvious signs of insanity. He stares with eyes glinting with pure evil as he processes the challenge, expressing his twisted admiration for this bloody challenge, saying this is a good thing. He confirms with a malicious grin that he really likes this development, wondering with amusement how many years it's been since he faced a situation like this, adding that ever since he was born and made a name for himself in this world, he's never seen a challenge like this, arrogantly confirming that no one has ever dared to mess with him in such an insulting way before. He declares that as long as his opponent wants to play, he'll play along, deciding he'll take the reins of this battle himself, vowing to keep this deadly game going until its inevitable end. He issues a firm order for his men to start making their move, ordering them to gather precise and comprehensive info on this guy called Chen Junlin, demanding to know all of his opponent's recent moves and activities. A hulking subordinate kneels in front of his master, ready to deliver his report. He reports that a major event is going down the very next morning, explaining that it has to do with Chen Junlin's wife, Su Yun, adding that this event will be held right in the heart of Yun City. The subordinate confirms that the wife is hosting an official launch party for her new corporate group. The young master mockingly and wickedly asks about this launch party, expressing complete satisfaction with this golden opportunity for revenge, announcing his malicious intent to turn their happy celebration into a bloody funeral, bragging that ruining happy moments is one of the things he enjoys most. He orders his subordinate to leave and start putting the plan into action, directing his men to prepare a terrifying gift fit for this party, noting that the execution will be tomorrow. savagely vowing that he'll use Su Yun's skin as an instrument, announcing his horrific intent to make a large drum out of her human skin, planning for this gruesome drum to be used during the launch party, imagining himself beating on this bloody drum in front of everyone, explaining that the goal of these brutal acts is to provoke Chen Junlin and smoke him out, vowing he'll force his opponent to kneel before him in humiliation. He finishes his threat by saying he'll make him watch helplessly as he goes after his daughter, openly stating his sick intention to drain the kid's blood drop by drop to make his magical medicine. The scene shifts to an office room where a subordinate confirms everything is going according to plan, reporting to his boss that the gift was successfully delivered to the target, adding that the other party completely lost their minds with rage after getting the gift, noting that the opponent completely obliterated the corpse that was sent to them. The MC, Chen Junlin, is shown calmly reading a book, considering his enemy's anger a good thing. He deduces from reading a parenting book that anger leads to recklessness, completing his thought that extreme rage is what drives enemies to make fatal mistakes, confirming with a hardened expression that the second his enemies slip up, he'll make his move, deciding that he'll then have all the justification he needs to completely exterminate their sect and wipe them out of existence. The scene cuts to the Grand Plaza where his wife's corporate launch party is being held. Su Yun shows intense nervousness and fear, keeping her from stepping onto the stage. The MC holds his wife's trembling hands, trying to reassure her. He advises her to ignore the crowd and just imagine them as heads of cabbage to calm her nerves. Nian innocently calls out to her dad, interrupting him, cutly mentioning that she doesn't like the taste of the cabbage her dad just brought up, adding that she'd rather eat carrots instead, which totally lightens the mood. Su Yun gives a soft smile after her husband and daughter's words successfully ease her anxiety. The MC walks out of the room with a serious face and calls for his loyal subordinate, Tiangang. The subordinate, disguised in a security guard uniform, replies, confirming his presence and readiness for orders. He points out with furious eyes that enemies have arrived bringing nothing but deadly intentions. He orders his subordinate to open the doors and welcome these enemies his own way, stressing with a terrifying smile that they shouldn't keep these unwanted guests waiting. Su Yun appears on stage, giving a thank you speech to everyone attending the launch, officially announcing the launch and establishment of her new corporate group to the crowd. The men from the Medicine King Valley sect crash the party carrying something huge and covered as a gift. The cover is ripped off to reveal a hulking man carrying a massive bronze bell as a cursed gift, which in their culture is a blatant death threat. The shockwave from the bell actually hurts the attendees, causing their ears to bleed. Panic spreads among the guests as they realize it's an assassination attempt, and they start making a run for it. Su Yun freezes in place, shocked and terrified by this sudden attack. The MC's black-clad guards suddenly pop out, standing like a human shield to protect their lady. The Emperor of Hell's Death Squad draws their weapons, ready for a full-on clash. The squad dashes at breakneck speed, one after the other, to attack the Valley Sect's men. The guard captain charges forward with a fierce and violent assault on the enemies, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the hulking guy carrying the bell. The huge man delivers a crushing blow that sends him flying through the air. He crashes down hard and violently onto the ground in immense pain from the sheer force of the hit, puking blood as he realizes his strength is nowhere near this terrifying opponent's level. The crowd is stunned after realizing the attacker is using an advanced internal energy release technique. One guy screams out, warning everyone that the huge attacker is a Grandmaster-level martial artist. The fighter lifts the massive bell, threatening to smash it right down on Su Yun's head to end her life. The young master's lackeys announce their arrival to crash the Yun group's party. They arrogantly declare that they brought a massive bell as an ominous gift. They mock the attendees, claiming this terrifying gift is a reward for the company. The giant bronze bell is violently thrown towards the stage where the wife is standing. She freezes in place, shock and terror written all over her face at this sudden attack. The loyal subordinate suddenly steps in, jumping onto the stage to protect the lady of the house. He stomps the ground so hard it creates deep cracks. He blocks the massive bell with his tough body and stops it dead in its tracks. He spits on the ground, showing absolute contempt for the attackers. Surprised, he admits his opponent has insane physical strength. He glares at his foe, wondering if he's a physical martial arts expert. He shows surprise at how easily the lackey took his devastating blow, smirking wickedly and finding this sudden challenge interesting. The two giant fighters stand face to face in a tense showdown in front of everyone. The attacker rudely belittles the subordinate, calling him nothing but a guard dog. The lackey's body erupts in a fiery, angry aura in response to this insult. He proudly reveals his true identity as a military commander of the Northern Army. He threatens the attackers, saying he specializes in wiping out fake gods like them. Two more enemy guys step up carrying a huge black coffin. The enemies realize their opponent actually belongs to the top military forces. They mock the lackey, thinking his military background explains his brute strength, and suddenly, the coffin is smashed from the inside, and the young master emerges from it. He stands firmly on the coffin with a look full of arrogance and superiority. He shoots a cold glare at the wife to terrify her. He threatens her with a wicked smile, saying she'll experience the true meaning of torture. The wife stands behind the stage, shaking with extreme fear and tension. He asks her with a demonic smile if she's ready to live a life worse than death. The crowd watches in horror and dead silence after this threat. The MC suddenly appears on the scene, carrying his little girl in his arms. He walks up with confident steps to stand face to face with the arrogant guy. The white-haired guy mockingly questions the MC's identity, pointing out his ordinary looks. He observes the MC closely, initially thinking he's just a weak guy. He scornfully notices the complete lack of internal energy in his body. He stupidly and hastily concludes that the MC is just worthless trash. The MC completely ignores him, deciding to secure his wife and kid first before starting the fight. He calls out to his wife calmly amidst all this chaos. He gently asks her to take the kid and head to the car right away. He tells her to turn the music up in the car to the max volume. He explains that he doesn't want his innocent daughter to hear the sounds of these enemies getting slaughtered. She looks at him with deep concern, realizing how dangerous the situation is. She asks him to be super careful before walking away with her daughter. The white-haired guy gets mad that the MC is ignoring him and decides to stop him from doing as he pleases. He arrogantly declares that no one gets to leave without his personal permission. He yells angrily, asking who dares to defy his orders here. He raises his hand, giving a strict order to his hidden forces to open fire. Dozens of hidden archers pop up, confirming it's a pre-planned ambush. Thousands of deadly arrows rain down all at once toward the MC. He calmly utters a single word, commanding the arrows to stop. The thick cloud of arrows suddenly freezes in midair right before hitting him. It looks like time itself completely stopped in the face of his absolute power. The giant fighter's eyes go wide with shock and horror seeing the suspended arrows. He stammers, wondering what kind of terrifying power stopped the attack. He initially thinks the MC is using an advanced internal energy shield to protect himself. He quickly drops that thought after realizing the terrifying truth. He finds out this shield is just air pressure created by the MC's pure physical strength. The MC coldly raises his hand, getting ready to return the attack to its senders. He declares with dead calm that he's returning their gift. The frozen arrows reverse direction, shooting back with immense force at the archers. All the enemy snipers drop dead in seconds, pierced by their own arrows. The white-haired guy stands there stunned and helpless, watching his forces get wiped out this easily. He finally realizes the guy standing in front of him possesses power beyond imagination. Shocked, he admits the MC is no ordinary person like he first thought. Terrified, he asks if the MC really reached the Grandmaster level. The MC looks at him with pure disdain and mockery at this question. He scoffs at the title, considering it a label for low levels and weaklings. He sarcastically asks how he dares to use such a pathetic title on him. The white-haired guy snaps in anger and orders his elite fighters to gang up and attack. He screams at his men, ordering them to tear the MC apart and kill him instantly. The 4 fighters known as the Iron Corpses of Medicine King Valley step up to execute the order. They rush at the MC, wielding their deadly weapons in a coordinated attack. Their leader promises to make him taste the agony of their sect's killing array. The MC coldly delivers just a single bare-handed strike at them. Their combo attacks instantly crumble, and their bodies go flying from the devastating blow. The last fighter completely loses his mind seeing his comrades drop like flies. He breaks down in tears, panicking and begging the MC not to kill him. The MC grabs the giant fighter by the neck and lifts him in the air one-handed. He mocks him, scornfully asking if these are the guys who claim to be earthly gods. The white-haired guy is left speechless watching his minions get crushed right in front of him. The MC mercilessly snaps the fighter's neck, ending his life in a blink. He collapses onto the coffin, totally broken and losing every ounce of his pride. He stares at the MC in horror, eyes full of fear at this ruthless monster. He screams hysterically, asking for the true identity of this terrifying being. He desperately tries to use his status as a final shield to save his life. He introduces himself as the young master of the valley, bragging that his dad is an imperial-level expert to scare the MC. The young man arrogantly announces he has a magical tool protecting him from any attack. He cockily claims no one can touch or challenge him. He keeps bragging, claiming even the gods have to bow down to him in submission. The MC just coldly says one word, commanding it to break. The defensive magic tool instantly shatters into scattered pieces before the MC's power. The arrogant young man's shoulder is hit by an unknown force piercing his defenses. He screams at the top of his lungs in pain from the brutal surprise hit. The MC lands a solid, direct kick, dropping him to the ground effortlessly. The defeated guy falls right into the black coffin he brought himself. The MC sarcastically tells him that since he loves coffins so much, he can have this one. He coldly orders him to lie down in the coffin and not come out, and he passes a final judgment that starting today, he won't ever leave it. He decides this coffin will become his permanent home. The MC tightly seals the coffin lid over the panicked young man inside. He orders his men to step up and nail the coffin shut securely. He orders the coffin to be hung on Yun City's gate as a warning. The MC orders his lackey to send a harsh warning message to the Chi family. He tells him to send the exact same warning to the Medicine King Valley sect. He directs his message to include all the enemies and cowards hiding in the dark. He challenges them all to come to Yun City if they have the guts to face him. Lightning flashes in the sky behind the MC in a scene reflecting his anger and terrifying power. The bodies of the defeated enemies are left scattered around the coffin on the battlefield. The subordinate tells his master he got an urgent, important phone call from the capital. He hands the phone to the MC to listen to the caller who calls him by his name. The frantic caller asks the MC if he lost his mind with his latest actions. He warns him that his actions are practically an open declaration of war against the entire martial arts world. The MC coldly dismisses this, asking what war they're even talking about. He belittles them, scornfully asking if they even deserve the honor of fighting him. He vows that as long as they consider themselves invincible gods in this world, he will break their egos and shatter their pride today. He swears he will challenge this very sky they hide behind, and he promises to punch a hole in this sky and bring it crashing down on their heads. The scene cuts to the lackey standing with a giant hammer in front of the coffin. He mocks the spoiled young man who's used to living in fancy mansions. He sarcastically invites him to try out this tight, dark home as his punishment. The young man shakes inside the coffin, screaming hysterically and rejecting this dark fate. He desperately tries to threaten the lackey to stop him from sealing the coffin on him. He screams his name and high status, hoping to scare him, and brags that his dad is the supreme leader of the Medicine King Valley sect. The lackey ignores all his threats and begging with a stern, merciless look. He swings the giant hammer to nail down and brutally slam the coffin shut. Annoyed by the young man's constant screaming, the lackey calls him annoying. He calls his men after sealing it tight to execute the rest of his master's orders. He orders his soldiers to carry this heavy coffin and head to its destination, directing them to hang it high on Yun City's south gate for everyone to see. The coffin is hung with a bloody sign next to it, warning anyone who crosses the line with certain death. Journalists and media gather to film this terrifying and shocking scene. The scene shifts to an angry man violently smashing a teacup to show his intense frustration. This man turns out to be the leader of the highly influential Chi family. He stares at his phone in disbelief, calling what he sees absolute madness. He reads the photo news about the coffin and concludes the MC has totally lost his mind. The news circulates the identity of the guy trapped in the coffin, confirming it's the sect's young master. The media wonders in shock what kind of terrifying entity dared to insult the sect like this. The family leader furiously throws his phone, cursing the MC for his reckless actions. He boils with rage over this blatant challenge threatening the stability of their influence. The scene cuts back to the MC calmly cooking at home while his kid watches him innocently. The wife affectionately calls her name as she approaches him in the kitchen. She hugs him from behind, expressing her deep concern about today's events. She fearfully asks if the enemies will manage to kidnap their daughter, Nian. The MC firmly reassures her while he keeps cooking, promising that will never happen. He turns to her to emphasize that no power in the world can snatch her daughter from her. He hugs her tenderly, making a solid promise to protect them no matter the cost. At the Chi family headquarters, the family spy kneels, terrified, asking what their next move is. He confirms that the Medicine King Valley sect already knows about this catastrophic insult. He expresses his fear that the sect will unleash its wrath and revenge on them. The leader firmly shuts him up, refusing to hear any more of this discouraging talk. He plays down the MC, believing that hanging a coffin won't be enough to scare him. He calls him naive for thinking these flashy tricks would work on them. The leader looks out the window confidently, pointing out that they live in a country ruled by laws. He mockingly asks if the MC's physical strength will save him from the rule of law. He admits they might be in a weak spot militarily right now, so he decides to change the rules of the game and use other dirty tactics. He issues a strict order to start executing his backup plan to frame the MC. He directs them to use all their connections and massive government influence in the province. He orders all those corrupt officials to be sent to Yun City immediately. He orders his underling to frame the MC's wife's company with organized crime charges, demanding the new company be shut down and sealed instantly based on these fake charges. He also orders the MC to be arrested and thrown in jail to tame him. He sarcastically challenges the MC, waiting to see if he dares to rebel. He scoffs, wondering if he'd dare to hang these government officials too as punishment. The underling nods in agreement, getting ready to head out and execute these malicious orders. A notification from Intel confirms the enemies fell right into the trap. They inform the MC about the arrival of a joint investigation committee sent specifically from the capital. It's revealed that the head of this committee is the general director of the Provincial Industry and Commerce Administration. The MC listens calmly to the report while peeling an apple, recognizing the official's name. He sarcastically concludes this official is nothing but a loyal lapdog for the Chi family. The MC nods, understanding the situation, while putting his earpiece in. He calmly asks about the whereabouts of his loyal subordinate Tiangang, gearing up for the next move. He issues a decisive order through the comms for his lackey to make an immediate move. With a subtle smile, he tells him it's time to get to work and crush these intruders. The MC coldly warns his opponent not to get blood on the floor, explaining that his wife can't stand the smell of blood. A bunch of official government cars pull up to the Yunnian Company headquarters. The bulky government official orders his men to surround the company and lock down the doors immediately. He issues a strict order banning anyone from entering or leaving the building. He directs his guys to confiscate all the computers and accounting books, emphasizing the need to search and seize everything, even the most useless papers, for the investigation. His men rush in quickly to storm the building and carry out these abusive orders against the company. This fat government official and his goons barge into the Yunnian Company headquarters completely full of themselves. Next thing we see, the receptionist is spitting blood after a sudden brutal assault. Turns out this official slapped her hard the exact second he walked in. The guy points his finger right at the crying girl's face, trying to terrorize and humiliate her. He screams at her angrily, calling her out for having the nerve to ask why they're here, flexing his official uniform to force her to bow down to his authority, and rudely barking at her to get the hell out of his way right now. But out of nowhere, a massive strike sends one of his men flying through the air. The official panics, screaming about who dares to assault law enforcement. He's totally shocked that such a rebellious attack would happen first thing in the morning. Then, the MC's security guard appears, coolly smoking a cigarette and playing cards, completely ignoring them, before mockingly asking if they can't read the sign that bans dogs and traitors. The official's eyes go wide with total shock from this direct insult. He snaps, throwing insults at the guard and trash-talking his low-level job, proudly revealing his identity as the regional director of industry and commerce to scare him off. He points his finger, accusing the guard of rebellion and defying official authority. He strictly orders his men to step up and cuff the guard immediately. The guard completely ignores his orders, tossing his playing cards into the air with provoking coldness. And just like that, he wipes out all the official's men, leaving them screaming in pain. One of the guys collapses, holding his completely shattered hand and screaming in pure agony. The official freezes right in his tracks, absolute terror written all over his face after seeing his men get wrecked. The panicked official stumbles back, stuttering after realizing the guard is a high-level martial artist, desperately trying to throw a final warning as the guard walks toward him, hiding behind the powerful Chi family name, hoping it'll save his skin. He claims he's got top-level official orders to stop the guard from hurting him, arrogantly pointing his finger and warning him not to dare touch him. The guard coldly fires back, making it clear that the Chi family is his main target to crush and destroy. The guard delivers a massive, direct slap straight to the official's face as punishment. The brutal slap sends him flying, crashing hard right onto the reception desk. The official lies there groaning in pain, threatening them if they ever dare to come to Yun City to stir up trouble. The guard brutally stomps his heavy boot right onto the official's face on the floor. He mocks him, telling him to bring a whole army next time instead of these weaklings. Standing tall, the guard flexes that this little fight was barely even a warm-up for him. He keeps pressing down, threatening to crush him to death if he stays disrespectful, before turning to the other terrified men, scolding them for just standing there like idiots. He sharply orders them to pick up their loser boss and drag him away, looking disgusted because they're messing up the company's clean floor, threatening to skin them alive if they don't get out of his sight right now. The terrified men quickly grab their boss and run for dear life. Cut to little Nyan eating her food all cute and innocent. The loyal subordinate kneels before our MC to deliver his secret report, respectfully letting his master know that the intruders have been dealt with and the place is squeaky clean, mentioning that the corrupt government official, Wang Di, got kicked out. He jokingly adds that the official will be eating through a feeding tube for the rest of his life as punishment, while the MC, his eyes gleaming with anger, realizes the Chi family is just using these guys to test his reaction. He closes his eyes in disgust, calling their sneaky methods totally cheap and pathetic. He smartly figures out that the real goal behind these skirmishes is just to buy more time, turning his gaze toward the bigger threat, the Medicine King Valley sect, and smirking, expecting them to make their move any second now. Suddenly, the subordinate gets tense while standing next to the little girl, reporting to his master that their surveillance network just picked up a dangerous warning signal, detecting massive, violent energy waves erupting from deep within the Medicine King Valley, a sudden energy blast that just happened and is completely unprecedented. The scene shows an energy explosion, with 3 terrifying auras bursting out of the valley's gates. 3 colored energy beams blast off at max speed, heading straight for Yun City. The MC calmly analyzes the incoming enemy's strength based on their energy waves, concluding they're at peak Grandmaster level, but he just scoffs, viewing them as nothing more than slightly oversized ants that pose zero real threat, ordering his subordinate to head over to the city gates right away to wait for these intruders. Sitting completely chill, the MC gives his final orders, telling him to deliver a savage message that they're running low on coffins, coldly ordering him to book 3 extra coffins to welcome their new guests. A terrifying warning sign gets hung up on the city gate, promising certain death to anyone who crosses it. Curious citizens crowd around the gate, eagerly filming the bizarre scene on their phones, whispering in shock that the hanging coffin actually belongs to the young master of the Valley sect. Suddenly, 3 terrifying elders from the valley emerge from the shadows in front of the gate, ordering everyone to back off. Pure horror and shock hit the citizens' faces the moment they see these elders, freezing everyone in place as they stare in panic at the imminent danger surrounding them. A creepy-looking elder with glowing red eyes steps forward, muttering dark words, expressing his absolute fury and regret over the torture their young master went through. His terrifying aura causes the citizens' phones and cameras to suddenly and violently explode. People scream in pain and panic, covering their ears while trying to escape the destructive energy wave. Some of them collapse, throwing up due to the intense pressure of his toxic energy. Amidst the chaos, the loyal subordinate steps forward with total confidence to face the 3 elders all by himself. He shows up holding a massive spiked club, mockingly calling out the one-handed elder, and keeping up the disrespect by provoking the other elder who clearly has a bad leg. He throws his final insult at the 3rd creepy-looking elder, boisterously announcing that his master sent a non-negotiable message, letting them know with a wicked grin that 3 coffins have been custom-made just for them, coldly challenging them if they'll hop into their coffins willingly or if he needs to force them. The 3 elders stand in dead silence, their faces dripping with rage and vengeance from this disrespect. One of the elders cracks a psychotic smile, offering to give them a hand with dying instead. The elder's eyes flash green, admitting that the subordinate's physical skills look impressive and worth noting, but proudly claims all that raw strength means absolutely nothing against his own techniques. He disses the subordinate's durability, calling his body as fragile as shredded paper that's easy to rip through, refusing to waste any more time chatting with them, reminding him that their young master is still hanging high up in that coffin as living proof of their weak defeat. The elder's eyes burn red with pure rage at the thought of this massive humiliation spreading, screaming in frustration about how they can protect the Valley Master's honor after this public disgrace, laying down a final order to take out this annoying subordinate first to wash away their shame. The elder points out the upcoming blood sacrifice in Yun City. The buff subordinate stands in front of the hanging coffin to keep any intruders away, promising death to anyone who crosses the line. He gets ready for the clash, letting out a massive battle cry to intimidate his opponent. He activates his inner energy, flexing his insane superhuman strength and glowing aura. He unleashes his ultimate defense technique, making his body hard as a diamond. He heavily clashes with the sect elder, who strikes with a glowing red palm blazing with energy. The 2 energies violently collide, sending a massive shockwave across the entire area. He gets pushed back and sent flying through the air from the sheer force of his opponent's strike. He realizes taking down this powerhouse on his own is going to be tough. The elder mocks his opponent, saying he started flexing way too early, arrogantly claiming that the subordinate just surviving his strike is already an achievement to be proud of. His eyes glow red as he says it's a shame his endurance has run out, declaring the battle over right here. The other 2 sect elders jump in to stand alongside their comrade for the showdown. The 3 elders take up battle stances for a combo attack, activating a complex, linked martial technique to form a formation, the magical triple talents purgatory array that traps the subordinate. The guard realizes he's fallen right into the trap and is completely pinned inside the formation. Just then, a luxury car pulls up to the battlefield, honking loudly. The MC appears, chilling behind the wheel, calling out his subordinate, annoyed at how slow he's being in taking out these enemies, scolding him that getting pushed back like this is what happens when you slack off on training, mockingly asking if he's learned his lesson and heard enough now. He keeps his cold, sharp glare fixed on his beaten subordinate, who excuses himself by saying he's up against a peak Grandmaster-level fighter, which is why he took so much damage. The elder snaps at this sudden interruption, calling the newcomer a bastard. He furiously demands to know the identity of the guy who dares to ignore them, shocked by the MC's nerve to look down on their sect and completely sideline them. The MC coldly fires back that his identity doesn't matter at all, keeping his sharp glare as he states that the most important thing is something else entirely. He explains that their only fatal mistake is blocking his path. He steps out of his car with steady paces, walking towards his subordinate. The magical array completely shatters the moment he takes a step toward it. The elder is blown away by his ultimate array collapsing so easily, totally shocked that it shattered without the MC even lifting a finger. The MC taps 2 fingers against his subordinate's forehead, releasing a concentrated blast of energy. The energy surges through the subordinate's body, and he feels an insane amount of power filling him up. One of the elders is completely dumbfounded after realizing the massive power gap, recognizing in shock that the energy given to the subordinate carries the will of the god of war. wondering in absolute terror how someone could grant such terrifying power in the blink of an eye. He starts raving, wondering what kind of monstrous, mysterious entity they are actually up against. The MC gives his subordinate a strict 2-minute deadline to finish the fight, emphasizing that he needs to stick to the clock with 0 delays, justifying his rush because he wants to get back home for a midnight snack. The subordinate stands ready to jump back into the fight, completely re-energized by his master. His body erupts with massive energy as he thanks his master for granting him this power. He charges like a wild beast at the enemies, leaving a trail of absolute destruction behind him. The elders realize how bad things just got and decide to fall back to survive, urging each other to make a quick, immediate retreat away from him. The subordinate grabs one elder's head, mockingly asking how tough it is, challenging his opponent to see if his skull is harder than the floor tiles. He slams the elder's head into the ground with insane force, shattering the tiles and kicking up a cloud of dust. The remaining 2 elders decide to team up and face the subordinate in a desperate final stand. They brace themselves to throw their final attack, despite being completely terrified. The subordinate lunges at them with crushing power and a terrifying shadow, leaving them 0 room to fight back. He blows one of the elders away, showing off his absolute dominance. He grabs the elder nicknamed the Disfigured, mocking the title, and decides to make him live up to his name by snapping his limbs. He brutally breaks the elder's legs as the old man screams in pure agony. He smiles victoriously, reporting to his master after successfully wrapping up the mission, proud to announce that he finished the fight in just 1 minute and 50 seconds, flexing that he didn't go over his time limit. The MC orders his subordinate to clear out and clean up the bodies, but the subordinate suggests that leaving the sect master all alone in that coffin seems kinda lonely and depressing, pitching the idea of hanging these 3 elders right next to him for company, and the MC nods along, saying it sounds like a solid plan. He orders 3 extra boards to get it done, praising the idea of hanging the 3 old-timers up too, jokingly agreeing that they'll make a perfect squad to play mahjong together. The defeated elder is seen lying on the ground, shaking violently, gasping out threats at the MC and accusing him of having the nerve to humiliate the sect's higher-ups. As he draws his last breath, he warns that the Valley Master won't let this disrespect slide. He declares that the day their master comes out of seclusion is right around the corner. He swears for a fact that their sect will get brutal revenge, finishing his threat by saying Yun City will definitely be washed in blood. The MC takes the threat with a mocking smirk, laughing off the whole washed in blood thing, telling the elder to pass a message to his master in his dreams, warning their master to wash his neck clean and wait for his death. He announces his plan to personally go hunt down the sect master and finish him off, ordering his men to step up and end this joke. He directs them to stuff these 3 bugs straight into the prepared coffins. The scene cuts to a phone video showing the coffins hung up on the city gate. The Chi clan leader is shown watching the clip with a dead serious face, unleashing a terrifying aura, making his subordinate spit blood from the intense pain. Rage and shock slowly crawl onto his face as he wonders who the hell has the guts to pull something like this, pointing out in utter disbelief that the targets are members of the powerful Medicine King Valley sect. He can't believe the culprit isn't afraid of provoking the entire martial arts world. The subordinate drops some crucial intel to his boss, reporting that the power used by the follower Tiangang in the attack was on par with a god of war. The Qi family head screams at his subordinate, refusing to let the MC live. He furiously snaps that there's no way they can overlook the MC's rebellious actions. He orders his car to be prepped for an immediate move to handle the situation. He announces his plan to call in a heavy hitter to intervene. He reveals his target is to eliminate the MC, Chen Junlin. He expresses absolute confidence in the powerhouse he's calling up, bragging they can easily take down 10 grandmasters. He laughs off the MC's strength, wondering if he'd even dare challenge that powerhouse. He sets tomorrow as the deadline to settle things once and for all. He swears a vendetta against the MC, vowing he will make him kneel like a dog before him. Meanwhile, the MC is shown chillaxing and smoking in a high spot, watching the city lights and taking in the situation. The subordinate reports to his master that the Qi family head secretly headed out to the Nanhai region last night. He adds that the head has already arrived at the Ye family residence over there. The MC sarcastically comments that some enemies will never learn their lesson until all their teeth are knocked out. He coldly states that these types only feel the pain after getting hit hard. He orders the immediate activation of his underworld forces, the Dark Palace, demanding a full global lockdown on everything related to the Qi family, and directing to freeze and seize all their financial assets and foreign investments. The scene shifts to show armed forces deployed right in front of the Qi family mansion. A cabinet member shows up alongside the Qi family head. The head points out that there's someone standing in their way. He tells him that this guy is their target, the MC. The other guy realizes who it is and shouts the MC's name, Chen Junlin. He arrogantly introduces himself, saying he's Ye Zhengguo. He adds that he's carrying top-level orders from the cabinet to deal with him. He tells the MC he's here to execute the conviction verdict against him. He arrogantly orders him to get down on his knees and beg for mercy. The MC completely ignores the threats, calmly reading the newspaper while his little daughter draws a picture. The little girl calls out to her dad, interrupting him. She innocently tells him that the old man outside looks super scary. The MC gently reassures his daughter, patting her head and telling her not to worry. He tells her that this guy is just a delivery man. He mockingly jokes that the guy's loud voice is just pointless noise. He asks his little girl to go sign for the package on his behalf. The MC turns to his subordinate, calling him over to handle it, ordering him to get rid of the annoyances, coldly telling him he hates loud noises and to shut the head up, giving his subordinate a sharp look, emphasizing that the head needs to kneel at the door and wait for him. The subordinate smiles confidently, obeying his master's order. Ye Zhengguo immediately orders his troops to open fire, angrily commanding his soldiers to storm the place. He accuses the MC of ignoring and disrespecting him, ordering the immediate execution of him and his followers if they put up any resistance. The subordinate steps up quickly and kicks the door hard, smashing the gate with absolute ease. He obliterates the surrounding soldiers, leaving them hitting the dirt in agony. The clan leader stands there stunned and helpless against the subordinate's terrifying strength. He realizes in horror that his opponent might be a very dangerous figure. He guesses that the subordinate is the famous martial expert known as Tiangang. Meanwhile, the subordinate expresses his annoyance at the head screaming, calling it irritating. He scolds him, saying his voice is ruining the peace for the MC's daughter while she's drawing. He threatens him, questioning how the hell he dares to raise his voice in his presence. The head mockingly asks him if he even knows who he's standing in front of. He calls him disrespectful, insulting him as just a lowly servant. He angrily orders him to open his eyes wide and look carefully. He points sharply at him, emphasizing that the man before him is no ordinary guy. He reveals the identity of the person standing right next to him as the Supreme Inspector of the Military Command. He introduces him as a figure with massive influence. The subordinate keeps flexing absolute confidence in his master's power. He states that the MC's status means he doesn't fear even the greatest celestial lords. He threatens the head that he'll have to bow down 3 times if he even thinks about entering the MC's base, demanding he submit a formal apology letter just to get in. The inspector stands surrounded by his troops in front of the base, completely taken over by rage and ego. He calls the subordinate's demands the absolute peak of arrogance and madness. He furiously orders a highly advanced weapon to be brought in to handle the situation. He directs them to use the destructive weapon, Prison God No. 1, ordering to level the place to the ground as punishment for their rebellion. The scene shows a massive, high-tech military cannon being brought to the site. Turns out this cannon is a specialized weapon designed specifically to target expert martial artists. The weapon charges up its energy, ready to blast a devastating attack. The subordinate mockingly tells the inspector that he just brought destruction upon himself with his actions. The MC is shown standing tall in front of his base's gate, facing everyone. He looks at him calmly and disapprovingly. He reminds him of something that happened 10 years ago. He points out that the inspector had come begging him in the past, reminding him that he previously came asking for help to save his son. He mockingly notes that the inspector's attitude and look were way more humble and respectful back then. The head is completely shocked after recognizing the MC's identity and remembering the past. He drops to his knees in weakness and disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. In pure terror, he asks the MC if he hadn't died in the past. The head realizes with deep regret the awful mess he just put himself into. Panicking, he screams at his troops to start firing the cannon immediately. The inspector tries to stop him and prevent him from giving the attack order, delivering a hard slap to the head to shut him up. The inspector's hit knocks the head straight to the floor unconscious, and he finally recognizes the MC's true identity. He realizes the man standing before him is his former Supreme Commander. The inspector and all his soldiers drop to one knee in pure respect and awe before the Supreme Commander, the God of War. The panicked head realizes the true identity of the MC standing before him, wondering in shock if he really is the Supreme Commander. The MC confirms to him that there's only one Supreme Commander in the entire country. His eyes widen from the shock of the revelation as he connects the dots to verify the identity of the person he surrounded, finally realizing that the young man standing tall in front of him is indeed the great Supreme Commander. The MC coldly scolds Ye Zhengguo, noting that he still remembers his military rank, asking him with suppressed rage why the hell he brought all these troops and heavy weapons. He condemns his audacity to aim his cannons to surround his personal mansion. He accuses him of crossing every red line for planning to wipe out the commander's entire family. The MC grabs the face of the broken inspector, mocking him for messing with the wrong guy, following up with a straight threat about whether his actions count as rebellion and high treason, asking in a terrifying tone if these deeds will be held against him. The inspector prostrates on the ground in pure terror, denying any treason, apologizing profusely while slamming his face on the floor, claiming total ignorance of the situation, and submissively shifting the entire blame onto the Chi family for tricking and using him. He keeps crying and begging, admitting he deserves death for his massive mistake. The MC coldly tosses a tissue onto his head, giving him a merciless look. He tells him that since he knows he deserves death, then he should just end his own life and not hope to survive. The MC firmly calls his loyal follower Tiangang to execute the order, commanding him to send official Ye to his final doom without hesitation. The terrified inspector panics, awaiting his doom in absolute horror after hearing the MC's orders. The MC turns with killer coldness to decide the fate of the Chi family head standing before him, passing a terrifying sentence to tie him to the muzzle of the destructive cannon, mocking him that dying this way perfectly suits his status. The massive follower steps up with a creepy smile, hyped to carry out his master's command. The Chi family head screams hysterically, rejecting this brutal fate and begging them to stop, desperately trying to use his status as clan leader to save himself, foolishly claiming he has an immunity medal that blocks his execution as a last-ditch effort to survive. He screams out the MC's name, Chen Junlin, blasting his decision, furiously challenging him on what right and authority gives him the power to kill him. The MC fires back with pure pride and power, asserting that his decision to kill anyone needs zero justification, explaining that as Supreme Commander, he doesn't owe explanations to people like him, giving Tiangang the signal to carry out the execution right away. The massive cannon powers up, destructive energy gathering at the muzzle getting ready to blast. A massive beam of energy shoots from the cannon, ripping right through the tied-up leader. His entire body completely vaporizes from the violent blast, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The remaining government official shakes so hard from the horrific scene he's completely paralyzed. The MC coldly turns to the panicked official after deleting the head, telling him with a creepy smile that it's his turn now to face his fate. The official collapses to his knees, rambling confessions that he deserves death for his actions, keeping up the begging for the Supreme Commander to spare him, submissively promising that he'll head straight back to the capital and never bother him again. He suggests a lighter punishment for himself, asking to be thrown into prison instead of being killed. The MC coldly questions his prison suggestion, calling it way too soft and completely unfitting for the scale of his crime. He explains to him that the Chi family is done for, completely wiped out, pointing out that this downfall will trigger massive shakeups in the region's business and political circles, ordering the official to take responsibility for settling the fallout and calming things down. He stresses that he doesn't want to hear any rumors or gossip about what went down, and the official agrees in absolute terror and submission, promising to follow his orders to the letter. The MC feeds him the official cover story to release about today's events, telling him to announce that the Chi family colluded and plotted with foreign forces, adding that they were planning a rebellion and a coup against the state, wrapping up the story by saying the Ministry of War intervened and eliminated them right on the spot. The MC calls his subordinate over again after wrapping up his arrangements, ordering him to kick the official out to end the meeting. The follower smirks wickedly, ready to carry out his master's order and throw out the annoying pests. He drops a harsh warning for the official to deliver to his family in the capital, ordering him to tell his clan leader to keep a tight leash on his obedient dogs, threatening him with clear warnings if they dare stir up any trouble next time. He states he won't hesitate to trash their ancient family mansion in the capital, dialing up the disrespect by vowing to turn their luxury estate into a public restroom. The official is terrified, submissively confirming he will deliver the message exactly as told, renewing his promise to pass the warning faithfully before tucking tail and running. The scene shows cars speeding out of the city after the showdown wraps up. The follower approaches the MC with a serious look to report new updates, confirming to his master that even though the Chi family is completely wiped out, the danger isn't fully gone and they need to watch out for any remnants. The follower adds that there's another, more dangerous threat they need to handle, pointing out that the Medicine King Valley sect has started moving for revenge, explaining that the sect has likely received the terrifying gift they sent them. The MC issues a strict military order to message the Northern Region forces, commanding the summon of 10,000 elite shadow guards to head to the city, making Yun City the staging ground for his troops, and declaring a harsh lockdown under martial law starting today. He orders a total blockade on the city where entry is allowed but leaving is completely banned, while the follower curiously asks if his master plans to turn the city into an unbreachable fortress. The MC coldly smiles, rejecting that basic description, denying he's just playing defense and emphasizing his plan is way bloodier, making it clear he intends to turn the entire city into an absolute slaughterhouse for his enemies. He threatens the martial arts world that since they wanted to start this war, he will turn the city streets into a mass grave to bury them all. He states with absolute confidence that he doesn't care how many enemies show up, vowing to bury and annihilate every single one of them no matter the numbers. The scene cuts to the country's capital, where the great-grandfather of the Ye family sits with a face full of pure horror. He issues an immediate order to lock down all the family mansion gates for 3 months. He strictly bans anyone from the family from stepping foot outside for any reason, furiously threatening to snap the legs of anyone who dares to break this rule. The family members are completely shocked by this sudden, brutal decision, wondering in utter disbelief what's going on. The scene wraps up with official Ye Jingguo appearing on TV screens, formally announcing the Qi family's involvement in high treason and their absolute elimination. A family head speaks about a man named Chen in Yun City. He angrily claims this guy is a monster, not a normal human. He describes him as a god who forces laws and rules to bend before him. He orders 4 coffins to be sent to the Medicine King Valley sect. The 4 coffins actually arrive at the Medicine God Temple Square, shocking the disciples. A desperate scene shows someone begging not to be locked up. The tragic scene continues as the victim refuses to eat anything offered to them. They give in to the pressure and forcibly agree to eat. The heir of Medicine King Valley, Junwu Shi, remembers his suffering while repeating his acceptance to eat. Absolute shock and deep grief appear on the face of a sect disciple watching this scene. The eyes of the Medicine King Valley sect leader burn with furious rage. Out of sheer rage, he lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the very foundations of the temple. He spits out the name Chen Junlin with pure hatred and menace. He screams that the MC's actions are a massive insult and cross all lines. He continues his rage, condemning the MC for killing the sect's grand elders. He's absolutely furious because the MC ruined his beloved son's future, swearing that this blood feud can never be ignored. Junbu Bai swears he's not a man if he doesn't avenge their dignity. All the sect disciples kneel, begging their leader to calm down. One of the grand elders warns that the MC might have a powerful military background. He rejects this warning and issues a definitive order for the MC's immediate annihilation. Terrifying toxic green energy explodes from the leader, killing the elder to seal his bloody decision. He mocks the idea that a military background could protect the MC from his wrath. He boasts that his ancient sect has stood tall for 300 years. He emphasizes that even the royal family has to respect and value their sect, looking down on the MC as unworthy of talking about status and influence. He raises his hand, ordering the activation and dispatch of the sacred medicine god token. He orders an urgent call to notify the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. He orders to inform the hired assassin organization, the 7 Kills Hall. He also sends a message to the Dark Yin Ghosts sect. He tells his followers to deliver a clear and direct message to all these organizations, announcing a bounty for anyone who brings Chen Junlin's head. He offers a tempting deal: free magical medicines and pills for 50 years to whoever kills him. He adds an immediate reward of 10 rare, boundary-breaking elixirs, leaving everyone shocked by the scale of this legendary, priceless bounty. He smiles slyly, pointing out the MC's weakness: his deep love for his little girl, stating that his daughter's life is what matters most to him in this world. He issues a secret order to summon the warrior known as the 5 Poisons Boy. He orders his special forces to immediately come down from the mountain to make their move. He orders them to sneak secretly into Yun City. He menacingly declares that his goal isn't just to kill the MC. He vows to force him to watch the destruction of Yun City with his own eyes. He plans to drive the MC completely insane by threatening the lives of millions in the city, deciding to sacrifice the citizens for the soul of his ruined son. The scene cuts to the MC as his subordinate approaches him while standing next to his luxury car. The subordinate informs his lord that the Medicine King Valley sect has made their move. He explains that the sect has issued a top-tier bounty and assassination order against him. He points out that all the famous assassin organizations in the martial arts world have been summoned, confirming that the 7 Kills Hall has already accepted the hit. He adds another critical piece of info about the enemy's movements. He tells the MC that the 5 Poisons Boy came down the mountain specifically for this mission. He predicts that this toxic kid's targets will be water sources and schools to poison them. The MC listens to the name with a cold expression and sharp eyes, remembering that this kid is a psycho obsessed with turning children into toxic puppets. The subordinate confirms this horrific info about the nature of this opponent. The MC is highly annoyed by the thought of this filthy entity approaching his city and family. He issues a strict order to block these enemies from entering the city at all costs. He justifies his order with lethal sarcasm, stating he doesn't want their kind polluting his city's air. He orders the deployment of the terrifying Wolf Knights unit from the Northern Army. The subordinate nods, understanding the orders and ready to execute them. He reports to his lord that the Wolf Knights have already taken positions along a 300-kilometer defensive line around the city. The MC coldly brings up the assassin organization that accepted the hit. With a sly smile, he notes that since they're just mercenaries chasing money, he will deal with them without any rules or mercy. He orders his subordinate to send a message to Commander Tiangang, setting tonight as the time to start the violent retaliation and settle scores. He coldly expresses his desire to see some fireworks, promising explosions that will light up the night sky. The The subordinate grins widely and creepily, confirming he understands his master's bloody message. He excitedly predicts that Yun City's sky will be bright and spectacular tonight thanks to the explosions. Little Nyan Nyan runs innocently toward her dad, interrupting his serious talk. The MC holds his daughter tenderly, hiding the truth by claiming he was just talking to a cleaner. He keeps reassuring his daughter and shielding her from the atmosphere of danger and death. He subtly jokes that his message was about the need to sort out the trash, meaning his enemies. He continues his hidden metaphor, pointing out that there's toxic and harmful waste to get rid of, firmly stating that the only solution for this dangerous trash is to burn it to ashes. The little girl listens to her dad while eating candy with wide, innocent eyes. She nods, confirming she understands her dad's advice about cleanliness. She innocently adds that her teacher also taught her the importance of keeping the environment clean from pollution. The scene shifts to show an assassin organization's car secretly tailing the MC through the city streets. One of the masked killers laughs mockingly while monitoring the target. The scene reveals that drones from the MC's forces have already spotted these killers. The eyes of the MC's men gleam in the dark, confirming they completely surround the city and are just waiting for the signal. The scene shifts to the assassin's secret headquarters inside Yun City, where they are gathering. One of the killers reports to their boss, confirming the intelligence on the target. They confirm that Chen Junlin is currently inside his house. They arrogantly explain that his only protection is his guard, Tiangang. The killers excitedly ask if they should launch the attack and seize the chance. The one-eyed assassin boss refuses to rush, telling them to be patient and take it easy. He justifies his stance because the Valley sect offered a crazy bounty, meaning other greedy factions chasing this prize will move soon. The 7 Kills Hall boss decides to send a bunch of fools first to scout the attack route, aiming to drain Chen Junlin's energy and wear him out. One of the followers chimes in with worry, warning him of the consequences, sharing rumors about the terrifying strength and ferocity of the guard Tiangang, reminding him that Medicine King Valley's 3 top elders fell easily before him. The boss mocks these warnings, underestimating their opponent's power, explaining that those elders messed up by choosing a direct public confrontation. He proudly reminds his men that they are professional hitmen, explaining that the core of an assassin's work relies entirely on stealth and hidden hits, listing their underhanded methods like using deadly poisons to get the job done. He adds that kidnapping is also among their effective plans. The boss issues strict orders to convey instructions and execute the plan. He directs his forces to split into groups to act simultaneously. He tasks the first group to head to the Chen mansion to set fires and create a distraction. He orders the second group to move immediately to the Yunnian group headquarters, setting their goal to kidnap Su Yun as a hostage to pressure the MC. Then, he gives precise instructions to the third group, ordering them to target the little girl's school, directing his men to plant explosives there to terrify everyone and ensure the plan's success. He sets the next morning as the official launch time for these sabotage operations, promising with a sinister smile to deliver this destruction as a grand gift to Chen Junlin. The killer's cunning laughter echoes, celebrating their vile and flawless plan. The followers praise his immense wisdom and cleverness in plotting this trap, confident that no matter how strong Chen Junlin is, he won't be able to stop them, highlighting his complete inability to protect all these scattered locations at once. Everyone enthusiastically agrees that their stealthy approach is the surest path to victory, committing to dirty play and using the vilest methods possible, vowing to torture the MC and exhaust him to death with these tactics. Their conversation is suddenly cut short by a strange thudding sound that raises suspicion. The boss cautiously and wonderingly asks who made that sudden noise. The thudding sound repeats, increasing the tension and making everyone highly suspicious. He screams angrily, demanding the intruder reveal themselves and stop playing games with them. Suddenly, a skull-masked man appears, representing one of the commanders of the MC's Dark Palace. The boss is shocked by this terrifying intruder showing up in their secret lair, furiously asking about his true identity and why he came. The masked man mocks him, replying that he's just a simple delivery guy. The boss is absolutely enraged, thinking this intruder is seeking his own doom. The masked man puts his finger on his lips, demanding complete silence, ordering them with terrifying calmness not to make a sound, and passing a direct message from his master, the Underworld Emperor, explaining that the little princess is a light sleeper and must not be disturbed by noise. Based on that, he makes a final decision on everyone's fate in the hall, coldly asking them to accept their death completely quietly without any screaming, ending with a provocative question. Do they agree to this fate? The assassins suddenly realize they've walked into a perfect trap, completely surrounded by laser beams. The panicked boss screams, ordering his men to break through the trap and run for their lives, as screams of terror echo among the killers when the surprise attack begins. Heavy gunfire erupts, ruthlessly harvesting the killers' lives. A swift and deadly battle unfolds as the MC's men wipe out the followers of the 7 Kills Hall. The one-eyed boss desperately rushes to escape amidst this total annihilation. He leaps, shattering the window glass, becoming the sole survivor of this devastating attack. He tells himself he will definitely survive as long as he gets out of this building, pinning his hopes on escaping and hiding in the crowded areas of the city for cover. But he's shocked to find massive ranks of the Northern Army's Wolf Knights waiting for him. Guard Tiangang stands there, annoyed that a single rat escaped the tight ambush. He grumbles while holding a piece of meat, complaining that this annoying situation ruined his appetite. He throws the meat bone into the air with massive power toward the fleeing boss like a deadly missile. The boss screams in absolute horror, realizing his unavoidable doom is approaching. The bone pierces his forehead with extreme accuracy, ending his life instantly. He falls dead from a single decisive blow, without any chance to strike back or resist. Tiangang wipes his mouth, coldly announcing the end of his mission and the successful elimination of the enemies. He orders his forces to start disposing of all bodies and clean up the place completely. He reminds them of their master's strict instructions on how to handle enemy remains, describing these bodies as dangerous, toxic waste that must be handled with extreme care, emphasizing that they must be completely burned to scattered ashes without a trace. A soldier lights a match, preparing to execute the burning order and purify the scene. Fire blazes intensely, consuming the killer's remains and completely erasing their trace from existence. That same night, the Wolf Knights continue to intercept and kill all forces infiltrating the city, effectively wiping out several veteran warriors belonging to various hostile sects. The expert toxic warrior from Medicine King Valley appears while trying to execute his vile mission. Just as he is preparing to spread his deadly poisons and target innocents across the city, the vigilant Wolf Knights spot him, thwarting his poisonous plan before disaster strikes, engaging him in a swift, decisive fight to prevent any potential danger. The Poison Boy is eliminated with a finishing blow, ending his threat forever. The scene returns to the MC, Chen Junlin, quietly and peacefully tucking in his sleeping daughter. His loyal subordinate approaches to give a full report on last night's operations, informing him of their overwhelming success in eliminating 372 enemy fighters, explaining that among the dead were 13 Grandmaster-level experts, plus the elimination of 47 half-Grandmaster fighters, noting the seizure of many valuable secret manuals on hidden weapons from the enemies, confirming that all these items were sealed and secured to prevent leaks. Then, the subordinate shifts to talking about casualties among their forces, sharing great news with his lord, confirming absolutely zero injuries or deaths on their side. The MC gazes at the city skyline from his balcony, wondering about any new movements from the Medicine King Valley. The subordinate replies based on precise data from the Death God's Eye surveillance network. He points out that unusual activity was detected in the forbidden area deep within Medicine King Valley, explaining that energy fluctuations there reached their absolute peak last night, revealing certain signs that the leader, Junbu Bai, is about to break out of his seclusion. The MC calmly asks how much time is left before this leader comes out to face him, and based on data, the subordinate estimates it will take at least 3 days. The subordinate estimates it will take 7 days at most for him to emerge from seclusion. The MC smiles confidently, considering the provocation he sent his opponent was big enough. The scene shows the MC cooking some eggs in a frying pan. The little girl innocently asks her dad to cook her eggs medium well. The MC lovingly grants her request, calling her a greedy little cat. While eating, the wife tells her husband that her company is signing a contract for a huge project today, apologizing that she might be late coming home. The MC reassures her that he'll pick up Nian from school, asking her to focus on her work with complete peace of mind, assuring her there's no need to worry about anything at home. The MC gives his wife a special black card, the ultimate card of the Emperor's Chamber of Commerce. He explains that this card is valid and accepted worldwide, telling her she can use it to get any resources her company might need in the future, ordering her to just swipe the card to fulfill any needs, stressing that there's no need to consult him or let him know when using it. The scene cuts to a subordinate reporting to his lord about Medicine King Valley, pointing out expectations that their opponent Junbu Bai will end his seclusion within 3 days. The MC orders his subordinate to task the Death Guard squad with setting up an ambush around the valley's perimeter, sternly emphasizing his desire to track and monitor every single enemy movement precisely. The subordinate fully obeys his master's orders, ready to execute them. The scene shows Medicine King Valley sect leader Junbu Bai still in seclusion. His eyes suddenly snap open, flashing a golden light that reflects his terrifying power. Massive energy explodes from his body, shaking the surrounding area. The leader lets out a powerful roaring cry showing he regained his strength, announcing his successful breakthrough in martial power level, confirming his arrival at the mid-stage martial emperor realm. He screams angrily, shouting the name of his enemy, Chen, vowing revenge, completing it with Junlin as pure malice fills his face. He issues a decisive order to his followers to start moving, ordering the gathering of all experts and fighters above the Grandmaster level in the valley, setting a 3-day deadline to complete preparations and mobilization, vowing that he will personally lead them to crush and level Yun City to the ground. The old subordinate moves out, agreeing and confirming the execution of his leader's orders. The scene shifts to a secret meeting of clan grand leaders discussing the events in Yun City. One asks if everyone has heard about the recent developments there. With a serious face, one attendee confirms hearing those troubling news, admitting that Chen Junlin's methods are brutal and extremely cruel, pointing out in shock how he destroyed the Qi family so easily and quickly, adding that it even reached the point of forcing a high official like Ye Zhengguo to kneel. Another elder interjects, explaining that it didn't stop there, confirming that the MC spilled the blood of hundreds of ancient martial arts experts. Considering this violent and arrogant way of handling things, acts as an open challenge and provocation to the entire martial arts world. The leader raises an important question to gather opinions, asking them about the true identity of this guy, Chen Junlin, hinting at the possibility that he might be the exact same person they faced 10 years ago, showing deep worry if this terrifying theory proves true, pointing out that their foolproof plan from the past might now be threatened with complete failure and collapse. One of the elders recalls the incident of that person falling into the deep abyss in the past, confirming he saw with his own eyes how his body was pierced by thousands of arrows, concluding that even if he miraculously survived that certain death, he should have been left completely crippled and paralyzed. Yet he marvels at the massive power the MC currently displays, believing that this overwhelming strength can only be explained by one thing, claiming that this man carries a great hidden secret, a secret capable of bringing the dead back to life, guessing it might be much deeper and more dangerous than they think. One leader inquires about their boss's intent and what he plans to do. The boss decides to hold back and monitor the situation closely for now, suggesting to let the Medicine King Valley sect test the MC's true strength, hoping Junbu Bai succeeds in eliminating him to end the problem. But he sets a backup plan in case the Valley sect fails its mission, vowing that they will step in to end it with their own hands, confirming their intent to extract the MC's secret no matter what it takes. The MC is shown looking at his phone after receiving secret updates, reading a notification about intel gathered on the movements of various hostile factions. His little girl curiously asks what he's focusing on so intently on his phone screen. He teases her, hiding the truth by pretending he's checking the weather forecast, telling her that heavy rain is likely over the next 2 days, noting that he'll have to get his umbrella ready early just in case. The little girl nods innocently, understanding her dad's words. The scene cuts to the night, where the MC calls his loyal follower Tiangang. The subordinate answers respectfully, ready to receive his master's orders. The MC issues an urgent military order to inform the Northern Wolf Knights, ordering them to set up a tight, locked siege network around the outskirts of Yun City, specifying that this siege must be fully ready in 3 days, sternly vowing to teach all invading enemies a harsh lesson, swearing to make their coming to his city a one-way ticket. The subordinate complies immediately, confirming strict execution of instructions. The MC completes his orders with extra directions to reinforce his forces, ordering the summons of the top 10 fighters from the 36 Shadow Guards, demanding they all move south toward Yun City for backup. The subordinate confirms full understanding of these strategic moves. The MC looks at the city lights, muttering the name of the Medicine King Valley sect, also mentioning the ancient martial arts alliance with a promising smile, declaring that since they are in such a hurry to meet their doom, he won't hesitate to grant their wish and send them to hell. Another subordinate appears to present a new report to his lord, informing him of data gathered from the latest Death God's Eye surveillance. The subordinate reports to his lord that Medicine King Valley has mobilized 23 experts above Grandmaster level, explaining that among them are 3 great Grandmaster fighters. He adds that 4 major factions from the ancient martial arts alliance answered the sect's call, pointing out that they sent 17 additional experts, completing his report with over 40 half-Grandmaster fighters among the enemy forces. The subordinate estimates these forces will arrive in the early hours of dawn tomorrow, expecting the first wave of scout forces to reach the outskirts of Yun City soon, setting the following evening as the expected arrival time for the rest of the forces, confirming that the enemy's main strike force will be fully deployed by then. The MC calmly asks about the force comparison and his army's size against these hordes. The subordinate confidently begins reviewing their special forces count, detailing that they have 3,000 Northern Wolf Knights, adding that an extra 500 fighters from the Special Death Squad are ready to intervene, pointing out the arrival of 12 out of 36 heavenly commanders from the Dark Palace, adding that 36 out of 72 earthly commanders have also taken their positions. Watching the city from his window, the MC issues a firm order to his subordinate, ordering the immediate removal of all forms of external siege placed around Yun City. Shocked by this bizarre order, the subordinate calls out to his lord in protest, showing signs of confusion and a total lack of understanding for this sudden retreat. The MC explains to his follower that he wants to let all enemies enter the city freely, revealing his plan to turn the entire place into a massive, closed hunting ground. The MC smiles coldly and slyly, enjoying his clever scheme, mockingly noting that the enemies think they're coming to trap and finish him off. Realizing the meaning behind the plan, the subordinate's expression shifts to deep understanding, concluding that these invaders are actually the ones who will be the prey in this trap. The scene cuts to the empty southern checkpoint of Yun City at night. A car carrying a group from the Seven Stars sect arrives, surprised by how quiet the place is. Members wonder why there's no guard presence despite reports of martial law being declared. Showing surprise at the complete absence of any checkpoints or obstacles in their path, the group leader decides to ignore it, considering it unimportant, expressing relief that this security vacuum saves them a lot of trouble. The leader interprets this situation as the MC being utterly terrified and backing down from the confrontation, simple-mindedly concluding that the target hid out of fear of the incoming hordes. The leader admits their sect isn't as strong as Medicine King Valley, but they're still influential, boasting that they form the primary strike force in the Martial Arts Alliance, pointing out that the rewards and terms offered by the Valley Master were super tempting, confirming it would have been stupid to miss this golden opportunity to bag the bounty. Suddenly, the group notices someone blocking their path in the dark. It turns out the loyal subordinate is standing firmly in front of their car, coldly smoking a cigarette. The gang members step out of their car, drawing their weapons and threatening the man with death. The mysterious follower smiles mockingly, completely unbothered by their threats, explaining to them that they've already walked right into the trap set for them, sarcastically welcoming them to Yun City, which will be their graveyard, explaining that the only rule in this city is death to invaders. Confirming that while entering was easy, getting out has become impossible. One of the MC's snipers appears, targeting a member of the enemy scout force. The target is taken out with a precise shot, ending his life instantly. Another enemy fighter runs, trying to sneak secretly into the city, but he steps into a tight ground trap that clamps ruthlessly onto his leg. The fighter falls to the ground in pain, spitting blood from his injury. Another infiltrator pops out of a manhole trying to escape like a rat, but gets hit by a fatal electric shock from another trap custom-made just for him. The MC drives his car at night while receiving a report via earpiece from his subordinate. The subordinate reports to his master that 47 infiltrators were captured last night, explaining that among the prisoners are 12 Grandmaster-level fighters, adding that the remaining 35 are half Grandmaster level, confirming that all prisoners were thrown into secret cells under an abandoned factory south of the city. The MC calmly asks about the casualties and injuries among their forces. The subordinate delivers great news, confirming 0 injuries or deaths among their men. The follower shifts to developments regarding the Medicine King Valley sect, pointing out that the sect leader noticed communications cut with his scouts, explaining that the leader became absolutely furious after realizing his men failed, revealing that he decided to change his plan and move earlier than scheduled, with the subordinate expecting the leader and his main forces to arrive tonight, confirming he will personally lead the assault on the city this time. The MC smiles with a sly expression, completely satisfied with these developments, expressing his happiness that the prey has finally fallen into his net. Before wrapping up, the subordinate adds another crucial piece of info, pointing out suspicious movements from the capital, Kyoto, explaining that the Zhuanyuan family has sent their third young master to the city, guessing the goal of this visit is to gather intel and assess the MC's strength. The next morning, the MC is shown holding his little girl's hand and walking down the street. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches someone watching him from a nearby cafe. It turns out the observer is the Zhuanyuan family's young master, Zhuanyuan Qing. The young man sits confidently, sipping his coffee while eyeing the target. The MC decides to completely ignore this stalker and keeps walking with his daughter. The scene shifts to a fleet of cars belonging to Medicine King Valley heading toward the city at sunset. Inside the car, the old follower tells his master that they've finally approached Yun City. The Valley Master mutters the MC's name, pure hatred and revenge written all over his face, blindly vowing that today will be the last day of his life. The convoy suddenly halts after a man blocking the middle of the street cuts them off. It turns out to be the skull-masked man, welcoming them on behalf of his master. The masked man stares coldly and menacingly at the stopped cars before him, delivering a direct verbal message from the ruler of hell, welcoming them to Yun City, which will be their final resting place. The convoy is shocked as dense red laser beams target their cars from every side. The Valley warriors step out of their cars cautiously, on guard to handle the situation. One commander asks in shock if they are surrounded by snipers. He shrugs off the ambush, calling it cheap tricks that are beneath their level, boasting that their high combat skills will make this trap absolutely trivial. One of the Valley warriors mocks modern firearms, calling them completely useless. Out of nowhere, he gets sniped right in the middle of his forehead. The loud bang of the bullet piercing his forehead echoes as it drops him dead. He collapses instantly, leaving his comrades completely shocked and stunned. They wonder in disbelief how a Grandmaster's protective armor got pierced, shocked that a regular bullet could break through his solid defense. The masked man appears and explains that this bullet is anything but ordinary, revealing it's made from a special armor-piercing meteoric iron. He adds that this ammo was custom-made to take down ancient martial artists just like them. The leader strictly orders his forces to get ready to move. Realizing how bad the situation is, the Valley warriors decide to split up to escape the ambush, agreeing to regroup after sneaking into the city. They scatter in different directions to distract the MC's forces. The masked man suddenly gets blindsided by an attack from the leader. Right at the climax, Guardian Tiangang steps in to block his path. The leader gets slammed to the ground by his crushing counterattack. The subordinate confronts the leader, mockingly asking if he's really the Valley Master, before delivering a threatening message from his master, the MC, telling him that trash of his level doesn't deserve mercy, and that he's way too weak for the MC to handle personally. The Valley Master snaps in anger over the insult and vows to kill him. He charges up his terrifying poison attack called the Poison Palm. A massive toxic aura shapes into a demonic palm, ready to crush everything. Tiangang faces the attack with hyped-up excitement, completely unfazed by its power. He swings his giant spiked club with insane force to block the attack. He roars, ordering the poison attack to shatter and dissipate. He delivers a devastating blow packing enough power to level a mountain. The two forces clash, triggering a massive explosion that lights up the dark night. The resulting shockwave completely flattens the surrounding area to the ground. The Valley Master is shocked by his power and his own inability to hold his ground, realizing too late that his opponent possesses power on par with the Emperor level. The subordinate scoffs at the Emperor level title, calling it utter garbage, and reveals that his master only gave him a tiny fraction of his energy. He emphasizes that this small amount of energy was more than enough to break past his limits. The Valley Master is terrified by the thought that this overwhelming power is just a small gift from the MC. Tiangang seizes the moment while his opponent is dazed to launch a surprise attack. He lands a heavy, sudden blow that sends the Valley Master flying to the ground. He stomps his foot onto his fallen enemy, mocking his pathetic weakness and laughing off the Valley Master title as just an empty name with no real power. The scene cuts to the city's east gate as another group of warriors arrives, only for a man holding a hand fan to calmly block their path, welcoming the invaders with a provocative smile and mockingly suggesting they stay for tea instead of running away. One of the warriors snaps and attacks him with a blazing fireball. The man uses his fan to whip up a powerful windstorm to block the attack. The wind blasts the attacker, blowing him far away with massive force. The shocked warrior wonders what kind of bizarre martial art this is. He introduces himself as Tianji, one of the heavenly commanders of the Dark Palace, and scoffs at his opponent's question about martial arts with a smirk, calmly explaining that what he used isn't a traditional martial art at all. He blows their minds by revealing that this power relies entirely on the laws of science and physics, coldly explaining that his attack is based on fluid mechanics and aerodynamics, while mockingly pitting the ignorance of these ancient martial artists. He describes their minds as hard as stone and stuck on outdated methods, driving the warriors wild with rage over his mockery and disrespect. He coldly adjusts his glasses, tells them to get ready to die, and launches a swift, lethal attack that wipes out his enemies. He stands alone amidst the scattered corpses of the warriors around him. He whispers to himself, agreeing with his master's take, calling these invaders cheap, weak trash, and contemptuously concluding that the entire martial arts world is no longer a threat. Cutting to the west gate, one of the MC's men is chasing a fleeing warrior, mockingly telling his opponent not to run because the game is just getting started. The fleeing warrior looks back in sheer terror at his pursuer, calling him a monster, and finishes his sentence in total despair, realizing he's facing an unbeatable entity. A girl hanging from a tree shows up, introducing herself as Decoy, and gets pissed off for being called a monster. She launches a bloody, lightning-fast attack that finishes off the panicked warrior. She lands on the ground with a sly laugh, pointing out that there are 6 targets left. The scene shifts to the north gate, where a massive fighter standing with high-tech weapons appears. He aims his weapons at incoming targets. One of the large enemy warriors gets sniped cleanly by the advanced weapon. His companion panics, wondering what kind of deadly, unseen weapon this is. The cyborg fighter introduces himself as Zuiming from the Special Death Squad, unleashing a barrage of heavy, destructive gunfire at his enemies. The warrior drops dead on the spot after taking a direct hit from the hail of bullets. With complete robotic precision, he announces that the north gate has been completely cleared of enemies. He stands tall in front of the gate after successfully completing his mission. Inside a skyscraper, a henchman reports to his master, Xuanyuan Qing, that things are going sideways. He explains that the Valley Forces and the Martial Arts Alliance ran into trouble, confirming that all contact with them went completely dead the moment they entered the city, while noting that their hidden spies have vanished too. He stresses that their entire intel network in Yun City has been completely wiped out. The young master smiles mischievously, finding this twist interesting, and concludes that the MC, Qin Junlin, is definitely no ordinary guy. He notes that he's proven to be an entertaining opponent and way stronger than expected. The subordinate hesitantly asks if they should intervene, but the master refuses, ordering him to keep watching carefully, eager to see more of the MC's tricks and power in future clashes. Meanwhile, the MC is at home chilling with his daughter, as his wife tenderly calls out to him. His wife anxiously asks if something is going on outside, mentioning she heard news about several roads in the city being blocked tonight. The MC calmly reassures her, saying there's absolutely nothing to worry about. He coldly explains that it's just some annoying trash being cleaned up, promising her everything will be fine by tomorrow morning. He assures her the city will be completely clean of those scumbags, just before getting a phone call from one of his subordinates to report on the battle's progress. The subordinate starts the call with a respectful greeting, reporting that they've successfully captured Jun Bubai and are currently moving him to the prison in the south of the city, adding that over half of the ancient warriors are dead or severely injured. He confirms all remaining enemies have been captured, and the MC briefly expresses his complete satisfaction, wrapping up the call fully aware of the situation. The captured leader is shown tied up, spitting Qin Junlin's name with pure hatred and screaming that he'll destroy him for revenge. Guardian Tiangang mocks him, pointing out he can't even beat him, let alone the MC, laughing at his delusional dreams of taking down his master. The captured leader explodes with rage at the guards, swearing they'll deeply regret this, reminding them of his influential Medicine King Valley sect, and threatening that his sect still has an unused trump card. The guard laughs off the threat, mockingly asking what this trump card is and sarcastically questioning if he means that hidden person, deducing with a smirk that he's talking about the sect's Grand Elder. Total shock covers the captured leader's face now that his secret is blown. He wonders in disbelief how they could possibly know this major secret. The guard shuts him down, calling it nonsense, and doubles down on the mockery, claiming they know every little detail about the Valley sect. He explains that all their secrets are crystal clear to his master, ordering him to shut up and behave in his cell. He tells him to wait until his master is free, adding that he'll come personally to deal with him soon. The captured leader screams in pure rage and frustration. Despair hits the rest of the captured warriors from various factions, thinking it's game over and realizing the Medicine King Valley sect is totally done for and destroyed. Terrified, the prisoners wonder who this Qin Junlin guy really is, completely gripped by fear over what kind of beast they're dealing with. Their chatter is cut short as a mysterious shadow enters the cell. It turns out to be the MC himself, coming face to face with the prisoners. The MC addresses the crowd, mockingly welcoming them to his city, which has now become their prison. He announces he's going to make something very clear, promising to teach them an undeniable lesson. He coldly points out that there are certain people in this world. He explains that these people should never be messed with or provoked, adding that the price for doing so will undoubtedly be their lives and souls. The prisoners sit behind bars, completely terrified and dumbfounded. The MC is accompanied by his loyal followers as he tours the prison. They give their master a detailed update on last night's events, explaining the showdown with the 4 sect leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance, confirming that 3 were killed while 1 managed to escape. The MC calmly asks about the identity of the runner. The subordinate reveals it's the leader of the 7 Stars sect, Ling Xiaozi, explaining that he relies on swift wind techniques and that his insane speed was the reason he survived. He adds that he managed to break through the blockade at the North Gate, and admits their forces couldn't catch up to him in time. The scene shows the warrior speeding away in the dead of night. The subordinate apologizes for the escape, but the MC coldly smiles, saying it actually plays right into their hands. He explains that someone needs to stay alive to deliver the news of their defeat, noting that those old geezers in the martial arts world need a warning to realize Yun City is now a forbidden zone for them. The followers praise their master's wisdom and foresight in this plan. The captured leader screams the MC's name in rage once again, warning him that he'll regret everything he did to them, reminding him of their Grand Elder and threatening that the MC's death is a done deal, just a matter of time. The MC laughs off the threat, mockingly asking about this Grand Elder and if he means that old guy named Jun Wudao. The captured leader is shocked yet again that the MC knows this name, wondering in terror how he uncovered their secret elder's name. The MC calmly answers while flipping through some sect documents, pointing out the sect's 300-year history, acknowledging they have a deep, solid foundation in the martial arts world. He explains that if he hadn't thoroughly studied all their secrets and details, he would have never allowed them to enter his city and walk into his trap so easily. The MC glares sharply at the captured leader, announcing the start of the interrogation. He coldly gives him only 2 options, starting with the first one, voluntary cooperation, demanding he reveal the real reason behind his Grand Elder's seclusion and the exact time he'll come out. He then threatens him with option 2 if he refuses to talk, pulling out a medical needle and threatening to use the terrifying life-snatching needle technique, promising a painful torture that lasts for 3 days and nights straight, assuring him that this agony will force him to spill all his secrets anyway. as the MC waits for the captured leader's response, who is shaking in pure terror from the threat. In the interrogation room, the prisoner cracks and confesses he's ready to tell everything. He explains that the Grand Elder went into seclusion 30 years ago because he was busy refining a divine pill known as the 9 Transformations Life-Renewing Pill. He adds that making it requires 9 types of ultra-rare medical herbs. He mentions that a very special medical catalyst is also needed to complete it. He stresses again how critical this special medical catalyst is for the process to succeed. He reveals that this required catalyst is none other than Emperor's blood, explaining that because his life was coming to an end back then, he desperately needed this pill to extend his lifespan. He points out that finding Emperor's blood was insanely difficult. He explains that the Elder had no choice but to go into temporary seclusion, adding that he used a secret method to hang on to his last breath of life. He notes this situation went on for 30 years, confirming that Medicine King Valley spent that whole time searching for the location of the Emperor's blood. Their search continued until a new development happened, which was linked to the MC's daughter. He reveals that a sample of the girl's blood was sent into the valley, making the MC realize the reason behind their sudden interest in her. He furiously realizes that they kidnapped his daughter for this exact purpose. He angrily asks if they plan to use her blood to save that immortal old man, and the prisoner submissively confirms the MC's deduction. He adds that based on the current timeline, the Elder is expected to have 5 days left at most. He notes that after this period, he will definitely emerge from his seclusion, pointing out that things will take a dangerous turn by then, confirming the Elder will come personally to Yun City with the sole goal of draining the girl's blood himself. The MC repeats the 5-day deadline with a menacing look, letting out low chuckles full of killing intent. He sharply cuts off the prisoner, ending his talk, as a subordinate steps in asking for clear orders, leading the MC to call over his follower, Tiangang, for a new mission. He orders him to take the Special Death Squad and move out immediately, directing him to go set up ambushes around Medicine King Valley right now. Planning to wait for the exact moment that old man breaks seclusion, he issues a decisive order to kill the Elder on the spot the moment he shows his face. The subordinate expresses his complete understanding of the orders, ready to execute them. The panicked prisoner interrupts them, begging them to hold on, completely shocked and calling them insane for making this decision. He warns them that the Grand Elder has reached the peak of the Emperor level, adding that he's basically close to reaching the Divine level, mockingly asking if they're sending their men on a suicide mission. The MC repeats the words, Divine level, with total scorn, confidently declaring that if he wants someone gone, that person will absolutely die, even if they're an actual god. Another subordinate steps in to ask his master, wondering anxiously if it's wise to send Tiangang alone to face Jun Wudao, reminding his master that the opponent stands at the peak of the Emperor level, warning that this kind of power is nothing to joke about. The MC reassures his subordinate, telling him not to worry, noting that Tiangang's current power level is more than enough to handle a half-dead old man. He confirms his followers' abilities are way beyond what's needed for the job, adding that he gave him a little something extra to guarantee victory. The scene shows Elder Jun Wudao hoping to refine the life-renewing pill to end his seclusion. He hopes the pill won't just extend his life for another century, but also let him break through his limits and reach the divine level. The Elder says the MC's name, Qin Junlin, with deep focus, plotting how to get the girl with the Emperor's blood, determined to take her no matter what. Suddenly he snaps out of it, wondering who the intruder approaching him is. Provocative laughter breaks the silence of the area. Tiangang arrives at the exact coordinates and addresses the Elder, telling him his master sent a special message just for him. Annoyed, the Elder demands to know what the message says. Giving a sharp glare before delivering his master's words, he passes on the direct threat of total destruction. The Elder unleashes his terrifying aura, radiating the peak of the Emperor level. He mocks the follower, asking if he really thinks he can stand against him. He scolds the youth, calling him ignorant and arrogant, declaring that since the follower walked straight into his own death, he'll turn him into fuel for refining his medical pills. The Elder attacks using purple energy shaped like a dragon. The follower simply snaps his fingers calmly to counter the attack, releasing a counter energy that easily dissolves the Elder's attack. Stunned, the Elder wonders if this is the power of a god of war, realizing with shock that his opponent has also reached the Emperor level. The follower repeats the words, Emperor level, with a challenging tone, looking at the old man confidently, telling him his intel is totally outdated, sharing his master's take on the Emperor level, explaining that in his master's eyes, this so-called level is nothing more than a slightly bigger ant. The follower launches his own attack with confident laughs. The Elder activates a body protection technique based on thousands of poisons. The follower roars, attacking with all his might to break through the enemy's defense. His spiked club slams right into the Elder's poison shield. The blast sends the Elder flying, smashing him hard into the wall. The follower stands victorious, smiling proudly. The follower mocks his opponent's attack, asking if that's all he's got, laughing at the Elder's claim of reaching the peak of the Emperor level. The old elder shows pure shock and disbelief at what's happening, mourning the poisoned shield he spent 300 years training for, completely stunned that it shattered in just one hit. He scoffs at the 300 years the elder spent training, continuing his mockery over those wasted long years and describing the elder's long life as completely useless and gone down the drain. He explains that his master only gave him a tiny bit of his passing energy, confirming that this small power is enough to crush a washed-up old man like him. The elder burns with so much rage he literally loses his words from the sheer disrespect. He decides to use the forbidden soul, blood, and bone-devouring technique. The follower gets annoyed by the elder pulling the same old trick, looking down at the Medicine King Valley members and mockingly asking if they don't have any new fighting styles. He lets out a powerful, destructive roar to block the attack. The roar keeps tearing through the elder's attack, completely vaporizing it. The broken elder asks in terror what kind of bizarre martial art this is, but the follower scoffs at calling it a martial art, coldly explaining that it's nothing of the sort. He reveals it's just a simple sound technique his master taught him. The elder chokes on his own blood from pure fury and frustration. The follower calls out to the broken old man with a cold, sarcastic tone, asking if he has any last words before dying. As he takes his last breaths, the elder barely manages to say, "Emperor's blood," claiming this blood is coveted by the entire ancient martial arts world, throwing one final warning about the consequences and claiming they'll never be able to protect the girl. The follower completely laughs off the elder's claim about their inability to protect her. He crushes the old man under his foot, ending his life completely without mercy. Backups from the Dark Palace arrive at the battlefield. The masked man walks with steady steps deep into the cave to check it out. He orders his forces to clean up the entire place and hide the bodies, commanding them to burn down the whole area to erase any remaining trace. The Dark Palace men start gathering the corpses and meticulously cleaning the site. One of the subordinates lights a match, getting ready to burn the cave down. The site blows up, engulfed in raging flames that completely level it to the ground. The fire destroys the sign of the elder's poison den, putting a final end to his legend. The MC, Chin Junlin, appears looking completely chill as he leans against his luxury car. Little Nyanian runs toward her dad with pure joy. The MC sweetly asks his daughter if she enjoyed school today, and she replies with a huge smile, confirming she had a blast. She innocently tells her dad that the teacher taught them how to draw, showing off her drawing that includes her dad, her mom, and herself. The MC praises his daughter's drawing with tons of love and affection, promising to frame it and hang it up at home to honor her. The little girl asks with excitement and disbelief if he's actually serious. Patting her head with a smile, the MC assures her it's completely real, making the little girl beam with happiness from her dad's encouragement and attention. The MC pours some milk for his daughter to refresh her after her school day. The third young master watches the scene from his car, finding it highly interesting, continuing to admire this wild contrast with enjoyment and suspicion, noting that this same gentle man literally bathed the martial arts world in blood just last night. He is amazed by him showing up today as a loving dad calmly picking up his daughter from school, seeing this extreme personality split as deeply confusing and suspicious, admitting that it makes it hard to understand the MC's true nature and intentions. The subordinate calls out to get the young master's attention and ask for orders, questioning if they should keep tracking the MC. The young master rejects the idea of keeping tabs on him, deciding to pull back instead. He orders his henchmen to get ready to move out immediately, announcing his decision to head back to the capital city, Kyoto, tonight. The MC coldly notes that he was being watched the entire time without showing it. The scene shows the MC's phone buzzing with a new notification while he's eating dinner with his family. The message states that Xuan Yuanqing has left Yun City and headed back to the capital. The little girl curiously asks her dad what he's reading so intently on his phone. The MC denies anything important is going on to hide the truth and protect her innocence, telling his kid he was just checking tomorrow's weather forecast as a cover-up. The girl smiles, wishing for beautiful sunny weather tomorrow, and the MC promises to take her to the amusement park to have some fun and play. Both the wife and daughter cheer up from this sweet promise that brings them total happiness. The third young master quickly arrives at the Zhuanyuan family mansion. He respectfully greets his father, the family head, right upon arrival. The father welcomes his son back from Yun City, asking for news and curiously inquiring about the actual situation and updates there. He confirms the situation there is way more dangerous and complicated than they thought back in the capital, informing his dad that the Medicine King Valley sect has been completely wiped out, revealing that the valley leader, Jun Bubai, was utterly defeated and captured, adding that the valley's grand elder, Jun Wudao, has been killed too, before shifting to talk about the 4 major sects of the ancient martial arts alliance. He confirms that 3 of these sect leaders were dropped dead in Yun City, explaining that leader Ling Xiaozi from the 7 Stars sect was the only one who managed to survive and escape, pointing out that all this total destruction went down in just a single night, explaining the fate of all those ancient martial artists who entered the city with confidence, confirming that the number of dead and injured tragically surpassed 200 people. The father shows absolute shock, struggling to believe the insane power Qin Junlin wields, asking in disbelief if the MC's power has truly reached such a terrifying level. He explains that the danger isn't just limited to the MC's personal strength, emphasizing that the scariest part is the overwhelming power his loyal followers possess, giving a live example of that powerhouse subordinate named Tiangang. He wraps up his report by confirming that this subordinate managed all by himself to take down a peak emperor-level warrior like Jun Wudao. The young guy briefs his boss on the details of the forces that include the Death Squad. He points out that there are 36 heavenly commanders from the Dark Palace. He adds to his report the presence of 72 earthly commanders, and confirms that every single one of these fighters is considered the elite of the elite. The old man seriously asks if he's sure this is the same person from 10 years ago. The young guy answers, confirming he's over 80% sure. He pulls out a photo he took in front of the kindergarten as proof of his words, and asks the old man to look closely at the features of the MC's daughter. He confirms that her features perfectly match those of the Chen family from the past. He worriedly points out that the events of the past are over and done with, and notes that the real problem facing them right now lies elsewhere. He wonders in confusion about the best move they should make now. He mentions that the MC's current power has become a huge obstacle, and stresses that it's no longer easy for them to just face or handle him simply. The old man decides to wait and not touch the MC for the time being. He suggests leaving the task of testing and provoking him to the other families. He reasons that if he really is the same person from the past, then the great secret he carries within him is totally worth them waiting and watching patiently for. The young guy nods, understanding the old man's decision and his wisdom in handling the situation. The old man lets out a soft sigh as if thinking of something else. He catches himself to ask about a completely different matter. He asks if there's any news or movements from the Hall of Immortality. The young guy denies any messages or news from their side, but he reveals their intense and noticeable interest in Chen Junlin's daughter's blood, and explains that they consider her blood the precious prize they've been searching for all this time. The old man repeats the name Hall of Immortality, with a serious look reflecting the danger of the situation. He mockingly wonders if those lunatics have finally run out of patience. He decides to let them move freely to carry out their goals, considering them the perfect tool to test the limits of Chen Junlin's patience and power. The young guy confirms his agreement with this decision and the cunning plan. The scene shows the old man watching the situation from the shadows. He mumbles Chen Junlin's name with intense focus. He decides that regardless of whether he's the same person from the past or not, he confidently asserts that the MC will never escape his grasp. The MC wonders if Xuanyuan Qing really returned to the capital. The subordinate confirms over the phone that this news is true, and adds that he just received a new update. The message indicates that the young guy has entered the Xuanyuan family mansion, and reveals that he held a secret 1-hour meeting with Xuanyuan Bojin. The MC expresses his complete satisfaction and reacts positively to these developments, and confirms that the bait was successfully cast, just as expected, and points out that the next step is waiting for the big prey to swallow the bait. The subordinate calls his master over the phone to tell him more, and informs him that there is another crucial matter he needs to know. The subordinate reveals they intercepted a secret message on the dark web, and explains that there is a highly secret organization moving in the shadows. This organization seeks to gather information about Miss Nyan Nyan's blood, and confirms that it operates with extreme secrecy and stealth, noting that they spent a long time searching and investigating it, and acknowledges that their efforts only led to discovering a single codename. The subordinate reveals that this organization's codename is the Hall of Immortality. The MC orders his subordinate to keep investigating to uncover more details, and adds another directive just as important as the last. He orders maximum security tightening around his little girl, Nian, and issues a firm order to instantly kill anyone suspicious who approaches her. The subordinate confirms his full understanding of the orders and his readiness to execute them. The MC considers facing the Medicine King Valley just a simple beginning, and stresses that the next enemy they face will be far more terrifying and dangerous. He firmly adds that he doesn't fear these challenges, and declares that for the sake of protecting his family, he's fully prepared to turn the whole world against him and stand against everyone. In another scene, the Valley Master, who is still being tortured, screams Chen Junlin's name, and threatens the MC with intense anger that he will eliminate him for revenge. The subordinate approaches with confident steps, mocking the prisoner's screams. He mockingly wonders how the prisoner is still alive until now, and scoffs at the prisoner's stubborn vitality and weird endurance. The prisoner addresses the guards with a tone full of hatred and threats, warning them that they will deeply regret what they did to him, and threatens them that the Hall of Immortality won't forgive them or leave them in peace. The guard repeats the name Hall of Immortality with obvious disdain, and mockingly asks what this thing called the Hall of Immortality even is. The prisoner laughs maliciously, asking if they think Medicine King Valley is just some ordinary sect, and reveals to them that their real backer and the force standing behind them is the mysterious and powerful Hall of Immortality, and stresses that this hall is the absolute and actual ruler of the ancient martial arts world, and explains that as long as they know about the precious Emperor's blood, things will take a decisive, irreversible turn, and threatens them that their end is near and death is their fate. The guard ignores his threats, calling it the same broken, repeated record, and boredly asks if he has anything new and different to say. The guard decides to tell him some good news, in his sarcastic words. He grabs the prisoner and tells him that the great elder of Medicine King Valley has already been wiped out and finished by his own hands, and adds that after this event, the entire Medicine King Valley has nothing left but this prisoner, a lone leader with no soldiers or followers. The prisoner refuses to believe this shocking, horrifying news, and screams that this is absolutely impossible and can't happen, reasoning that the great elder had reached the peak of the martial emperor level, and wonders in bewilderment how a mere subordinate could take down someone that powerful. The subordinate conveys his master's message to the captive that they kept him alive for a specific purpose. He tells him that the purpose of keeping him alive is to make him a witness, and explains to him that his master wants him to see with his own eyes what will happen, noting that the goal is to see the fate of the so-called Hall of Immortality. He vows to make him witness how this alleged palace is annihilated. The scene shifts to the headquarters of Jiangnan Yunnian Group, where President Su is called. The secretary informs her boss that the other party's representative has arrived in the meeting room. She agrees and confirms she'll head to the meeting room immediately. Formal greetings are exchanged between President Su and President Li inside the meeting room. Li expresses his great honor and excitement to finally meet the president after a long time. She humbly replies that he's exaggerating his compliments. So Li invites the president to sit down to start their conversation, and addresses her to prepare to bring up his topic. He asks permission to ask a seemingly intrusive question, and starts testing the waters, hinting at what he heard about her husband. He directly mentions that her husband is Mr. Chen from Yun City. Surprised, the president asks if there's any problem with that. Li denies any issue regarding her husband, justifying his question as mere personal curiosity. He mentions that Yun City has seen a lot of major events lately, and explains that Mr. Chen's name is being heavily talked about among them, stressing that his reputation has become widespread and famous in business circles. He praises him for marrying a beautiful woman like the president, concluding he's truly lucky. The president calls him out to steer the conversation, seriously suggesting they focus on discussing business cooperation and politely asking him not to stress himself over her personal matters. Stammering, Li agrees to her request, trying to salvage the situation, and apologizes, admitting his question was sudden and inappropriate. He calls her name again, probably to resume their business discussion. The secretary in the president's office notices something fishy about Li, expressing her suspicions that his words carried hidden meanings. The president reassures her secretary despite internally feeling something is wrong, explaining that testing the waters is common in the business world and accepts this practical reality. She tells herself she refuses to always depend on her husband's protection. The secretary suddenly bursts into the office, calling her boss in a panic, informing her that something terrible happened. Anxious, the president asks what kind of problem just occurred. The secretary points out the contract just signed with the other party, revealing they suddenly backed out, using the excuse of finding issues with the company's qualifications, adding they demand immediate termination and are threatening to sue for breach of contract if she doesn't comply. The president denounces this claim, realizing the whole thing is a setup, and defends her company, stressing their qualifications undergo strict reviews and wondering how there could possibly be any issue. The secretary continues relaying the other party's conditions to resolve the crisis, telling her boss they demand a private meeting with her for a settlement, hinting the problem can be fixed, and claiming there's room to negotiate and backtrack. The president catches on to the cunning game being played against her. A strange man enters her office without warning, so she firmly demands to know who this intruder is. The man introduces himself as Zhao Kun, vice chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and reiterating his high position there. The vice chairman brings up the cancelled contract, arrogantly admitting he was the one who ordered Li to back out. Furious, the president asks what his true intention behind this move is. Zhao Kun denies any complex motives, claiming he just wanted to give her a warning. He downplays Mr. Chen's power no matter how great it might be, describing her husband as just a locally influential figure in Yun City, pointing out that things are completely different in Jiangnan and emphasizing the need to submit to local rules and regulations. The president challenges the vice chairman to clarify the rules he's imposing. Zhao Kun shamelessly demands 30% of the company's shares for free, adding a greedy demand for an extra 20% of annual profits, explaining, these demands are payment for his services, promising to guarantee that the Yunnian Group's business runs smoothly in Jiangnan as a form of blackmail. Defiantly, the president asks about the consequences if she rejects these unfair terms. Zhao Kun scoffs, mocking her refusal, and threatens to lift his protection and guarantees from her company, hinting that Yunyan Group's survival in Jiangnan will be endangered. Doubting the company's ability to endure and stay in the market without his approval, the president flatly and directly rejects his offers and threats. Zhao Kun receives her rejection coldly with apparent acceptance, doubling down on his stance with a defiant and threatening tone, then calls her out to give his final ultimatum, giving her only a 3-day deadline to rethink her decision. The president breaks down from intense stress after the blackmailer leaves, and becomes determined to resolve this major crisis on her own. The scene shifts to the kindergarten where the little girl welcomes her father, Chen Junlin, with a smile. The MC affectionately asks his daughter if she had a happy day. She innocently answers, confirming she had a super happy day. The MC gets a phone call from his subordinate, who addresses him as Palace Master. The subordinate reports to his master that his wife ran into some trouble in Jiangnan, explaining that the culprit is Zhao Kun from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The MC strictly orders his subordinate to conduct a thorough and deep background check on this guy named Zhao Kun. The MC asks his subordinate over the phone to provide a report within 10 minutes. The other side agrees to execute the order immediately. The MC is shown staring intently at his phone while sitting in his car, reading confidential info regarding Zhao Kun, vice chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Confirming his position as the vice chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, it becomes clear to him that this man hides behind a business facade, discovering that his secret reality is completely different from how he appears. He realizes that Zhao Kun is actually an external member of the Hall of Immortality organization. His eyes flash with intense anger upon reading the name Hall of Immortality. He fumes with rage at their audacity to challenge and provoke him. He orders his subordinate to contact the chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce named Zhou Tianming. The subordinate respectfully replies, calling him Palace Master. He tells his master that the former chairman retired 3 years ago, explaining that the current chairman of the Chamber of Commerce is his son, Zhou Feng. He repeats the current chairman's name with a serious and firm look, issuing an order to his subordinate to conduct a thorough and precise background check on this person. The subordinate reads a message indicating something fishy is behind these events. He assures his master that he has already done the necessary investigation, showing that the current chairman has no direct connection to the Hall of Immortality. He adds, explaining that Zhao Kun is the chairman's right-hand man and his most trusted person. The MC orders his subordinate to start prepping for the next step, declaring his intention to personally head to Jiangnan the next day. The subordinate obeys his master's orders completely. The MC notices his wife spacing out while they're having dinner together. He realizes some problem went down at her company. The wife talks to herself, saying she doesn't want to worry her husband with her problems. She tries to play it down, justifying it as just work stress. He gently calls his wife's name with care, reminding her of the strong marital bond that unites them. He affectionately wonders why she's keeping her problems from him. She looks at him hesitantly, clearly touched by his supportive words, expressing her desire to rely on herself to solve this crisis. The MC agrees to her wish, respecting her independence, reaffirming his full support for her decision and standing right by her side. He alerts her that if things go sideways and she can't find a solution alone, he asks her not to hesitate to tell him so he can step in at the right time. He vows to protect her and never let anyone hurt or bully her. The scene shifts to the MC's subordinate, who's conducting secret investigations to uncover the plot's threads. He greets his master when they meet on a building rooftop, reporting to his master that he uncovered all the details of the Jiangnan situation perfectly, explaining that Zhao Kun's targeting this time is aimed at the MC's wife, confirming that the Hall of Immortality is the real mastermind behind these actions, showing they want to make the wife submit through commercial pressure, adding that their plan relies on using this pressure as blackmail leverage, revealing that their ultimate goal is forcing the MC to hand over his daughter, Nian Nian. The MC repeats Hall of Immortality, with features reflecting his extreme rage, denouncing their despicable methods and use of every underhanded trick possible. The subordinate calls his master again, waiting for his directives, suggesting immediate intervention to eliminate Zhao Kun directly. The MC strictly and firmly rejects this suggestion, justifying his refusal by saying a quick death is way too easy of a punishment for his kind, declaring his intention to make the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce pay the price, vowing that his punishment will expand to cover the whole Jiangnan province, stressing that he'll teach everyone an unforgettable lesson and truth, pointing out that anyone who dares to touch his family will inevitably be forced to pay a heavy price. The subordinate nods, understanding his master's murderous intent and ready to execute it. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Kun enters Chairman Zhou's office and addresses him respectfully, informing him that new updates have come from Yun City's side. Interested, Chairman Zhou asks if the wife accepted their terms. Zhao Kun flatly denies it, confirming that the wife completely rejected their offer, adding that her stance was extremely strict and stubborn. Chairman Zhou concludes while thinking over her reaction, admitting that this wife isn't an ordinary woman who can be easily tamed. Zhao Kun addresses his chairman again for consultation, suggesting that he personally go confront her again, and asking permission to teach them a harsh lesson to break their stubbornness. Chairman Zhou coldly rejects this suggestion, justifying his refusal since as long as she rejects their offers and refuses to submit, he orders an immediate notice to be issued to all parties, handing down a ruling to completely ban all Yunyan Group businesses across the entire Jiangnan region. Zhao Kun praises his boss's decision, calling it wise and correct. Chairman Zhou shifts to asking for updates from a higher authority he calls that master. Zhao Kun confirms there are updates and directives from that side, relaying that master's message to his chairman, explaining that the requirement is to get a blood sample from the MC Chen Junlin's daughter, and confirming that the return will be giving them a massive opportunity and reward. Chairman Zhou repeats the phrase "great reward" with obvious greed, ordering to continue executing their carefully drawn plan, and stressing the need for extreme caution to avoid raising the enemy's suspicions. Zhao Kun submissively obeys, confirming his compliance with the instructions. The secretary suddenly bursts into the office calling Chairman Zhou, reporting that several people have arrived at the company's ground floor, and adding that these people are demanding to meet him personally. Surprised, Chairman Zhou asks about the identity of these sudden visitors. The secretary answers that the visitors claimed they're from Yun City. Zhao Kun repeats the city's name in surprise and anxiety. The MC and his subordinate walk into the office with confident steps reflecting arrogance and power. The chamber chairman expresses his shock, calling the MC's entrance cocky and brash. Tensely, he asks who these two people storming his office are. The MC calmly and confidently introduces himself, saying his name is Chen Junlin, adding coldly that he's from Yun City to confirm his identity. Zhao Kun repeats the name in shock, trying to process the situation. He catches himself and addresses him respectfully, saying, "Mr. Chen." The MC asks in a provoking tone if something's wrong, sardonically completing his question by asking if he's not welcome here. The MC reminds the chairman of his deputy's visit yesterday as a hint, explaining that his deputy went to visit his wife's company yesterday in an attempt to threaten her. Signs of tension and anxiety appear on the vice chairman's face after realizing the reason for the visit. The MC sarcastically justifies his sudden visit, saying returning a visit isn't considered rude. The chairman tries to save face with a tense smile, claiming the MC is joking, flattering him by asserting that his visit is a huge honor for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The MC cuts off his fake compliments and addresses him strictly, clearly stating that he doesn't like beating around the bush and prefers getting straight to the point, directly asking him if his deputy's actions yesterday were based on his orders, and inquires if the deputy acted on his own without consulting him. The chairman tries to evade a direct answer, addressing him respectfully, fearfully claiming there's a big misunderstanding here that needs clarification. The MC insists on his question with a sharp glare that allows no evasion, strictly repeating his question about whether he was the decision-maker, and stressing the need to know if the deputy acted alone. Under pressure, the chairman confesses that it was his decision. The MC receives this confession coldly, saying that's very good. The MC addresses the chairman again, preparing to hand down his judgment, placing two decisive, unavoidable options before him. He starts laying out his first option in a threatening tone, ordering him to go give a formal public apology to his wife, and also requiring full compensation for all losses suffered by her group. The MC moves on to present the second and harsher option, vowing to wipe the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce off the face of the map. The chairman jumps out of his seat, shocked by the scale of the threat, angrily asking if the MC is openly threatening him. He answers with a provoking smile, confirming he can take it however he likes. The chairman scoffs, trying to regain his self-confidence, accusing the MC of extreme arrogance and madness for saying such words. The chairman brags that their Chamber of Commerce has been operating in the province for 30 years, stressing that their roots and influence run incredibly deep and can't be easily uprooted, underestimating the MC's power, asking if he really thinks he can defeat them all alone. The MC coldly and confidently replies that only experience will prove it, gives the signal to his subordinate to execute the blockade plan, confidently asking the chairman to take a quick look out his office window. Surprised, the chairman approaches the window to see what's happening outside. He's shocked to see the chamber building completely surrounded by armed forces and black cars. The chairman stammers in pure terror, unable to process the scale of the force surrounding them. The MC calmly tells him that this blockade is just a demonstration of his seriousness. The MC addresses the panicked chairman again after showing his power, sardonically asking him if he's ready to make his choice now. The broken chairman tries to look for any way out of this trap, threatening the possibility of official authorities intervening in response to this military blockade. The MC mocks his threat, describing the authorities as no obstacle to him, coldly challenging him to try calling for their help if he dares, pointing out that he'll wait to see if the authorities will arrive to save him first. or if his doom and demise will be faster than any help arriving. This tense conversation is interrupted by the former chamber chairman entering furiously. The old father strictly orders his son to kneel immediately before the MC. Shocked, the son calls his father, surprised by this humiliating command. The father screams in his son's face, repeating his order to kneel without any discussion, delivering a hard slap to his son to force him to submit and obey. The son groans from the slap while still in complete shock, falling to his knees humiliated on the floor before the MC, obeying his father's command. The old father turns to the MC, addressing him with deep respect as young master, politely greeting him and hoping he's been well since their last meeting. Coldly and curiously, the MC wonders if this old man knows him. The old father confirms with a tense smile that he knows him all too well, pointing out that his acquaintance with him goes back 10 years ago, when the MC was still a young master and heir to his ancient family, expressing pride that he had the honor of meeting him once back then, recalling how the MC was an ambitious, lively youth in those days, and noting that the MC's family was at the peak of its power and glory back then. The old man sadly adds, pointing to the tragic events that followed, letting out a deep sigh, pretending to regret what happened to the MC's family, explaining that when the major catastrophe hit his family in the past, he was just a weak man with no power to intervene or help, claiming he lived all these years feeling deep guilt for not being able to support them. The MC coldly cuts him off, asserting that the past is over and there's no need to reopen it, explaining he didn't come today to settle old scores or blame anyone, stressing that his sole objective for this visit is to get a specific answer, demanding to know the real reason behind the chamber targeting his wife. The old man orders his kneeling son to speak up and reveal all the facts instantly. Stammering in fear, the son confesses that targeting the company was his idea. The father justifies his rage, pointing out that the wife's company is just a startup that poses no threat, harshly scolding his son, asking what the real motive was that made him target them. The son breaks into a sweat facing his father's fury and the MC's sharp glare. The MC steps in, calling out the old father with total coldness, drawing his attention to the fact that their chamber deputy seems like a very interesting character hiding a lot of secrets. The MC coldly holds his phone while watching the panicked deputy justify his stance, only to finally confess that the real orders came from a higher authority they call that master. The vice president brings up the idea of getting a blood sample from Chen Junlin's daughter, explaining that this would give them a massive, unmissable opportunity. The old man snaps sharply at his VP, angrily asking what the hell he's doing behind his back. Terrified, the VP falls to his knees, calling out to Chairman Zhou in panic, stuttering to justify his actions, claiming he did it for the good of the Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Zhou delivers a brutal slap to his broken VP, accusing him of colluding with outsiders, harshly scolding him for targeting young Master Chen's daughter, denouncing his claim that this reckless move was for their benefit, angrily asking if he even realizes the scale of his mistake, and asserting that his actions are bringing absolute disaster to the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The MC steps in, ordering the VP to speak up and reveal the truth, questioning him about the identity of the higher-up he's taking orders from. The VP refuses to answer, claiming he can't reveal the secret. The MC threatens him in a terrifying tone, asking if he thinks he's bluffing, and vows to make him beg for death from the sheer agony right then and there. Terrified, the VP breaks down, declaring his readiness to confess everything, finally revealing that the power behind him is the Hall of Immortality, explaining that one of the palace elders contacted him personally, noting that their only demand was to get a sample of the little girl's blood, and adding that the reward would be giving them a chance to reach the martial emperor realm. The MC repeats the name Hall of Immortality with deep, hidden rage, issuing a firm order to his subordinate to take the traitorous VP outside, telling him to deal with him in his own way as punishment. The subordinate obeys, confirming he will carry out the orders. The VP screams in pure terror as he's dragged away. The subordinate flashes a sinister, terrifying smile as he grabs his victim. The VP keeps screaming hysterically, refusing his inevitable fate, crying and begging Mr. Chen to spare his life. Chairman Zhou turns to the MC with absolute respect, submissively apologizing and admitting his failure in managing his men, blaming himself for letting his VP pull such foolish stunts under his watch, offering to give up his entire wealth and assets to show his regret, and emphasizing that this is to compensate the MC and his wife for any losses they suffered. The son is completely shocked by his father's generous offer. The old father screams in his son's face, ordering him to shut up, harshly scolding him for the massive disaster he brought upon them. The MC cuts them off, calmly calling out Old Man Zhou, telling him he doesn't need to make all these concessions, pointing out that the Chamber of Commerce is the fruit of the old man's personal hard work and foundation, and assuring him that he doesn't seek to steal other people's properties or achievements, but catches himself with a condition that carries a decisive clause, specifying that this condition goes into effect starting today. ordering that the Chamber of Commerce be banned from ever targeting the Yunnian Group again. He adds another equally crucial demand, ordering the old man to personally send his son to Yun City, making it a condition that the son stands face to face with his wife, forcing him to get down on his knees and give her a direct apology. The son is clearly resentful of this demand that humiliates his pride. The father quickly saves face, telling the MC to completely rest assured, and vows to execute this order to the letter without any shortcomings. The MC briefly expresses his satisfaction with this commitment. Before leaving, the MC turns around to drop a final warning to the old man, clearly pointing out the matter regarding the Hall of Immortality, strictly warning him against intervening or getting tangled up in this dangerous business. After the MC leaves the office, the son calls out to his father, asking in annoyance if they are really going to submit to this man's orders. The old father firmly shuts him down, refusing to argue, passionately asking if he even realizes the MC's true identity. Starting to recount the details of the MC's prestigious past from 10 years ago, explaining that the Chen family was one of the most powerful and influential families in the country, pointing out that Chen Junlin was considered an exceptional, once-in-a-lifetime genius, asserting that the return of this powerful man will completely change the course of everything, wondering at his incredible ability to survive that deadly past, warning his son that a man with this kind of resilience is someone they can never provoke, mentioning that destroying his family required a massive alliance of the capital's top families, and stressing that without that alliance, the Chen family wouldn't have fallen in the first place. The scene shifts to the wife, Su Yun, handling business in her office. The secretary enters, respectfully interrupting her boss, informing her that an important call came in from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The wife curiously asks about the content of the call. In total shock, the secretary relays the details of the message, telling her that Chairman Zhou will personally come to Yun City to apologize. The wife is stunned by the idea of such an influential figure apologizing to her. The secretary confirms the news in response to her boss's bewilderment, adding that they promised to compensate the company for all financial losses, and notes that they guaranteed the Yunnian Group won't be bothered again. The wife wonders in deep confusion about the reason for this drastic change, denouncing the sudden turnaround in the Chamber of Commerce's treatment of them. She looks at her phone, suspecting that her husband was the one who stepped in to resolve the crisis, and decides to save her questions until he gets back home. The scene shows a massive crowd of reporters gathering outside the company building after the news broke. The chamber chairman's son arrives and gets out of his luxury car. Reporters surround him, trying to get statements. One female reporter directly asks if it's true he came to apologize, wondering what kind of hidden influence the Yunnian Group holds to force him into doing this. Standing inside the office in front of the wife, the son admits his mistake after realizing the danger of the person he crossed, clearly apologizing for his personal offense to her and her company, and kneels humiliated before her to deliver a formal apology on behalf of the entire Chamber of Commerce. The wife is shown expressing her acceptance of the formal apology presented to her. She asks the chamber chairman to rise from his knees out of respect. She stands up from her seat, asking him to stand. She tells him that the business world isn't much different from a battlefield, and adds that competition is natural and common. But deep down, she knew that her husband was the one who intervened to resolve this crisis. She warns him that if this happens again in the future, she will never tolerate or forgive him. The chairman reassures her, stressing that everything will be fine, and vows that this mistake won't happen again. The man stands up to offer tangible proof of his sincere apology. He presents her with an official compensation agreement from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. It turns out that the agreed financial compensation amount reaches 500 million. He also presents her with a new cooperation agreement between the two companies, explaining that the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is fully prepared to offer the best and most favorable terms to the Yunnian group of companies she heads, with the goal of launching a complete and fruitful partnership and cooperation between them. She looks at the offer, considering it sufficient proof of their sincere intentions, and signs the agreement, declaring that this gesture was more than enough. She signs the contract with a brief word indicating her final approval, telling the chairman that she has officially accepted this offer. The chairman gets ready to leave after successfully completing his mission. Before leaving, he turns around to give her a final remark with a teasing hint, telling her that she's truly lucky to have such a good and supportive husband. She confidently smiles, confirming she knows that very well. The man finally leaves the office after this tense meeting ends. She stands alone, still in shock at how fast things were settled. The secretary suddenly bursts in to call her boss and inform her of something new, telling her that another person has just arrived from the capital, Kyoto. Anxious, she asks about the identity of this new visitor. The secretary hesitantly tells her that the visitor revealed his identity, disclosing that he claims to belong to the influential Xuanyuan family. She repeats the family name in deep shock and anxiety. The secretary confirms the news in response to her boss's surprise, explaining that this person claims he came representing his family to discuss cooperation matters. She orders her secretary to ask the visitor to wait in the meeting room, confirming she'll head to meet him right away. Xuan Yuan is shown sipping tea, waiting for her. She enters the meeting room to face the mysterious visitor. Xuan Yuan Qing welcomes her with admiration, praising her good reputation, and continues his compliments, describing her as possessing a mesmerizing, ethereal beauty. She seriously asks for the name of this gentleman sitting before her. The young guy introduces himself as Xuan Yuan Qing. She formally welcomes him, noting that he traveled a long distance to get here, and goes straight to asking about the real purpose of this visit. The young guy reveals that his family wants to form a partnership with the Yunnian Group, even though his intentions were hidden. He specifies that the goal of this partnership is the joint development of the East China market, offering to provide the necessary financial funding for the project, in addition to opening distribution channels and logistical support. He explains that in return for all this support, the Zhuanyuan family demands to get 30% of the company's shares. She replies that the terms he offered look very tempting, but decides to be upfront with him despite having some business wit, cleverly asking about the real reason a family of their size would choose her company specifically, pointing out that considering the massive size and power of the Zhuanyuan family, their desire to enter the East China market gives them countless choices of potential partners. The young guy smiles slyly, deciding to be honest with her, admitting that what matters most to his family and sparks their interest isn't just the promising potential that the Yunnian Group holds, but that they pay even greater attention to another, more important matter, which he decides to honestly reveal. Disclosing that their real focus is on her husband, Mr. Chen, she sharply asks about the meaning of these coded words. The young guy tries to reassure her, denying any bad intentions, explaining that Mr. Chen's power and influence have become famous throughout the capital, Kyoto. He admits that through this partnership, his family seeks to avoid any potential revenge from the palace master, stressing that they want to use this opportunity to build a friendly relationship with him. She replies that she will consider this proposal seriously, but she firmly adds that her company's shares are not up for sale or concession under any circumstances, suggesting that if his family is truly serious about cooperating, they can find another alternative way to achieve that. The young guy calls out to her, trying to convince her to change her mind, stressing that the 30% rate is already a very generous condition. She gets up to leave while the young guy keeps talking, offering more, telling her they are ready to renegotiate if she isn't satisfied. She strictly cuts him off, asserting there is nothing else worth discussing. The young guy smiles a cunning smile, considering this rejection intriguing to him. He makes a phone call to his father after she leaves, informing him that Su Yun rejected the offer presented to her. His father answers that this rejection was expected and natural, explaining that a woman connected to Chen Junlin won't submit or back down that easily. His father orders him to keep executing the pre-planned script, warning him against making any reckless move that might expose their true intentions. The young guy leaves the building after finishing his call with his father, only to be surprised by the MC, who had been waiting for him at the entrance for a long time. The image of the MC standing confidently reflects in the shocked young guy's eyes. Recognizing him instantly, the young guy calls the MC by his name. The MC shows an expressionless, rigid face as he confronts the young guy. He calls him by his name, Xuan Yuan Qing, in a sharp tone, ordering him to go back and deliver a clear message to his family chief, reminding him of the old debts dating back 10 years ago, vowing that he will settle all these accounts in detail, but explaining that the time of reckoning hasn't come just yet. He drops a severe warning that if anyone dares to think about his wife again, the young guy breaks into a sweat from intense fear and tension. He won't hesitate to wipe the entire Zhuanyuan family out of the capital. The young guy reassures the MC, telling him there's no need to worry, rushing to clear his family's name, asserting they have zero bad intentions on their side. The MC coldly replies, expressing his hope that these words are true. Then he tells him something regarding the mysterious Hall of Immortality organization, confirming that he's fully aware of all their secret moves and plans, asking him to deliver a message to the power standing behind them, vowing that they need to get ready to face their inevitable doom. The MC's car leaves the place, leaving the terrified young guy standing frozen in his tracks. The scene shifts to a dark interrogation room where the subordinate is questioning the VP, ordering him to start confessing and spilling everything, asking him about the identity of the remaining Hall of Immortality members in Yun City. The prisoner shows stubbornness, refusing to speak at first. The subordinate approaches his face with a knife in an attempt to terrorize him. The prisoner's eyes widen in horror as the subordinate threatens that he'll have fun torturing him slowly. The prisoner breaks down, screaming that he's ready to confess everything. The subordinate scoffs, having successfully broken his resolve. He pulls out his phone, ready to record the prisoner's crucial confessions. The prisoner confesses that their secret headquarters in Yun City is located inside an antique shop in the eastern part of the city, adding that the shop owner is named Qian San, explaining that his primary mission is gathering intelligence. The prisoner catches himself to reveal another, far more dangerous mission, confessing that they are also collecting special blood samples. The subordinate sharply asks about the nature of these samples. The prisoner explains that they target individuals who possess special physical abilities, revealing that the Hall of Immortality organization has been working for a long time on research regarding immortality and life extension, and for this reason, they need different types of rare and special blood to run their experiments. The subordinate finishes recording the confessions after getting all the info. He calmly tells the prisoner that he did a good job, praising his full cooperation during the interrogation. The subordinate draws his knife again to execute the death sentence, ending the prisoner's life with a single decisive strike. He wipes the blood off his knife after getting rid of him. Over the communication device, he reports the completion of the mission to his master, specifying that the next target is the antique shop in the east of the city, and the target individual is the one named Chen San. The subordinate confirms receiving the orders and his readiness to move, issuing an order to inform the field commander, Guiji, setting tonight as the time to kick off the operation. The MC sits in his office, his eyes blazing with fury after hearing the report. The subordinate confirms his full readiness to execute his master's commands. In the dead of night, the forces arrive at Antique Street in the east of the city. The masked commander, Guiji, sneaks into the shop with his team members. The team inspects the place using advanced night vision devices. The commander discovers a secret passage hidden underneath one of the carpets. One of the guys uses an electronic device to crack the secret lock. The commander peers through the secret door to discover a massive lab downstairs. The team is shocked to find an entire wall made of blood samples preserved in vials. A label on one of the vials shows it belongs to someone with special abilities along with the collection date. The team moves forward to find a massive freezer inside the lab. Inside, they discover a frozen corpse carefully preserved. The commander orders everything to be photographed to gather evidence, then issues an order to completely blow this place up after finishing the mission. The team gathers around another corpse that was just found for documentation and evidence gathering. Meanwhile, Chen San suddenly walks into the lab. Signs of complete shock and pure terror appear on his face. He discovers that the team was waiting for him in a tight ambush. A warning shot is fired to scare him and force him to surrender. The bullet embeds itself into the door right behind his head. The old man is surrounded by the MC's men who expose his identity, confronting him with the fact that he secretly works for the Hall of Immortality to collect blood. The terrified old man confesses to the number of people he harmed, admitting that his victims count to at least dozens of people. In pure terror, the old man wonders who these intruders are, realizing they belong to the MC's Dark Palace organization. The commander asks him about the real location of the Hall of Immortality headquarters. The old man refuses to talk at first, trying to stay silent. The commander threatens that he doesn't mind him staying silent, vowing to have fun torturing him slowly until he confesses. The commander cuts off the old man's ear to prove his seriousness. The old man screams in intense pain, holding his bleeding ear. He stammers broken words from the sheer shock, finally breaking down and declaring his readiness to confess everything, confessing that the organization's main headquarters is located abroad, adding that they have 3 main branches spread across different regions. He reveals that the first branch is in the capital, Kyoto, and the second branch is in the southern region, while shockingly revealing that the third branch is in the northern region. The commander repeats the name of the northern region in complete shock and bewilderment. The old man confirms the existence of the northern branch, adding as he talks about it that it's considered the most important research base belonging to the Hall of Immortality organization. He explains that there are rumors of many individuals with special abilities being held captive in that place, to be used for running various types of experiments. The masked commander ends the old man's life with a fatal shot. Calling out to his commander, one of the team members asks about the next step they should take. He coldly answers that they will follow the set plan, ordering the place to be blown up completely. The countdown to detonate the bomb begins. In the quiet and silent Antique Street, the antique shop explodes with massive force. Fire trucks arrive to put out the massive fire that broke out. The MC receives a report from one of his subordinates, informing him that the guy named Chen San has been successfully taken care of, adding that the captive confessed to everything before his death, revealing that the Hall of Immortality organization possesses 3 main branches inside the country. One is in the capital, Kyoto, another is in the southern region, while the third and most dangerous branch is in the northern region. The MC repeats the name of the northern region in complete bewilderment, as this is the exact region he spent 10 years protecting and defending. He makes a phone call to one of his loyal commanders, ordering him to start an immediate investigation into what went down in the northern region over recent years, asking if there are any abnormal records of missing persons cases, especially regarding individuals with special abilities. He receives confirmation from the other side that the orders have been received. The MC thinks to himself that a skilled hunter, before launching his attack, must first understand the nature of his prey and its motives. The next morning, he takes his daughter to the kindergarten. The little girl hugs him with overwhelming joy, calling out to her dad. innocently telling him that she plans to draw a huge sun today. He affectionately agrees to her idea. The little girl happily nods her head in agreement. They reach the kindergarten gate and he hands her over to her teacher. A woman wearing a medical coat calls out to the MC, approaching him and asking him to stop for a moment. She introduces herself, saying her name is Lin Wan-kyu, explaining that she works as a health doctor at the kindergarten. She informs him that the kindergarten is currently running medical checkups for the kids and that they need to collect some blood samples, pointing out that little Nian hasn't undergone the checkup yet, and politely asks to know if this is all right with him. The MC flatly and directly rejects her request. Then he turns around to leave after feeling suspicious. He makes an immediate phone call to one of his subordinates, ordering him to investigate the identity of the kindergarten's health doctor, giving him a deadline of only 10 minutes to deliver the results. He gets immediate confirmation from the other side. The MC waits in his car outside the kindergarten, anxious for his daughter's safety, watching the kids play while fearing that any harm might come to her. His phone rings to receive the investigation report. He answers the call to listen to his subordinate, who informs him that he reached the truth, exposing her name and explaining that her apparent identity is a health doctor. But in reality, her identity is completely different, revealing that she is a member of the Hall of Immortality organization. The MC rushes back inside the kindergarten, storming into the fake doctor's office. She welcomes him with a fake smile, asking if he changed his mind about the checkup. The MC catches her off guard by grabbing her by the collar of her coat, angrily asking about her true identity. She feigns ignorance and fear, wondering about the reason for this violent behavior. He screams in her face, telling her to stop acting, slamming her hard onto the floor, confronting her with the truth of her membership in the Hall of Immortality organization, denouncing her audacity to target his daughter. The doctor's eyes widen from the sheer shock. She finally confesses after he tightens his grip on her neck, wondering how he uncovered her secret. He answers that he doesn't just know the truth about her membership in the organization, but he also knows another, far more dangerous matter, asking her how many children she harmed throughout all these years. The doctor denies his accusations, claiming she doesn't understand what he's talking about. She collapses onto the floor, broken under the weight of the interrogation. The MC finds a syringe containing a suspicious blue fluid and proceeds to inject her with this fluid, asking her about the nature of this liquid. With extreme difficulty, she answers that it's just a nerve sedative. The MC mockingly repeats the word, wondering with a terrifying smile if sedatives need a needle of this size. A mysterious blue fluid is injected into the doctor's neck. The MC's face, with glowing red eyes, reflects in her panicked glasses. She falls to the floor, writhing in pain from the injection. Strange purple veins spread across her arm as she groans in agony. The MC stands tall over her corpse lying in a pool of blood. He makes a phone call to one of his loyal subordinates. He orders men to be sent to the kindergarten's health room and issues a decisive order to dispose of the body there. A final look of terror appears on her face before she takes her last breath. The MC leaves the crime scene in complete calm. His daughter greets him with overwhelming joy in the kindergarten hallway, calling out to him. He affectionately asks her to be a good girl and stick to her classes. The little girl nods her head, agreeing with her dad. The MC expresses his gratitude to the teacher for taking care of his daughter, and she respectfully replies to Mr. Chen's humility. He leaves his daughter with her teacher to start her school day. He receives a phone report about events over the past 3 years, informing him that 7 children were suddenly transferred from the school, adding that their families left no records of their transfer. Angry, he realizes these children have all vanished. He issues a strict order to continue the investigation into this case, swearing that he must find out the fate of these 7 children. The scene shows the MC's subordinate catching one of the suspects. He gets ready to interrogate the captive using metal pliers, ordering him to spill everything he knows without hesitation, strictly asking him about the location of the 7 missing kids. He places the pliers on the captive's finger as a torture tool. The subordinate starts a countdown to force him to confess. The captive terrifies at the threat as the countdown continues. The subordinate carries out his threat and crushes the captive's finger with the pliers. He screams in intense pain, unable to take it. He finally breaks down, declaring his readiness to confess everything. The subordinate coldly smiles as he records his confessions as evidence. The captive confesses that the children were sent to a research institute belonging to the Hall of Immortality. The subordinate coldly tells him that the children are already dead. The captive bursts into tears, repeating that the kids are dead. The subordinate demands he pinpoint the exact location of the research institute. The captive reveals that the institute is located on a mountain outside the capital, Kyoto, adding that the person in charge of this institute is named Bai Wuchang. The subordinate shows his satisfaction with this info, coldly telling the captive he was very cooperative. He draws his knife to end his life, executing him right after getting the confessions. Over the comms, the subordinate reports the institute's location outside Kyoto, mentioning that the guy in charge is named Bai Wuchang. He receives new orders to get ready to move, issuing a command to inform Commander Tiansha of the updates. and orders the activation of the advanced surveillance system, Eye of the Hell King. The MC's masked men obey the orders immediately. The subordinate orders his men to dispose of the body and clean up the place, emphasizing that no trace of what happened must be left behind. The masked men begin the task of hiding the corpse. The MC calls one of his field commanders to issue new directives, ordering him to contact the commander of the Northern Army Corps and declaring his intention to personally head to the northern region. Surprised, the commander asks if he'll go himself. The MC confirms his decision to go without hesitation, explaining that there are some old scores he must settle himself. The MC prepares to leave with his loyal subordinate, who tells him that his private jet is ready for takeoff. The MC briefly agrees to leave. The subordinate opens the luxury car door for his master. The MC's private jet takes off heading toward the northern region. The MC and his subordinate step off the plane after arriving. Looking at his watch, the subordinate informs his master that the Northern Corps commander will arrive at any moment. A fleet of military vehicles appears to welcome the MC. The military commander Tai Shui steps forward to salute. The commander and his entire army kneel to welcome back the marshal. The MC asks the commander and his soldiers to rise, telling him that his return this time isn't for pleasantries or nostalgia, but because he needs his help to investigate an important matter. The commander shows total readiness to execute the marshal's orders. The MC reveals his mission regarding the past 3 years, ordering him to search for 23 children who went missing in the northern region, stressing the absolute need to find out their fate and whereabouts. Shocked by this sudden request, the commander starts linking this disappearance to a certain organization. The MC utters the name of the target organization, Hall of, completing it with immortality, to confirm the commander's suspicions. The commander reassures his master, promising to execute the mission, swearing he'll mobilize all intelligence agents to uncover the truth, promising to deliver the results within 3 days, assuring him he'll get a definitive answer. The commander explains things to the marshal on a strategic map, pointing to the suspected location of the Hall of Immortality branch in the northern capital. The MC issues a final order to mobilize forces in preparation for the attack. The MC sets a 1-hour deadline to head out. Surprised and bewildered, the military commander calls out to the marshal, wondering how many troops should be mobilized for this mission. The MC orders the mobilization of all available forces without exception. The commander salutes, confirming his understanding of the orders. 100,000 soldiers are mobilized alongside a fleet of armored vehicles and helicopters. The MC boards one of the helicopters clad in his combat gear. He issues the final order to move out and launch the attack. A fleet of helicopters takes off into the snowy night sky. Inside the helicopter, the commander begins reviewing the intelligence with him, explaining that the target base is equipped with advanced weapons, adding that their firepower is not to be underestimated. The MC downplays the enemy's strength, considering it insufficient to deter him, making the commander laugh at the MC's absolute confidence in victory. The MC orders the helicopter door to be opened, preparing to jump. The commander protests, pointing out they're still at a high altitude. The MC shouts, ordering the door to be opened instantly without any discussion. The MC leaps from the helicopter toward the snowy mountain peak, landing firmly on his feet amidst the heavy snow. The secret location of the Hall of Immortality's northern branch is revealed atop an isolated mountain. A sharp look appears on the MC's face, reflecting his determination for revenge. The MC and his team advance through the snow toward the enemy base, reaching the outer perimeter of the fortified Hall of Immortality camp. The MC and his loyal subordinates stand before the target base's gate. The base guards shout, ordering them to freeze immediately, declaring that this area is a restricted military zone, warning that trespassers are strictly forbidden from approaching. One of the guards repeats his order to stop in a much harsher tone. All guards aim their weapons at the MC, ready to open fire. The subordinate steps forward and deflects the hail of bullets with his spiked mace. Realizing the attackers are powerful fighters, the guards order the base to be alerted. The subordinate charges at the guards to face them head-on, delivering a crushing blow to one of the guards with his mace. The guard's body flies through the air, crashing far away from the impact. The remaining guards unleash heavy fire in a desperate attempt to stop him. The subordinate launches into a wild, violent assault with his crazy fighting style, wiping out all surrounding guards in a matter of moments. Standing victorious among the corpses, the subordinate calls out to his master, informing him that the gate is now wide open. The MC steps forward with steady strides, passing the eliminated guards. Sirens blare inside the base, announcing intruders, as an order is issued for all forces to immediately prepare for battle. The MC and his team reach the entrance of one of the main buildings at the base. The base commander comes out to confront them, mocking their small numbers, describing them as fools who don't weigh the consequences of their actions. Issuing a decisive order to his men to eliminate them instantly, a massive explosion rocks another part of the base to distract them. The commander curses angrily upon realizing it's a trap, deducing that another force is attacking the base simultaneously. The base soldiers engage in a fierce firefight with the MC's forces. A fleet of attack helicopters appears to establish a complete aerial blockade. In total shock, the commander recognizes that these helicopters belong to the Northern Army. Terrified, he asks the MC about his true identity. The MC raises his hand, signaling the start of the all-out assault. A convoy of tanks and armored vehicles rolls forward to enforce a ground siege. The base is completely surrounded on all sides by military forces. Soldiers dismount from their vehicles, prepping to storm the place. The commander freezes in his tracks from pure terror and shock. Tai Jue advances with his soldiers to confront the base commander. Tai Jue and his soldiers kneel before him, asking the MC to issue the final order to launch the strike. The base commander begins guessing the MC's terrifying identity, wondering in shock if he is Chen Junlin, then asking in absolute terror if he's the Underworld Emperor. The MC coldly replies that he knows the truth now, adding that it's too late to back down, and issues a decisive order to begin the assault. The subordinate starts ruthlessly slaughtering the enemies, charging into the midst of enemy soldiers to brutally take them down. The base commander collapses to the ground out of sheer fear. The MC approaches him and demands to know the fate of the 23 children. Grabbing him by the neck, he repeats his question in a threatening tone, asking for the last time where the kidnapped kids are. The panicked commander stammers, trying to answer, confessing that the children are held on the third basement floor. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang, ordering him to follow him inside the base, then turns to the rest of the soldiers, ordering them to keep wiping out the remaining enemies. The MC storms the first floor of the facility, discovering a lab fully equipped with scientific devices. Then he continues on his path, breaking through the door of the third basement floor. He's shocked to see the children trapped inside terrifying experimental tubes. The subordinate curses these monsters for their heinous deeds. A scientist in a white coat appears, running his experiments. Bai Wuchang turns around with a diabolical smile, coldly welcoming the MC, saying that since he's here, he describes his daughter as a top-grade medicine vessel, mockingly asking if she'll arrive soon. 12 mutated bloody corpses emerge from the darkness. The scientist keeps mocking, threatening to get rid of everyone except the father, emphasizing that the fate of the rest will be horrific, vowing to mince them up and feed them to the dogs. The MC listens to his threats with cold, indifferent expressions. On his command, the mutated bloody corpses rush toward him and his subordinate. The subordinate calls his master, ready to dive into battle, declaring that he'll handle these monsters himself. One of the bloody corpses hits the ground following a heavy blow from him, but it rises again, showing its ability to regenerate. The subordinate wonders at the resilience of these immortal beasts, describing them as stubborn, tough opponents, and continues delivering heavy strikes against them. The scientist mocks him, as the commander of the First Corps of the Northern Army, downplaying his strength and considering it doesn't match his rank, then turns his mockery toward the MC, pointing out that legends exaggerate his power, sardonically asking about the reason for his silence, accusing him of being terrified and stunned by the horror of what he sees. In a firm tone, the MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang, giving him a strict 2-minute deadline to finish the fight, warning him that if he fails to wipe out this scum, he'll be exiled to the northern desert to herd sheep. The subordinate accepts the order with complete seriousness and readiness to fight. His body ignites with energy as he begins to face the surrounding monsters. His eyes flash red, announcing the start of his true attack. Leaping into the air, he delivers a crushing blow that wipes out several monsters. He slams the ground with force, creating a destructive fire wave. He stands victorious amidst the corpses of the eliminated beasts. The scientist downplays the subordinate, calling him a loyal guard dog, and decides he'll handle the MC himself, launching a blitz attack from behind him. A grotesque, ghostly hand appears, trying to grab the MC's head. The MC counters the surprise attack with a swift elbow strike. The scientist's body flies through the air, crashing violently onto the operating table. He falls paralyzed, speaking with difficulty, wondering in bewilderment how the MC managed to do that, denouncing his ability to expose his secret movement style. The MC wipes his hand with absolute indifferent coldness, mocking the scientist's description of his style as stealthy. The MC stomps his boot onto the collapsed scientist's face, reassuring him that nobody in this world dares to claim godhood before him, adding that no one deserves to call their methods stealthy or evasive, making the scientist scream in intense pain and humiliation. He unleashes toxic black energy from his body, trying to push the MC off. The MC asks with contempt if this is his trump card. Furious, the scientist screams the MC's name, Chen Junlin, accusing him of arrogance and hubris, revealing that he possesses an immortal body granted to him by the palace master, and brags that he can never be killed. The scientist's body begins mutating into a grotesque, disgusting form. He screams the word explode as his facial features warp. The bodies of the 12 bloody corpses suddenly bloat up. Realizing the gravity of the upcoming situation, the subordinate shouts, warning his master of the imminent danger. The subordinate falls to the ground from the sheer intensity of the situation. The bloody corpses explode with massive force, causing widespread destruction. The scientist appears in his second form as a winged beast, letting out hysterical laughter. The subordinate realizes his power has reached a half-god level. Defiantly, the transformed scientist calls out to Chen Junlin, mockingly asking if he has seen his true strength, bragging that this is the power of the gods, claiming that this is the final form of evolution, describing his new form as the perfect shape of life. Our MC underestimates his opponent's so-called divine power. The mutant scientist gets furious at the MC's disrespect. He screams, threatening to end his life. Then he charges straight at him in a direct attack. The MC coldly raises his finger to stop this noise, and completely freezes time on the spot. The scientist is shocked by this unbelievable power, wondering about the nature of this supernatural technique, and realizes it's the legendary domain technique. The MC's eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow. With a flick of his finger, he pins the mutant scientist in place. Then he sternly orders him to kneel before him. A massive gravitational force forms around him. His bones start shattering under the pressure. He screams, refusing to submit to this order. He falls to the ground, defeated under the MC's absolute power. The MC delivers a powerful kick to his opponent, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. The MC reminds him of what he said earlier, and asserts that in the northern region, he is the absolute ruler. He explains to him that heaven ordered him to kneel, and he has no choice but to submit. The subordinate shows his fear of his tyrannical master's power. The defeated scientist begs to end his life, keeping on pleading for death. The MC mocks his request and tells him it's not that simple, and that his life must be used to atone for his sins. The MC orders his subordinate Tiangang to inform the medical team, bring the rare creation pill, and head down to the lab immediately. The subordinate salutes, confirming the orders are being executed. The medical team arrives at the secret lab, and they're shocked by the horrific scene they witness. An innocent little girl appears trapped inside a test tube. The military commander breaks down crying from pure rage, calling the perpetrators monsters. The MC issues a strict order to save the children. The medical team begins the rescue mission. The MC smashes one of the tubes to save a child. He gives him the precious creation pill, feeding it to him to save his life. Then he prepares to use the 13 Ghost Gate Needles technique to bring the child back from the brink of death, and finally succeeds in saving his life. The MC confirms there are 23 children, and orders that they must all be saved. He warns that if even one child is lost, he will hold the entire medical team accountable. The head of the medical team reassures the marshal, confirming their commitment. The subordinate informs his master, whom he calls Palace Master, that he found something important. The broken scientist begs them to give back what they took, screaming that it's a gift for his master. The MC kicks the ruined scientist, knocking him to the ground. He asks if he means that person hiding in the capital, the old monster seeking immortality. The subordinate begins decrypting the device he found. He continues the hacking process with expert skill. He successfully bypasses the encryption, revealing the God creation plan. The military commander is shocked after seeing the file's contents. He wonders in disbelief if these are even the actions of humans. The report shows that the success rate of human experiments is only 1%, and confirms that the failure rate reaches 99%. The MC realizes they wanted to use his daughter to create their so-called god. He orders the military commander to keep the memory card, calling it a nail in the coffin of the capital's old geezers. Military vehicles can be heard approaching from outside. The subordinate informs the palace master that a bunch of flies have arrived outside, explaining they are a special inspection team from the Ministry of War. The subordinate gets furious about this, slamming them for not showing up during the fight, wondering if they just came now to steal the credit and clean up the place. The MC orders them to go see what's happening outside. A military convoy arrives, led by Inspector Zhao Dajiang. The inspector accuses the MC's forces of rebellion and illegally mobilizing the army to attack a research base, angrily asking if they're planning a revolution. One of the soldiers asks the inspector to back off, telling him they are clearing the battlefield and securing the perimeter. The inspector laughs mockingly at this warning. The inspector dismisses the soldier's words and threatens to shoot him, accusing him of trying to destroy evidence to cover up his crime. Then he threatens him with death if he doesn't comply with his orders, shouting in his face, ordering him to get out of his way. The inspector gets ready to shoot the soldier, but he suddenly groans in pain after someone grabs his hand with a crushing grip. He angrily asks who dared to do that. The MC appears, asking if he plans to kill his soldiers. The inspector stammers from the intense pain, asking who this guy is. He introduces himself as an inspector from the Ministry of War, threatening to report this rebellion to the capital. He vows to skin them alive as punishment, while the MC and his military commander smile mockingly at these threats. The MC asks the inspector if he knows the fate of the 23 children, angrily condemning the sheer amount of suffering they went through. The inspector collapses to his knees from the weight of the MC's terrifying aura. He remains kneeling in absolute terror. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang, who responds immediately. He orders him to tell this inspector who the true ruler of this region is. The subordinate flashes a wicked smile, ready to execute the order. He unleashes a powerful roar to terrify the inspector. Then he confronts him sternly, calling him a fat pig, telling him that the person standing right in front of him is the sole ruler of the northern region, and the only 10-star marshal in the country, known by the title Emperor of the Underworld, and his real name is Chen Junlin. The inspector repeats the title Emperor of the Underworld in utter shock, completely losing his mind from pure terror. The MC orders an investigation into the inspector, stripping him of his military uniform and extending the investigation to 9 generations of his family, ordering a thorough audit of all their financial accounts. He warns that if even a single penny is missing, he will hold them all accountable, then issues an additional order to his commander. He tells the military commander that since he has returned, he shouldn't hesitate to show his power. The MC calls out to his commander Tai Shui, ordering him to pass down his commands that by noon tomorrow, he will hold the military wolf sealing ceremony and officially announce the appointment of his commanders. The commander accepts the order with intense enthusiasm. A retired soldier responds to the military signal flare lighting up the sky, his eyes igniting with his old battle spirit. The old soldier pulls out his old military armor, ignoring his customer who is asking about the meat. He declares that he won't be cutting any more meat and is closing down his shop completely because the marshal has issued a recall order, and it's time for the veteran soldiers to return to their units. Another leader announces to his fellow lumberjacks that the marshal has finally returned. His companions respond to the call with excitement and joy. They all set off to answer the call of duty. Everywhere, veteran soldiers respond to the recall order, gathering from all directions despite their old age. The crowds of veteran soldiers head toward the designated assembly point. Commander Sun Ba is shocked by the return of the MC whom he thought was dead. He orders his car to be prepared to head to the airport immediately. His subordinate asks why he's going to the airport. The commander snaps at him, telling him to shut up, shoving him away as he rushes to leave. But he is startled to find the masked fighter Guiji waiting for him, mockingly asking why he's in such a rush, wondering if he's in a hurry to meet his doom. He tells him that the palace master picked him by name to be an example to others. The commander collapses to the ground in shock. The entire army gathers at the Appointment of Generals Square. The veteran soldiers line up, waiting for their leader. The marshal's throne is placed at the top of the platform. The war drums beat, signaling the start of the ceremony. Commander Tai Shui welcomes the marshal. The entire army cheers, welcoming back their supreme commander. Later on, the MC bursts through the gates of Xuanwan Palace carrying a coffin on his shoulder, telling them that their 30-second time limit has expired. He mocks the weakness of their guards, who couldn't even stand against him. A hand with bloody nails grips the throne tightly. The leaders of the 3 families are shocked by this sudden intrusion, with the leader of the Xuanwan family wondering how this could happen. The leader of the Qi family screams that those were 300 elite fighters. The scene cuts back to the Appointment of Generals Square, where the MC reminds the veteran warriors of their 10 years of sacrifices protecting the borders. He emphasizes that the enemies now want their children's lives, and they even want their lives too. He declares his absolute refusal of this, reiterating that none of them accept it. Then the Appointment of Generals ceremony begins in front of the entire army. The veteran soldiers line up with determination filling their faces. While the war drums beat heavily, Commander Tai Shui is introduced as the top authority in the northern region, cheering to welcome the marshal back. The entire army echoes the cheer, welcoming their leader. The MC tells his army that during this period, many rats have sneaked into their homeland. He expresses his anger at them being treated as cannon fodder, adding that there are also those who dared to collude with foreign entities, using the blood of the northern region's children to dye their official hats. The generals burn with fury over this betrayal. The MC orders the traitors to be brought forward, and some of those who were captured are dragged in. One of the traitors crawls on the ground, calling out to the marshal, begging him to spare his life, claiming he was forced to do it, blaming the Ye family from the capital. The MC refuses to listen to any excuses, asserting that he only cares about results. Then he begins reciting the first iron law of the northern region. Anyone who betrays their comrades, what is their crime? The entire army roars the word, death, shaking the whole place. The traitor is terrified and passes out. The MC grabs a massive scythe. He declares that on this day, he will use the blood of these insects to wash the steps of the wolf sealing platform. Then he swings the scythe down to execute his judgment, personally decapitating the traitors. The MC orders a message to be sent to the old dogs in the capital. Since they dared to stretch their hands into his territory, he will carry this blade himself and head to the capital to knock on their doors one by one. One of the soldiers reaffirms that they guarded the borders for 10 years, and the MC points out that the enemies wanted their children's lives, and their lives too. He declares that he doesn't agree, repeating their absolute refusal of this matter. The army shouts in unison, declaring their refusal. Then the MC announces the start of the Appointment of Generals ceremony, ordering it to begin. Yu Ming is introduced as a branch leader of the Underworld Palace, and Tai Shan is introduced as another branch leader. 300,000 soldiers from the northern region gather at the appointment of Generals Square. The leaders of the 10 temples of the Underworld Palace arrive, announcing they heard of the Emperor's return and came specifically to pledge allegiance. The leader of the first temple, Tai Shan, pays his respects to the Underworld Emperor. The leader of the second temple, Yu Ming, and branch leader Huo Feng pay their respects as well. All 10 temple leaders of the Underworld Palace gather to pay their respects to the Emperor. The MC orders them all to rise. The leaders thank him. Tai Shan addresses the palace master, asking about the identity of the fool who dared to cause trouble in their region, offering to go cut off his head and use it as a toy. The judge of the Underworld Palace calls his colleague crude, telling him that killing is an art, continuing to scold him, pointing out that he always makes a bloody mess, which is an insult to refined taste. The MC interrupts them, saying that sharing memories can wait for later, and that today's appointment ceremony is for one thing only. He explains that in the capital Kyoto, there are some people who want to capture their children and drain their blood to achieve their dreams of immortality. The MC asks his army if they would agree to that. The entire army roars in refusal. The MC praises their stance. Then he issues an order to Tai Shan, who responds to the command. He orders him to lead the first temple and immediately lock down all entry and exit points in the northern region, emphasizing allowing entry but strictly banning exit. The MC stresses that not even a single fly is to be allowed out. Then he issues an order to Commander Yu Ming to lead the second temple and completely purge the entire northern region of anyone connected to the Hall of Immortality organization, ordering their total annihilation without mercy, regardless of their rank. The commander obeys instantly with absolute loyalty. The MC then turns to the Underworld Palace judge, ordering him to accompany him on his journey to the capital, Kyoto. The judge agrees with an enthusiastic smile, expressing complete satisfaction with this opportunity and showing his desire to meet the big shots there. Then the MC addresses Commander Tai Shui, tasking him with staying behind to guard the main base. The commander tries to object, expressing his own desire to go to the capital. The MC tells him that the northern region is the foundation of their power and must not fall into chaos, asking him to protect their home well until he returns from his mission. The commander salutes in agreement, swearing to defend the northern region to the death. The scene cuts back to Xuanwan Palace, where the leader of the Qi family compares the fighters to 300 pigs, saying that even if the MC wanted to catch them, it would take half a day. The leader of the Xuanwan family scolds his two companions, telling them to stop panicking. He asserts that he still holds a trump card. Then he orders the Grand Elder to be summoned from his seclusion and the clan protection formation to be activated. But the palace gates only hold for a few moments, and the leader of Xuanwan begins to panic. The subordinate Tiangong bursts into the hall with confident steps, calling out to his master, "Palace Master," telling him he has cleaned up the place. Then the MC enters, carrying the coffin on his shoulder. Everyone in the hall trembles with fear. The MC and his subordinate advance toward the panicked leaders. The leader of Xuanwan screams the MC's name, Chen Junlin, accusing him of rebellion, and threatening him that the Dragon Lord won't let him get away with it. The MC dismisses the word, rebellion. He calls out to Xuanwan Bojin, telling him he misunderstood something. He explains that his coming here is simply to inform him that his life is over. The house suddenly begins to shake. One of the leaders asks in terror where this sound is coming from. The Underworld Palace judge appears with a sly smile, telling them that these are his 1,000 drones, currently scanning Xuanyuan Palace using thermal imaging technology. He adds with a wicked smile that 12 tactical missiles have already been locked onto this courtyard, explaining that the moment the palace master's heart rate exceeds 120, this place will turn into a 50-meter wide crater. Everyone in the room feels a chill crawl down their spines. The MC places the coffin on the ground, telling them that against the power of the northern region, they are absolutely nothing. The leader of Xuanwan stammers in deep shock, calling the MC a madman. The MC smiles mockingly, acting completely at home. His subordinate serves him tea. The MC drinks his tea calmly. Then he starts settling old scores, asking them what they did to him 10 years ago. He recalls those days when they conspired against him for his family's wealth, and to force him to reveal that so-called secret. He remembers how he was pushed off the edge of a cliff. Looking back at those moments, he expresses his feeling that the world had gone mad, but he later realized that the world wasn't mad. He was just too weak. That's why over the past 10 years, he learned one single lesson. When your fist is strong enough, everything you say becomes the absolute truth. The leader of the Qi family collapses to his knees, begging and claiming that in the past Chen family incident, they were just followers, and that the Xuanwan family forced them into it. The leader of Xuanwan screams at Qi Mu, calling him a coward. The MC scoffs at the word follower, comparing the situation to an avalanche where not a single snowflake is innocent. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangong. The subordinate responds to the command. The MC complains that the Qi family leader is too noisy, ordering him to be slapped. The subordinate eagerly agrees, grabbing the terrified leader, delivering a powerful slap. The leader screams in agonizing pain, falling unconscious onto the ground. The leader of the Ye family is stunned by this scene. The MC stands to face the leader of Xuanwan, asking him if he's waiting for backup to arrive. Then he mocks him, saying, "Let me guess. Are you waiting for the Imperial Guard? Or are you waiting for that decree from the Dragon Lord?" The leader of Xuanwan asks in shock how he knew that, realizing his lifesaver has arrived. Suddenly the red phone rings. The leader of Xuanwan screams into the phone, calling out to the Dragon Lord, begging for help to save him. He tells him that Chen Junlin has rebelled and started attacking, explaining that the MC broke into the Xuanwan family palace by force, demanding he send the Imperial Guard immediately to crush this rebellion. He is answered that the Imperial Guard is busy protecting the Imperial City tonight, and the caller adds that they will also be conducting night drills. The caller gives him an explicit refusal to his request under the pretext that no forces are available. The leader wonders in despair why he was abandoned like this, emphasizing that his family has always been loyal and faithful. The MC mocks his claim of loyalty and confronts him with undeniable evidence of his crimes, asking if this is what loyalty looks like. The documents show how they used the lives of the country's citizens, all for the sake of achieving their dream of immortality. The MC angrily calls out the family leader, Xuanwan Bojun, telling him that someone like him deserves to die in the most horrific way as a punishment for his actions, vowing to send him to his doom right now. Another elder suddenly appears and orders him to stop. It turns out to be the Grand Elder, Xuanwan Wudao, who is taking the little girl hostage. He calls out to Chen Junlin in a threatening tone, warning him that if he dares to touch a single hair on the family leader, he will choke this little girl to death. The MC and his companion call this act despicable and shameless. The elder continues his threat, exploiting the innocent child. The MC looks at him with intense rage, warning him that he is looking for his own doom. The elder orders him to leave the palace immediately, insisting that his men withdraw completely, demanding a helicopter to be prepared for him, otherwise he will make the child pay the price and be buried with him. The broken family leader calls out to the Grand Elder. The child begs with her eyes, asking for help. The MC asks his opponent what he hates most in his life, answering that the first thing is treason and betrayal, and the second thing is using children as bargaining chips. The Grand Elder warns him not to come any closer, putting the knife to the child's neck while the MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang. The MC reminds him of the 10th law of the northern region, asking his subordinate about the text of this law. The subordinate answers that anyone who takes a hostage, regardless of their identity, is killed without mercy, and anyone who harms a child, regardless of the reason, their fate is to be chopped into pieces. The MC asks his opponent with a mocking smile if he has understood the lesson. The Grand Elder is shocked by his words. As he prepares to finish off the innocent child, warning that he shouldn't be blamed for what happens, the child screams in pure terror, but he suddenly groans in pain after being stopped. The MC appears, holding his sword, successfully saving the child from him, calling his movement way too slow. The elder falls to the ground, dying after being eliminated. The family leader screams in absolute terror at this scene, completely losing control of himself from the shock, begging the MC, pleading to spare his life. The MC orders his men to take him to the northern region, explaining that he wants him to see with his own eyes how the Hall of Immortality organization he conspired with will be crushed. His companion obeys the order immediately. The Wolf Knight's forces appear, waiting for their master's orders. The heavily armed fighters prepare to move, paying respects and loyalty to the Underworld Emperor. The MC stands in front of the plaque, "The First Family Under Heaven," and raises his hand. The plaque shatters as he issues his decisive order, declaring that on this night, the name of the Xuanyuan family will be wiped out of existence, and announcing that the next target will be the Ye family. In the Ye family palace, a panicked servant calls out to the family leader, suggesting they escape immediately. The servant describes the MC, Chen Junlin, as a madman, pointing out that the Xuanyuan family couldn't stop him, wondering in despair about their ability to face him. The family leader mocks the idea of running, explaining to him that there is nowhere to hide because the influence of the Underworld palace spans the entire world, mockingly asking where they could even flee, jokingly suggesting going to the South Pole to feed penguins. The broken servant wonders about the solution, despairingly repeating his question about the plan, fearing that their fate is just to wait for death. The leader refuses to surrender. He asserts that they have one last chance to survive, pointing to a picture of a military figure, considering it their final trump card. The Ye family head decides to use his influence to suppress the MC, Chen Junlin. He thinks that no matter how strong the MC is, he wouldn't dare touch such an influential figure. He orders his men to immediately call the Ministry of War's private line, asking to recall his second uncle back to the capital. His subordinate obeys the order blindly. Meanwhile, the MC heads out to settle scores with the Ye family. It turns out a sniper ambush has been set up to target him. The subordinate informs his master that they are 500 meters away from the Ye family home, confirming that the family mansion is right ahead of them. The subordinate mocks the Ye family's cowardice, noting that they have no intention of surrendering. The judge points out that they've set up roadblocks on the way. The MC dismisses their attempts as mere desperation. An intelligence report comes in, indicating that the old fox Ye Qingtian has called in his second uncle, Ye Zhengguo, to intervene. The MC receives this news with absolute coldness, repeating the name Ye Zhengguo as his eyes burn with rage. Their car suddenly stops due to a military checkpoint. The roadblock turns out to be made of soldiers, armored vehicles, and advanced artillery. The troop commander issues a warning over the loudspeaker to those inside the car, declaring the area ahead a restricted military zone. He orders them to get out of the car immediately, get down on their knees with their hands on their heads, threatening to kill them on the spot if they don't comply. The MC steps out of his car, completely calm and confident, stepping forward with steady paces toward the military roadblock. He lights his cigarette with total coldness, showing complete indifference, and orders Ye Zhengguo to come out and face him immediately. Inspector Ye Zhengguo appears alongside the family head, calling the MC shameless. The family head calls out to his uncle, pointing out that this is the target. The inspector asks for the identity of the person standing before him, ordering him to kneel immediately or face death. After putting his hand on his pistol, the family head mocks the MC, accusing him of arrogance, doubting his ability to defeat powerful fighters. The inspector starts to feel like the MC's appearance is familiar. The family head continues provoking him, daring him to make a move. The inspector feels uneasy and tells his nephew to stop. The family head ignores his uncle's warning and orders his men to open fire and kill the MC. The MC turns around and calls the inspector by his name, sharply asking him who he was planning to kill just a moment ago. The inspector remembers how he knelt before the MC back in Yun City. Realizing his identity, he gets struck with absolute terror. The MC mocks him, reminding him of his previous submission. The family head screams angrily, accusing the MC of insulting a military official and instigating his death, urging his uncle to finish him off right now, quickly. The inspector drops his gun out of sheer terror. The family head keeps pushing his uncle to attack, wondering why he's hesitating, demanding him to give the order, and keeping on shouting, completely oblivious to the situation. The inspector turns around and delivers a brutal slap to his nephew. The family head falls to the ground, groaning in pain from the blow. Shocked, he asks why he's hitting him instead of hitting the enemy, pointing to where the MC is standing. The inspector ignores him and steps forward to face the MC, dropping to his knees, submissive before him. Identifying himself as a guilty general, he salutes the Supreme Marshal. The family head is hit with massive shock after hearing the title Supreme Marshal. He realizes that the country has only one Supreme Marshal, finally figuring out the MC's true identity. The MC orders the inspector to stand up, letting it slide since he didn't know. The inspector is amazed, thanking the marshal for his forgiveness. The MC takes an interest in the artillery, suggesting they use it instead of letting it go to waste, just to hear its sound. The scene cuts to the Ye family mansion. The inspector issues an order to his troops to lock onto the target, targeting the Ye family mansion directly. The inspector orders a full, all-out attack, shouting to his troops to open fire immediately. The God Killer. Cannons begin preparing for the attack, launching destructive shells toward the target. The Ye family mansion turns to rubble following the heavy bombardment. The devastated Ye family head confronts the MC, Chen Junlin, accusing him of extreme cruelty and mercilessness, wondering if he doesn't fear heaven's wrath, swearing revenge even after death. The MC tells him that punishment isn't heaven's business, it's his own business, asserting that he is the one responsible for executing punishment. The MC calls out to Inspector Ye Zhengguo, who responds immediately. He orders him to clean up the place and clear the destruction, mockingly commenting on the capital's corruption. The inspector agrees, promising to carry out the task perfectly. The MC returns to his car with his subordinate, who asks about their next destination, sardonically suggesting going to the Imperial Palace to confront the Dragon Lord. The MC rejects the idea, calling the Dragon Lord a cunning fox, explaining that he just got rid of 2 rebellious families on his behalf, concluding that the Dragon Lord is thrilled with this outcome. The subordinate repeats his question about their destination, and the MC tells him that before that, there's still a major enemy left to eliminate. The subordinate is puzzled by the word rat. The MC reveals he received a message from the judge stating that the signal of the Hall of Immortality disappeared in a specific spot, and it turns out this place is the mansion of the state preceptor in the capital. The subordinate screams in horror upon hearing the name of this place, repeating the name in utter shock and disbelief, explaining that the state preceptor is a figure of immense influence. The subordinate wonders in confusion if the person hiding in the shadows is the leader of the Hall of Immortality himself, who uses children's blood. The MC vows that no matter how hard he tries to hide, as long as he is still breathing, he will find him and finish him off without mercy. The old preceptor appears playing chess with an automaton, uttering the name Chen Junlin, welcoming his long-awaited arrival. The MC's car arrives at a mansion bearing a plaque that reads, "Peerless World." The subordinate gets out of the car, calling his master and pointing out something suspicious. Wondering how this old man doesn't know about the downfall of the Zhuanyuan and Ye families, questioning the absence of guards, and guessing this might be a trap, the judge rules out this possibility, explaining that his thermal imaging device cannot detect any sign of life inside, except for one spot in the main hall where there's something like a ball of fire. The subordinate is surprised by this description. The judge explains that this proves the presence of an incredibly powerful biomagnetic field, estimating that the person's strength has reached the half-divine level, or maybe even the true divine realm. The MC steps out of his car wearing a long black trench coat, pointing out that this realm has been nourished by the blood of thousands of innocent kids, making it truly rare and powerful. The mansion gates blast open the moment he approaches, stepping into a courtyard filled with the stench of blood. The courtyard looks just like a slaughterhouse. The MC describes the smell as like rust, explaining that it's the smell of old blood that has thoroughly soaked into the ground. Blood drips onto the red plum blossoms. The preceptor comments on the MC's quick arrival, revealing his identity as Zhuge Changsheng, who hasn't finished his game yet, accusing him of destroying his close followers. The MC mocks this description, asking if he means Zhuanyuan Bojun and Ye Qingtian, dismissing them as mere barking dogs, looking down on their status. The preceptor's identity is laid bare. Zhuge Changsheng, leader of the Hall of Immortality, and the current state preceptor. He calls Marshal Chen typically arrogant, considering youthful passion a good thing, though it often leads them to doom. The MC lists the preceptor's crimes, noting his own annihilation of the Zhuanyuan and Ye families. The preceptor acknowledges that the MC got his revenge, but clarifies that what the MC destroyed is the balance that lasted for 100 years in the country. The cup in the preceptor's hand crushes into fine powder. The MC mocks his concept of balance, explaining that this so-called balance is just a way for noble families to exploit the blood of innocence, and to let an immortal geezer like him hide in a dark corner, feeding on the blood of innocent children. The preceptor justifies his actions, claiming everything has an inevitable end, and that these children sacrificing themselves for his path is their good fortune. The MC furiously condemns the words, "good fortune," asking if this fortune is this very garden filled with plum blossoms grown on the corpses of children. The MC's body ignites with a golden aura reflecting his deep rage. The preceptor sits calmly while snow begins to fall all around the place. The subordinate realizes his master is truly pissed off this time. The MC calls the preceptor by his full name, Zhuge Changsheng, declaring he has no desire to listen to his lies and delusions, explaining that he came here to do exactly two things and nothing else. First, to completely tear down this filthy den. Second, to take the preceptor's head and use it as a toy to kick around. The preceptor screams in rage, calling the MC shameless, smashing the chessboard with his immense energy, launching an attack using the chess pieces, calling them scattered stars, boasting that he has mastered this technique over 60 years, and that every single piece is infused with half-divine energy, capable of piercing through the toughest military tanks. With just a single word, the MC orders the pieces to stop. All the pieces freeze in midair as if slamming into an invisible wall. The preceptor is completely stunned by this sight, wondering if this is the power of divine will, and if his words have literally become law. The atmosphere surrounding the MC turns terrifyingly bloody and dense. He tells him he's returning the gift he sent. The pieces reverse direction, blasting toward the preceptor with insane force. The preceptor screams in absolute terror as he sees his doom coming, desperately trying to stop the devastating attack, activating a defensive formation to protect himself, calling it the Bloody Plum Blossom Formation. Stone and wooden walls erupt from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier. All the chess pieces crash into the wooden barrier and halt completely. The preceptor calls out to the MC, Chen Junlin, acknowledging his massive strength, describing him as an unparalleled superpower, but accusing him of extreme arrogance and overconfidence, slamming his audacity to break into his holy sanctuary without permission. He reveals that this garden was grown on the blood of 3,000 young boys and girls using their innocent heart blood to water the spiritual blood trees for 20 long years, arrogantly declaring that in this place, he is the true invincible God. The MC mocks his claim to divinity, calling him a lunatic who lost his mind. A massive golden aura ignites around the MC as he floats off the ground. The preceptor takes a brutal hit despite his threats and claims. The MC reveals a mysterious, glowing symbol on his palm, ordering him to kneel before him with a single, decisive word. The preceptor's knees shatter, forcing him to kneel under the weight of the command. The MC mockingly asks him if this is his path, relying on draining kids' blood to prolong his lifespan, wondering if this even deserves to be called immortality. The broken preceptor asks the MC if he understands his philosophy, explaining that human life is capped at 100 years, which is the genetic shackle limiting them, claiming he was paving the path for humanity toward immortality, and that the blood of the MC's daughter is the perfect key to breaking this genetic shackle, letting him know that headquarters has already found out about her. The preceptor breaks into hysterical laughter after bringing up the MC's daughter, threatening that he'll be eagerly waiting for him in the underworld, expecting his entire family to join him in death. The MC calls him annoying and decides to end his farce, crushing his head with his foot to end his life on the spot. The judge sighs deeply at the intensity and brutality of the scene, calling out to his master, Palace Master, commenting that this was a bit too violent, and regretting the missed chance to extract data from his brain. The MC replies that there's absolutely no need, explaining that a dead person is always the safest, adding that furthermore, the information inside his brain has already been hacked and retrieved by the judge himself. The judge chuckles slyly, admitting his master understands him better than anyone. The MC asks about the hacking results and the intel obtained. The judge begins laying out the intel gathered from the state preceptor's mansion. The judge reports that there are 3 more underground floors, revealing that these floors aren't just used to hold recently kidnapped kids, but also contain a massive cryogenic facility, explaining that this facility holds over 1,000 blood serum samples. He notes that it doesn't stop there, revealing that all the data points to an international entity, locating the actual headquarters on an uncharted island in the Pacific Ocean, confirming it's the true base of the Hall of Immortality. The MC finds it strange that the main headquarters is abroad. The MC orders the rescue of the kids held downstairs, adding another directive to completely burn this place to the ground after the rescue to erase any trace of it. The judge obeys the order right away. Flames engulf the state preceptor's mansion, turning it to ashes. Security forces and fire crews completely surround the area. The heads of the great families in the capital comment that the Xuanyuan family is finished. One adds that the Ye family has been crippled, and they confirm the state preceptor's palace is now ashes. Wondering in absolute shock who on earth is behind all this destruction. The Dragon Lord asks the MC how he likes the tea served to him. The MC coldly replies that it tastes average, explaining it doesn't quench thirst like the coarse tea of the northern region. The Dragon Lord laughs at the MC's blunt response, loving the unexpected reply and praising his preference for rough tea over the capital's luxury blend. Agreeing that the capital's tea gets boring if you drink it too much, the Dragon Lord signals his guards to leave for some privacy. Those present comply and exit the room immediately. His loyal followers step out and shut the doors behind them. The Dragon Lord asks the MC if he has had his fill of killing. The MC replies it was decent enough, and checks if he has vented all his pent-up rage, adding that what happened was just ordinary. The Dragon Lord asks about the MC's next plans, pointing out that both the Xuanyuan and Ye families were corrupt, but they were also vital pillars of the nation's economy and foundational columns in the martial arts world, warning the MC that by destroying these pillars it will inevitably destabilize the country. The MC hands over a memory card containing evidence of the Ye and Xuanyuan families' crimes, explaining it also includes a list of thousands of children harmed by the state preceptor's palace. The Dragon Lord blows his top, calling them monsters, admitting he knew they were corrupt, but never expected it to go this far, regretting that he nurtured and supported them for decades, angrily wondering if this was their way of paying him back, slamming how they dared to undermine the nation's foundations, screaming if they actually fed on the blood of future generations. The MC responds that if pillars rot, they must be replaced, and if a house shakes, it can be repaired. But he warns that if the foundations are eaten away by corruption, this house will definitely collapse sooner or later. The Dragon Lord remarks that the MC hasn't changed a bit from 10 years ago, describing him as a sharp sword, so fast and lethal that even he sometimes fears cutting his own hand on it. The MC shoots back that it depends on who wields the blade, emphasizing that everything comes down to the person holding it, swearing that as long as the country doesn't betray him, this sword will always be pointed at external enemies. The MC adds one more thing, explaining that the 300 billion stolen by the Ye family has already been transferred to the state treasury by the judge's orders. The Dragon Lord tries to ask for something, but the MC cuts him off, saying he can't give him what he wants, declaring he needs to go home to make breakfast for his daughter. Then he turns to leave. The Dragon Lord finds the idea of him going home to cook bizarre, thinking to himself that in this entire world, only this man can make such simple words sound more important than an imperial decree. The Dragon Lord calls out to one of his men. His subordinate enters, and he orders him to draft an official decree, announcing that the former commander of the northern region, Chen Junlin, has shown immense merit in investigating traitors and strength in protecting the country. Accordingly, he is granted the title Underworld King, Protector of the State, and awarded the sacred Son of Heaven sword, with the authority to execute actions before reporting them. He adds another directive to the decree, ordering half of the $300 billion to be immediately allocated to improve orphanages nationwide and fund Hope Elementary schools, deciding to name this charity fund the Neon Neon Fund. The scene shows the MC and his wife tenderly sharing a meal at home. The subordinate, Tiangang, hesitantly interrupts their quiet meal. Tiangang calls out to his master as Palace Master, looking deeply conflicted. Then he respectfully greets his master's wife, informing her of a phone call from the company, explaining that an investigative delegation from the southern region has arrived and explicitly asked to meet President Su. The wife is surprised by this delegation coming from the south. The subordinate comments that he noticed the cars these people are driving, pointing out that all their license plates carry the southern region A code, concluding this area falls under the influence of the southern border king, revealing that this is the territory of his old rival, Long John. The MC's eyes instantly flare with rage upon hearing the name Long John. The scene shifts to show a group of employees in a state of absolute panic. A fat businessman named Jin Wanliang appears laughing slyly, surrounded by his guards. It turns out he's the young master of the Jin family. The wife, Su Yun, enters the meeting room. Lord Jin greets her with a mock welcome, announcing President Su's arrival while making creepy sounds of admiration. He crudely praises her beauty, saying she looks way better in person than in pictures, mocking the useless Zhao family who failed to make her submit. She sternly tells him that this is her private seat, adding that if he lacks business etiquette, she can call security to teach him some. He laughs off her threat, mocking the security guards and dismissing them as trash lying on the floor. She turns around only to be shocked by the sight of the guards who have already been taken out. It turns out all the guards are sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Lord Jin decides to introduce himself officially, revealing his name is Jin Wanliang, boasting that he's the young master of the southern region's Jin family. He explains that he came today for one single reason, tossing a contract in front of her and ordering her to sign it, declaring that from now on, the Yun Nian group will be under the Jin family's management, adding audaciously that she herself will be under his personal command. She defiantly asks about the consequences if she refuses to sign. He boastfully threatens her that his family is backed by the southern border king, asserting that crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. Someone answers this challenge with a mocking voice. The MC suddenly steps into the room, coldly asking if that's really true, and his subordinate locks the door securely from the inside. Lord Jin angrily demands to know who this intruder is, threatening to take him down. The MC just lets out a sarcastic laugh, mockingly repeating the title, Southern Border King. Considering this perfect timing, explaining he's been looking for someone to deliver a message, Lord Jin rudely insults him, telling him to go look in a mirror, arrogantly asking if he actually dares to challenge the Southern Border King. The MC lunges at him with lightning speed, slamming his face hard onto the table, making him shriek in pain and beg to be let go. The subordinate stops the guards who tried to step in, ordering them not to move, warning that any twitch will result in this pen being shoved right into their eye. The MC keeps pinning his ruined rival's head down, reminding him of the words he just spat out, mockingly asking him who exactly he was planning to control. The terrified guy tries to use his leverage, claiming his adoptive father is the commander of the southern region, asserting his backer is Marshal Long and repeating his threats of revenge. The MC repeats the title Marshal Long with pure sarcasm. The MC shows absolute disregard for the name, pressing down harder, making him scream in excruciating pain. A metal token falls out of his pocket during the struggle. The subordinate mocks the dragon symbol engraved on it, calling it a four-legged snake. The MC mockingly wonders since when that guy dared to call himself a marshal. The MC completely loses his cool after seeing the character engraved on the token, muttering the word brotherhood with bitter irony, recalling how this is the very person who betrayed him and stabbed him in the back, causing his family's destruction and death, crushing the metal token in his hand with insane strength, despicably asking his rival if this was supposed to be his trump card. Paralyzed with fear, the guy calls him Big Brother, claiming everything was just a misunderstanding, confessing that Long John sent him to test the Su family's strength, revealing he believes there is something valuable left by the Chen family in Su Yun's possession. The MC orders him to go back and tell Long John that the unfinished victory wine from 10 years ago, he will personally go to the southern region to take it back and settle the old scores. Jin shows pure joy at being allowed to leave, laughing hysterically as he scrambles to escape. His guards pick him up and carry him out of the room. The wife approaches her husband to ask about the past, inquiring if he is the one behind all of this. The MC confirms her suspicions with a nod. bitterly remembering the old Seven Wolves of the North squad, explaining that Long John was the third member of that group. The MC bitterly remembers how his traitor was his most trusted advisor. He explains that he thought all along that the ones who betrayed him were the corrupt geezers in the capital, but he never expected that the stab in the back would come from the person closest to him. The subordinate explains that Long John has become the sole ruler of the southern region over the years, managing to take control of the entire underworld and the business empire there, and became known by the title Southern Border King. He adds that according to rumors, he even managed to break through that barrier and might have touched that mysterious power. The wife wonders in confusion about what this power is. The MC answers that it's a power surpassing ancient martial arts, concluding that Long John has also joined the Hall of Immortality organization. The subordinate calls out to his master as Palace Master, asking about their next move. The MC answers that since his opponent wants to meet him so badly, he'll grant his wish. Then he calls his subordinate Tiangang, ordering him to pass down his commands to the Underworld Palace, ordering the mobilization of the 72 forces known as the Earth Demons, and issuing an order to completely lock down all seaports in the southern region, while telling the Wolf Knights in the northern region that they no longer need to hide their movements. Specifying the goal, since his opponent wants to play, he'll play a massive game with him. The subordinate obeys the order with intense enthusiasm. His wife anxiously asks if he plans to head to the southern region. He replies there's no need to rush, explaining that before heading south to kill, there's still another place that needs to be cleaned up first. The scene cuts to Long John's palace in the southern region. Long John stands in his office looking out the window while sipping wine. One of his masked subordinates kneels at the door, calling him Master, reporting the return of young Master Jin. Long John turns around with interest, asking about the mission's results and checking if they got the required item. The subordinate hesitantly replies that he didn't get it, adding that they didn't just fail to secure it. But young Master Jin has also been crippled, adding that Jin said the person asked him to deliver a message. Long John orders him to speak. The subordinate repeats that the guy said to tell him to wash his neck well and wait for his doom. Long John crushes the wine glass in his hand, remembering the victory wine from 10 years ago. Realizing the MC has finally come to claim his revenge, instead of getting angry, he breaks into hysterical laughter, expressing his satisfaction, saying this is good, very good, calling the MC Big Brother, and stating he never disappoints. Then he picks up an old photo of him and the MC, muttering that 10 years have passed. Looking at the photo, he wonders how he spent these 10 years, adding that every night he dreamed about how the MC carried him to save him from piles of corpses, and dreamed how he used to share his only food with him. But his expression twists into hatred, wondering why the MC was always so brilliant and dazzling, realizing that as long as the MC existed, the whole world only knew the Underworld Emperor, and nobody knew him. Long John, screaming in anger, wondering why. Then he decides that since the MC is coming, he has prepared an inescapable trap for him right here in the southern region. The scene cuts back to the MC receiving a phone call from one of his followers, informing him that he thoroughly investigated the matter, revealing that Long John is currently at Mount Zijin in the provincial capital, and that he built a tower there called the Dragon Suppression Tower. The MC greets this news with a sarcastic laugh, explaining that this tower was built over the ashes of 3,000 of his fallen brothers from the northern region, which were used as its foundation. Angrily realizing his opponent did this to suppress his destiny and fate, the subordinate is shocked by this horrific truth, slamming how he dared use his brother's ashes as a foundation, angrily wondering how he had the audacity to do that. The MC orders them to move out immediately, heading to the provincial capital, declaring that on this day, he will personally destroy this tower. The majestic scene of the Dragon Suppression Tower appears, showing a plaque on it that reads, Pillar of the Southern Sky. The scene shows a bizarre ritual being held in front of the tower called the Tower Sacrifice Ceremony, where the priest raises his sword, announcing the start of the ceremony. One of the attendees comments that ever since this tower was built, the provincial capital has been blessed with peace and prosperity. One of the guards angrily demands to know the intruder's identity, slamming his guts to break into this forbidden zone. The MC's car smashes through the barricades, violently bursting into the courtyard, stopping right in the middle of the crowd after causing total chaos. The MC steps out of his car with a face full of pure rage, threateningly uttering his opponent's name, Long John, telling him that his end has come. A massive fighter named Duan Xin appears, screaming in his face, calling him shameless, wondering who this reckless attacker is, slamming his audacity to call his master directly by his name, ordering his men to arrest him immediately, vowing to tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. The MC just lets out a sarcastic laugh. The subordinate Tiangang steps forward, calling them guard dogs serving a traitor, mockingly asking if they even deserve to carry weapons. Then he roars in their faces, ordering them to get lost. In less than 10 seconds, all attackers fall defeated. The massive fighter wonders in shock if his opponent has reached the Grandmaster level, then asks in absolute terror about his real identity. The subordinate mockingly replies that he's his daddy. The two massive fighters rush into a brutal clash, engaging in a fierce and decisive battle. Sparks of power fly from their clashing weapons, and he delivers a powerful kick to him, slamming the massive fighter into the wall with insane force. He starts crying from the intense pain and humiliation, despairingly asking who these attackers are. The MC approaches the tower and calls out to his fallen brothers, telling them he knows the sheer amount of injustice they suffered, promising them that he has come to take them home, declaring that starting from this day, the Dragon Suppression Tower will no longer exist in this world. The MC stomps the ground, unleashing his absolute power. The ground cracks and collapses under his destructive power. The crowd screams in pure terror and shock. The tower begins to crumble and fall apart from its foundations. The urns containing the ashes of the 3,000 Northern Region soldiers emerge from beneath the rubble. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang while crying tears of blood. The subordinate answers with a booming voice, confirming his presence. He orders him to return their brother's remains to the heroes' cemetery in the Northern Region, and to tell them that not a single person responsible for their deaths will escape his punishment. The subordinate obeys the command with absolute loyalty. The MC turns to the defeated fighter and orders him to go back and inform Longzhan that his tower has collapsed, and his life is coming to an end. Shaking with fear, the fighter mutters, "You," threatening him that he'll regret his actions, boasting about a 1 million man army in the Southern Region, adding that they could drown him if each soldier just spat once. The MC mocks the idea of a 1 million man army, asserting that when he decides to kill, he never cares about numbers. It only depends on his mood. A massive fighter named Wang Dali appears, who is the leader of the Southern Region's 8 Guardians. The judge identifies the fighter Wang Dali through his tablet, commenting that he's a martial arts fanatic with superhuman physical strength, concluding that Longzhan sent him to guard this place, realizing the goal is to stop them from crossing the river. The subordinate Tiangang calls out to his master, offering to handle this massive fighter himself. The MC rejects his offer, explaining he's in a hurry and wants to end it himself. The massive fighter screams, ordering them to stop, announcing that his master issued an order, banning anyone from the north from crossing the river, warning that anyone who violates this order will be killed mercilessly. The MC completely ignores his threats. The massive fighter loses his temper, vowing him death, and leaps into the air to launch a devastating attack. The MC stands firmly in his place with total coldness. The massive fighter's blade stops just centimeters away from his head. The MC issues an order to freeze his opponent in his tracks. The massive fighter freezes in midair, unable to move, wondering in astonishment about the nature of this strange magic that hit him. The MC mockingly asks if he really thinks his strength is that great, then orders him to go take a bath in the river, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that blasts the massive fighter away. He crashes into the river, making a huge splash, drowning instantly in the deep river waters. The soldiers are struck with absolute shock at this sight, and their commander screams, ordering them to open fire. The troops open heavy fire toward the MC, but none of the bullets hit him, as if he's protected by an invisible shield. The heavy hail of bullets keeps raining around the MC without touching him. He coldly comments that this attack is way too slow, then issues a single-word command to slash, releasing a cutting energy from his hand that tears through the air. All attacking forces fall dead in the blink of an eye, and the scene shows their bodies scattered across the battle bridge. Meanwhile, Longzhan is still celebrating his birthday, totally oblivious to the disaster, accepting congratulations from the attendees who wished him a long life. One of his masked and wounded men suddenly bursts into the party, screaming to his master Longzhan in absolute terror, reporting a massive catastrophe, revealing the fall of the Chinan Bridge and loss of control over it, announcing that their commander Wang Dali was killed in battle, confirming that thousands of garrison soldiers have been completely wiped out. The wine glass in Longzhan's hand cracks from intense rage, unleashing an angry roar, wondering about the identity of the perpetrator behind this attack. The panicked subordinate replies that he couldn't see the attacker's face clearly, adding that it was just one single person. Longzhan smiles with a grin full of defiance and satisfaction, expressing complete content with this showdown. Then he calls out to the MC by his full name, Chen Junlin, expressing his joy that he has finally arrived, telling him that he has waited for this moment for a long time, adding that since he's here there's no need to hide, he needs to show himself. The MC bursts into the hall carrying a white coffin on his shoulder, replying with a sarcastic smile that he's granting his wish, declaring this coffin is his gift for Longzhan's birthday party. The attendees find the idea of gifting a coffin at a birthday party bizarre, realizing that this party has turned into a battlefield. The MC calls out to Longzhan again, telling him he heard about his birthday celebration, and as his big brother, he couldn't bring an expensive gift. so he brought him this coffin as his present. The MC places the coffin on the floor right in front of his opponent. Long John angrily utters his name, slamming his audacity to show up here. The MC tells him he didn't just come to deliver the coffin, but he also brought some appetizers along. Then he throws a black bag onto the floor, and the head of one of his men rolls out. The crowd freezes in absolute panic at this horrific scene. Long John mockingly asks if this is all he's got. The MC tells him not to rush things, explaining this is just a starter dish. Adding that on his way here, he wiped out his 8 guardians known as the 8 Jewels, and his 36 forces known as the Heavenly Demons, along with his 72 petty forces, completely eliminating them all. Long John reacts to the news with a "good, very good," then calls the MC Big Brother, noting that he still loves surprising people. Long John tries to calm the panicked guests, describing the MC as just an exiled former commander from the northern region, and that he just came here for empty bragging, then boasts that his palace still holds 3,000 loyal fighters, in addition to the 8 Heavenly Dragons forces, and with him personally here today, he will use the MC's blood to entertain the guests. The MC mockingly questions the idea of entertaining the guests, adding that since they want to enjoy themselves, these few appetizers aren't enough. A massive truck suddenly smashes through the hall's wall, dumping a massive pile of Long John's fighters' corpses inside. All attendees are completely stunned by the horror of the scene. Someone wonders in shock if this is the commander of the 8 Heavenly Dragons. Another wonders if this is the fighter known as the Bloody Butcher, and someone else recognizes a group from the top 10 assassins on the dark web. One of the women gets terrified, covering her mouth from the sheer horror of the sight. The subordinate Tiangang steps out of the truck, calling his master, complaining that the truck didn't have room for all the bodies, so he had to cram them in, explaining that many of them got crushed because of it and looked terrible. The MC calls out to Long John, mocking his forces, describing them as the 8 insects, and describing his loyal fighters as the 3,000 pigs, despicably asking him if this is the leverage he bragged about for 10 long years. Long John mutters, "Too weak," while looking at his men's corpses. The MC comments that they're so weak he didn't even feel like drawing his sword, letting out a sarcastic laugh. Long John loses his cool, screaming in his face and calling him shameless. Long John screams angrily, ordering his men to kill the MC, announcing that whoever succeeds will get a 10 billion reward and be granted the title Marquis of 10,000 Households. Long John's hidden forces rush out to attack the MC. The MC coldly calls his subordinate Tiangang. The subordinate appears munching on an apple with a confident grin, then throws the rest of the apple toward one of the attackers, who drops instantly. Then the subordinate grabs a fork from the table, throwing it with lightning speed to wipe out the attackers. All the killers are finished off in the blink of an eye, with forks embedded in their foreheads. The subordinate sarcastically applauds himself after wiping them out so easily, calling them weak chickens, adding that chopping vegetables in the kitchen is harder than fighting them. The MC takes a step forward, telling Long John that there's no one left to interrupt them now. Long John breaks into hysterical laughter. Then he rips his clothes off, revealing his tattooed body, showing an old scar he received on behalf of the MC in the past, mockingly asking the MC if he still thinks he's just a weak subordinate, then asking with a defiant look if he has seen his true power, explaining that this is the power granted to him by the Hall of Immortality, and that it's the power of gods. The MC mocks this drug-induced strength, describing it as just a half-step toward the divine realm. Then he calls Long John by his name, telling him he has regressed a lot. Long John screams in rage and charges to attack. The MC coldly raises his finger to stop the attack, effortlessly blocking Long John's spear with a single finger. Long John is struck with absolute bewilderment, wondering how this could even happen. The MC mockingly asks him if this is the divine power he brags about, wondering if he even deserves to call himself a god. Then he issues a single-word command to shatter his weapon. The spear cracks and begins to fall apart. Long John's body is hit by the backlash of power, suffering severe damage. He falls back onto his throne, defeated and helpless. Muttering the word, "impossible," the MC orders his sword to be brought out. His sword, radiating with purple energy, appears in his hand, asking his opponent if he knows why he is the Underworld Emperor, while he is just a king, answering that his power is borrowed and artificial, adding that it's a power obtained through the blood of brothers. The MC explains that his own power is a strength used for protection. Then he steps on Long John's face, reminding him of the victory wine from 10 years ago, accusing him of spiking it with power dissipation poison, asking if he really thought destroying his energy center meant destroying him as a person, mockingly commenting that it's a pity Long John doesn't know there's a thing called rising after a fall, telling him that this kick is on behalf of the 3,000 brothers he betrayed and sold out in the northern region. Long John takes the kick, groaning in intense pain. The MC tells him not to rush his screaming, and that their settlement has just Begun. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang. The subordinate steps forward carrying the urn of one of the soldiers. The MC orders his subordinate to force him to stand up. Long John refuses to submit, claiming he's the southern border king and belongs to the nobility, and that he cannot kneel before those he described as peasants. The MC scoffs at the word peasants, reminding him that if it weren't for these peasants taking bullets for him in the snow and ice, he would be a frozen corpse right now. And without their life sacrifices paving his way, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the southern border king throne. Then he orders him to kneel before their remains. Long John begins begging, calling him big brother, keeping on pleading and imploring him not to kill him, clinging to his foot, begging for forgiveness, showing his old scar again, reminding him that he took this scar for his sake, asking him to look at it, adding that 10 years ago, that stab was aimed at the MC's neck, and he was the one who blocked it on his behalf, remembering how the doctor told him that if the stab had been half a millimeter deeper, he would have died, calling him big brother, begging him to forgive him for the sake of this scar. One of the guests comments that Long John's sacrifice was incredibly heroic. The subordinate Tiangang mocks this acting performance, adding that him not winning an Oscar is a huge loss, then seriously recalls the events of that battle. The MC clarifies that if it weren't for the leaked intel, they wouldn't have ended up in that mess in the first place. Long John admits there was a traitor among them, but wonders what that has to do with his sacrifice, insisting that him saving him was an undeniable fact. The MC scoffs at the word fact, pointing to that stab wound, acknowledging it was indeed serious. But it was precisely calculated to avoid all major arteries, bypassing the rib support points, and even avoiding the main nerves, adding that at the time he found it strange. How could a professional assassin from the enemy army deliver a stab with such delicacy, as if it were surgically precise, revealing that he later examined the corpse of that assassin and discovered he was left-handed. If he had delivered the stab, the direction of the wound would have been from top right to bottom left, while his scar follows a completely different path. Long John is shocked, asking the MC how he knew. Realizing his conspiracy has been completely exposed, the MC answers that he knows everything, and that the stab was engineered by him, to clear himself of any suspicion of treason and leaked info, and to earn the MC's absolute trust, commenting on his ruthlessness toward himself, explaining that since that day, he considered him a brother through thick and thin, trusting him with his back completely, but for the sake of power, he committed such a despicable betrayal. One of the women condemns how black his heart is. One of the men comments that this is absolutely terrifying. Long John tries to deny it, refuting everything, claiming the MC is slandering him and that the MC forced him to do it, putting the blame entirely on him, angrily wondering why he's the spoiled son of heaven and why all the spotlight surrounds him, justifying his action by saying he was just trying to climb up, wondering what his mistake was in that. The MC answers him that striving to climb up isn't a mistake, but the mistake is stepping on his brother's corpses to achieve it. Long John breaks down, begging to spare his life, trying to trade his life for the secrets of the Hall of Immortality, revealing that he knows the coordinates of their main headquarters. The MC mocks the word secrets, telling him he will investigate the matter himself. As for his life, he needs to go explain it to his brothers in the next world. Then he draws his glowing sword, ending his life with a single decisive strike. The image of the urn reflects in Long John's eyes as he draws his last breath. All attendees are struck with terror, falling to their knees in fear. The MC orders them to lift their heads. They hesitate at first, fearing their fate. The MC steps up to the throne and kicks it violently. Then he sits down and calmly lights a cigarette, declaring that starting today, he will set 3 new rules for the southern region. Beginning with the first rule, anyone involved in human trafficking must either turn themselves in or face death. Then moving to the second rule, all the embezzled funds from the northern region soldiers' compensation must be returned tenfold. Then he announces the third rule. The southern region's leadership will be completely disbanded and restructured, sternly asking who agrees and who objects. The former military commanders are stunned by this decision, declaring their absolute oath of loyalty to the Underworld Emperor. Everyone cheers in loyalty to him, reaffirming their commitment to his orders. The MC mocks their sudden loyalty, calling them weeds that bend with the wind. Then he calls out to his subordinate Tiangang, who responds to the call. He orders him to issue the Underworld Emperor Decree, ordering the relocation of the Underworld Palace to the southern region, and that Long John's den be completely destroyed, especially his office and his secret underground room. The MC emphasizes the need to find everything, even if it's just a piece of paper. He stresses the importance of a thorough search without overlooking any detail, adding that even though Long John was a total failure, his ability to get this massive amount of Emperor's blood doses over the past years definitely means there's a tight connection between him and the Hall of Immortality. The subordinate obeys the order with intense enthusiasm. One of the panicked wealthy businessmen kneels before the MC, calling him the Underworld Master, revealing his identity as the president of the Shengshu group in the southern region, crying that Long John was the one who forced him to cooperate all these years, offering a card loaded with 50 billion, explaining that this amount is compensation for the souls of the northern region soldiers, pleading to him for forgiveness, asking him to show mercy and overlook his mistake. The rest of the businessmen rush to offer their money and beg for mercy. One offers to donate half his family's wealth, while another offers 70% of his fortune. The MC kicks all these offers away, rejecting them. Angry, he screams about the money, repeating his question with contempt, asking if they seriously think cash is all he cares about. The businessmen are absolutely terrified by his reaction. The MC calls his subordinate Tiangang, issuing an order to his men, who responds immediately, declaring that the business world in the southern region will undergo a complete restructuring starting today, passing judgment on everyone who just knelt and begged, seizing all their assets and properties, transferring everything to the Children's Support Fund, adding that they can leave now, but warning that anyone who dares take a single penny with them will be killed mercilessly. The businessmen are left in total shock and despair after hearing this judgment. One screams that seizing all their property is a punishment worse than death itself. One pulls out a gun, calling it armed robbery, deciding that since his fate is death either way, he will fight to the end. Then he fires at the MC, but the bullet pierces his own forehead instead. It turns out Tiangang coldly shot him, mocking him for daring to use a weapon in front of the Underworld Emperor, adding that he doesn't know the real meaning of death. Then, with a bloody grin, he asks if anyone else wants to try. The businessmen scream in terror and start running as chaos takes over the place. The MC calls them absolute trash. One of the Underworld Palace guards reports to his master, letting him know that Long John's palace is now completely under their control, revealing they found a secret door in his office, protected by a biometric iris scanner. It can't be forced open, otherwise the self-destruct system will trigger. The MC realizes that Long John's iris is the key. Then he calls his subordinate Tiangang, ordering him to take Long John's head along. The subordinate obeys with a sly smile, mockingly commenting that this thing has turned into a key. Then he uses Long John's severed head to open the secret door. The iris is successfully scanned, welcoming him as an S-grade researcher. The subordinate comments on the foul stench coming from the place, pointing out that it smells just like one of their strongholds in the northern region. The MC replies that this smell is way stronger, then decides to head down to investigate. The MC and his subordinate go down into the secret lab, and are shocked by the horrific sight of dozens of people trapped inside test tubes. The MC's eyes widen from the sheer horror of this gruesome sight. The MC finds an old log dated March of the 10th year in the Eternal Life calendar. The log reveals that the Southern Border King supplied 30 people with special abilities and 50 fighters in exchange for 10 defective doses of Emperor's blood. Then he finds another log from May of the 10th year, revealing a failed experiment that resulted in dumping 80 corpses, and another record showing these bodies were used to build the foundations of the Dragon Suppression Bridge. The MC realizes the horrific truth, understanding that the tortured souls beneath the Dragon Suppression Tower aren't just his brothers from the northern region, but also include countless innocent people kidnapped from the southern region. The MC screams Long John's name in pure, burning rage. The subordinate spots a world map on one of the screens, drawing his master's attention to it, pointing out that the map shows that at exactly 12 o'clock tonight, a very special shipment will arrive. The subordinate explains that the shipment will be smuggled through secret waterways to this location, and a shipment of finished products will be picked up at the same time. The MC gives a brief nod, mockingly commenting that since no money was found during the raid, he'll just confiscate something else instead. Then he calls his subordinate Tiangang, ordering him to notify the Underworld Palace and enforce a total lockdown on the Dragon City port, vowing that whether they are humans or ghosts, tonight, nobody escapes. The subordinate obeys blindly. The cargo ship arrives at the Dragon City port under the cover of night. One of the men on board wonders about the delay, surprised that no one from Long John's side is there to meet them. His companion says no, explaining that the radar shows no signs of an ambush, guessing that Long John might be celebrating his birthday and drank way too much. The other calls him a useless piece of trash, adding that if it weren't for his influence in the southern region and his ability to constantly supply raw materials, they would have gotten rid of this failure a long time ago. Then he orders them to dock and start unloading the cargo. The scene shows a group of tied-up hostages referred to as the Special Cargo. The man in white introduces himself as Dr. Bai, warning that this cargo includes people with rare spiritual abilities, angrily asking if they can even afford the price of harming them. Footsteps are heard drawing near. Dr. Bai wonders who's coming. The MC and his subordinate appear, having been waiting for them all along. Dr. Bai's men surround him, bracing for a showdown. The MC tells him that Long John is dead, and that he came to take delivery of the shipment on his behalf. Dr. Bai is stunned by the news of Long John's death, then asks the MC who he is, slamming his guts to touch Long John in the southern region, wondering if he's clueless that Long John was backed by the Hall of Immortality. The MC answers that his identity doesn't matter. More importantly, tonight, they won't be leaving. Dr. Bai screams, calling him arrogant, and orders his men to kill him. The men unleash a heavy hail of bullets, but the bullets freeze in midair as if hitting an invisible wall. The hail of bullets keeps stopping around the MC. Dr. Bai is dumbfounded, wondering if his opponent has reached the Grandmaster level in martial arts. Then he smirks slyly, finding it interesting, adding that it looks like he just found a great test subject, calling out test subjects number 1 and 2, ordering them to attack. 2 massive monsters emerge from behind the containers. Subordinate Tiangang spits on the ground with pure contempt, calling his master and asking to handle these 2 beasts himself. Then he charges at them with a battle cry, but his powerful strike doesn't affect the monster at all. The beast easily deflects the attack and throws a counterpunch. The subordinate curses from the pain, commenting that its hide is way too thick. The MC explains to him that this is a titanium alloy exoskeleton, advising him to aim for the joints. The subordinate eagerly takes the advice, delivering a heavy blow right to the monster's knee joint. The monster drops to its knees in intense pain. Then the subordinate lands another crushing blow to its spine. The monster falls to the ground, paralyzed. The other monster rushes straight to attack the MC, but the MC easily grabs it by the throat, mocking its raw, brute strength and complete lack of combat skills, calling it trash, then snaps its neck with a single hand. Dr. Bai is petrified, wondering if the MC has reached the Imperial level, backing away in fear, telling him to stay back, threatening that the ship is loaded with explosives, and the moment he lets go of the detonator, the entire port, along with these hostages, will go up in smoke. The MC mocks his threat, asking if he even knows his true identity. Dr. Bai screams that he doesn't care about his identity, ordering him to prep a helicopter immediately, or they all die. The MC tells him he was planning to give him a quick death, then tightly grips his hand, making him drop the detonator from the pain. Absolute terror washes over Dr. Bai's face. The MC mockingly asks him if this was supposed to be his secret weapon. The MC crushes the detonator in his hand with raw force. The MC grabs Dr. Bai by the neck while the latter stammers incoherent words. The panicked Dr. Bai begs for his life, trying to use his leverage by revealing he belongs to the royal family in Kyoto. The MC repeats the name of the Kyoto royal family mockingly, expressing his annoyance at how the capital keeps popping up in every single conspiracy. The MC flashes a wicked smile, noting that since he's from the capital, things just got a whole lot easier. He signals his subordinate Tiangang, who is carrying the ruined Dr. Bai like a princess, ordering him to paralyze his 4 limbs. The MC explains that he needs to find out something crucial, the actual destination of this shipment. Questioning which family was supposed to receive it in the capital, Kyoto, the Underworld Palace's Wolf Knight squad arrives to secure the perimeter and free the hostages. Tiangang mocks Dr. Bai during the interrogation, calling him weak. The subordinate reports to his master, complaining that the prisoner confessed way too fast, adding that he barely even started using force on him. The report reveals that the remnants of the Ye family in Kyoto need 3 hearts to prolong their lifespans. The Huangfu family needs a little girl with special spiritual abilities to craft magic pills, and Vice Commander Li Gang needs doses to strengthen his private army. The report adds that the Huangfu family requires young girls to manufacture the pills, reiterating the family's need for a girl with pure spiritual powers, confirming the goal is to use her for magic pills, and that Vice Commander Li Gang is pulling the strings. Reading about the enemy's need for 10 strengthening doses and their plan to build a private army, the MC comments with a good and a devilish smirk, discovering that a special sacrifice is being sent to a forbidden location in Kyoto called the Heaven Prison, and that this specific sacrifice is headed straight to that forbidden place, exactly to the Heaven Prison. He finds out the recipient is a mysterious figure known as 9,000 Years. The subordinate is stunned to hear this name, wondering in terror if that old eunuch is still alive, expressing his fear of facing him, asserting that touching him means challenging heaven itself. The MC scoffs at the word heaven with contempt, vowing that if heaven dares to block his sight, he will rip it apart himself. Dr. Bai's phone suddenly rings. It turns out the caller is the master he serves. The MC answers the phone and gestures for Dr. Bai to shut up. The caller asks if the shipment has arrived. The MC stays completely silent, not answering. The caller is puzzled by the silence, asking why he isn't speaking. The caller orders him to send the special little girl. It turns out this little girl is the MC's daughter, Nian. The caller reveals his intention to use her heart's blood to drink with his wine. A bloody aura of pure rage erupts from the MC, shattering the window glass. The MC addresses the caller, calling him an old eunuch, telling him he's afraid he'll never get to drink that wine he wants. The MC mockingly comments that the reception prepared for him was a bit underwhelming, adding that they only sent a handful of monsters to face him. The scene cuts back to one day prior, where the MC crushes the phone in his hand. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang. The subordinate answers the call instantly. He orders him to inform the Dragon Lord that he has wiped out the corruption in the southern region on his behalf. Then he adds that regarding the 9,000 years figure, the Underworld Emperor decree must be issued, and the 300,000 Wolf Knights in the northern region must enter first-class combat readiness, ordering the recall of the 72 Earth Demons to the capital and locking down all 8 entry and exit gates of Kyoto. The subordinate obeys blindly. The Dragon Lord comments that the MC is truly insane, but he shows his satisfaction with this madness, describing the current situation as rotten roots, adding that there is only this sharp sword capable of completely uprooting this corruption. The scene shows a pool of blood in a dark forest. It turns out that 9,000 years is Wei Zhongxian. Predatory bloodfish swim inside the pool of blood. One of the followers kneels before his master 9,000 years to report, letting him know what happened in the southern region, telling him that everything is over, Long John is dead, and Dr. Bai has been paralyzed, meaning the network they built over 10 years in the southern region has been completely uprooted by Chen Junlin. 9,000 years, mocks Long John, calling him trash, commenting that it doesn't matter if he's dead, but he expresses his extreme fury over the loss of his shipment. 9,000 years, inquires about the little girl's blood, wondering if they failed to get it, while the panicked follower says no, explaining that Chen Junlin was protecting her fiercely, adding that there's another thing. The MC's current strength has become terrifyingly immense. He mockingly asks if he has reached the divine level, then lets out nervous laughter. 9,000 years comments that in this world there is no such thing as gods, and that they are just bugs with a little more power than others. He orders the 12 Zodiac fighters to be sent to handle him, issuing a decisive command that the little girl must be brought to him safe and without a single scratch. As for the MC, Chen Junlin, he orders his skin to be flayed, and a new lamp to be made out of his human skin. The follower obeys the order with absolute submission. The MC talks to his daughter via a video call while on board his private jet, tenderly telling her that her dad will be back soon, asking if she missed him. Crying, the girl accuses him of being a liar, reminding him that he said he was going to buy vegetables, wondering how that took 3 whole days. The MC justifies his delay by saying the place he went to is very far and the veggies there are much fresher. The little girl lets out an angry sigh, telling him her mom thinks he went to fight again, ordering him not to fight, adding she'll be very sad if he gets hurt. The MC denies he was fighting, claiming he went to teach some bad guys a lesson, explaining that some bad uncles were being disobedient, and her dad just taught them a lesson in morals. The child reluctantly agrees, asking him to come back quickly. Subordinate Tiangang mockingly asks his master about teaching a lesson, calling him palace master, then asks about their next destination to teach more lessons. The MC answers that since that old eunuch sent a welcoming party, they can't go back to Yun City just yet, ordering a change in the plane's flight path to head to Tianjin. The subordinate is surprised by this decision, noting that this city is just a step away from the capital, wondering if they aren't going to see his master's wife. The MC reassures him that his wife Su Yun is under the protection of the death squad, so nothing bad will happen to her, explaining that Wei Zhongxian thinks he'll return to Yun City to defend it, or that he'll launch a direct assault on the capital, but asserts his opponent miscalculated. Since Tianjin is the largest port in the country and that old man's most critical hub for transporting blood, he decides that since he wants to challenge heaven, he'll start by cutting off his supply line. Then he pulls out a photo of a group of masked fighters, announcing his plan to lure these ghosts who intend to block his way straight to Tianjin, adding that the wind is strong on the seashore, making it the perfect spot to scatter their ashes. The subordinate flashes a wide, terrifying grin. At the Tianjin port, one of the masked fighters reports an intel error, explaining that Chen Junlin's private jet didn't go back to Yun City, but instead landed right here. One of the masked fighters asks in disbelief, "Here?" wondering if the MC plans to surrender himself. The other replies that this place is the territory of 9,000 years and is considered their personal playground, asserting that since he came, he shouldn't even dream of leaving. Then orders preparation for battle, declaring that tonight they will use the blood of the Underworld Emperor to celebrate 9,000 years' birthday. The MC's car crashes violently into the warehouse. The MC mockingly comments on the reception prepared for him, calling it a bit underwhelming, looking down on them for only sending a handful of monsters. One of the masked fighters screams angrily that he's looking for death, charging to attack him. Subordinate Tiangang steps out of the car and delivers a crushing blow. The spiked club pierces right through the attacker's body, as he screams in intense pain, before falling into the port waters. The subordinate comments that the hit wasn't even that hard, adding that this fighter is weaker than the monsters they faced in the southern region. The subordinate Tiangang calls out to his opponents, mockingly addressing the rats hiding up above, asking if they're coming down to face him one by one, or if they prefer to drop down all at once. The masked enemy leader slams his words as arrogant and shameless, ordering his men to form a special combat array, vowing to tear the MC and his subordinate to shreds. The fighters begin weaving a massive electrical energy grid. The grid locks down, sealing the entire place. Subordinate Tiangang looks interested in the sight, calling his master Palace Master, mockingly commenting that the spiderweb they spun seems pretty neat. The MC coldly tosses his lit cigarette. The cigarette triggers an explosion in the surrounding barrels. The MC stands calm and steady right in the middle of the blazing fire. The MC scolds his opponents, saying their movements are way too slow. The MC raises his fist in the air, declaring with a single word, "Shatter." A massive shockwave blasts from the MC, throwing all enemies backward. The fighters' bodies fly through the air from the crushing force. The masked leader thinks he can withstand the attack, but takes a fatal blow that makes him spit out blood, falling to the ground as a lifeless corpse soaked in his own blood. The MC stands tall in the middle of the flames after wiping out all his opponents. The MC approaches the leader sprawled on the floor, drawing his last breath. The defeated leader weakly wonders if the MC has reached the divine level, while the MC echoes the question with mockery and contempt, answering him that he surpassed that level 5 years ago. The dying leader comments with regret, saying it's a pity, adding that the stronger the MC is, the more excited 9,000 years will get, revealing that his absolute favorite thing is taking over the bodies of powerful fighters. Irritated by his words, the MC calls him annoying. The MC crushes the leader's head with his foot to end his life. Subordinate Tiangang loots the bodies but finds nothing, complaining that these 12 Zodiac fighters are dirt poor, mockingly wondering why they didn't get any loot from them. The MC answers that there is no loot, but he found an important clue instead. The MC reads the words engraved on the golden token, Tianjin Water Transport, concluding that this token belongs to the Ma family. The subordinate repeats the family name in complete shock, asking his master what he means by this conclusion. The MC orders them to head to the Ma family headquarters. The MC comments that since he has already started killing, he will completely eliminate them all without mercy. The scene shifts to a public auction at the luxurious Wanghai building in Tianjin. Wealthy businessmen laugh while raising their glasses in celebration, as the Ma family head appears alongside a top businessman. The businessman addresses the family head as Third Master, asking him if he has prepared a special piece to close tonight's auction. The family head lets out low, mysterious chuckles, assuring him that of course he did. Then he begins to reveal the nature of this special item, pointing to his own eyes, explaining that it's a pair of eyes, describing them as natural spiritual eyes, boasting that 9,000 years personally praised them, adding that by owning these two eyes, everyone present will be able to see hidden things at a single glance, announcing that the auction bidding will start at 300 million. The hall doors suddenly shatter with massive force. The shattered doors fly and smash the champagne tower, causing absolute panic among the attendees. The family head screams in intense rage at this intrusion. The MC and his subordinate Tiangang enter, with the latter calling out to his master, mockingly commenting on the attendees' fancy clothes, asking why they're so incredibly cowardly. The family head confronts them angrily, demanding to know who they are. The MC calls the family head by name, coldly asking if he's selling eyeballs. The MC notes that this came at the perfect time, adding that he thinks his own eyes look pretty good too. The family head is hit with shock and fury at these words. Then he decides to make an offer to buy them, offering a measly amount of 1 yuan. Absolute silence fills the entire hall after this insulting offer. The family head recovers his composure, addressing the MC as young man, commenting with a sarcastic smile that he's got a lot of guts, threatening him that the last person who dared to stare at him like that was his father. Then he motions with his hand for his guards to launch an attack. A large group of armed thugs rushes toward them. The MC completely ignores the attack, calmly sitting down at a table with total coldness, calling out to his subordinate Tiangang, giving him a strict time limit of just 1 minute to finish the fight. The subordinate agrees with extreme enthusiasm, letting out a wicked laugh as he readies for battle. The subordinate lands a powerful punch on one of the thugs, then delivers a crushing kick to another opponent. The subordinate stands victorious among the thugs' bodies after completely wiping them all out. The subordinate advances toward the shocked family head, calling him Baldy, then mockingly asks if he should bust out a dance now to celebrate. The scene shows the thugs' corpses sprawled across the floor. The family head breaks into a cold sweat from fear, realizing he still holds one final trump card, taking a combat stance to prepare for the final showdown, summoning his top 4 elite fighters known as the Water Transport Ghosts. The crowd is frozen in terror upon hearing this name. Rumor has it that these 4 fighters were raised in vats of magical medicine. The family head screams, ordering them to tear the MC and his subordinate to shreds. Subordinate Tiangang shows his extreme excitement, commenting that finally, someone worth fighting has shown up. The MC orders his subordinate to step back. Puzzled by this command, the subordinate calls out to his master. Subordinate Tiangang expresses his intense excitement, considering what happened to be just a simple warm-up for him. The MC decides to step in himself, explaining that he also needs a warm-up. The MC charges at lightning speed toward the 4 fighters to confront them. The MC engages in a fierce battle with the fighters, showing incredible combat strength. He delivers a powerful, direct punch to one of the fighters, making him scream in pain. He continues his assault, throwing a fast sidekick at another opponent. The 4 fighters collapse to the ground, defeated and soaked in their own blood. The family head screams in sheer terror after witnessing the defeat of his elite fighters. The family head stammers in horror while pointing at the MC, despairingly wondering about the true identity of this monster who wiped out his men. The MC mocks his opponent, coldly asking if this was his final trump card. The MC tells the family head that he gave him a chance to survive, but adds with contempt that the leader was useless and failed to take it. The family head kneels on the ground, begging and calling the MC master, admitting his fatal mistake as he keeps pleading through tears, desperately begging the MC not to kill him and to spare his life. He tries to save himself by mentioning that he is still useful to an influential figure called 9,000 Years, threatening the MC that if he kills him, the Dongchang organization will never forgive him and will take revenge. The MC expresses his absolute hatred for receiving threats from anyone. The MC stomps on the family head, making him howl in intense pain. The MC orders his opponent to cough up the information quickly, sternly asking him where the so-called goods belonging to that old eunuch are, sharply repeating his question to find out its exact location. The family head groans in pain under the pressure of the interrogation, stammering out a confession while pointing his hand, revealing that the goods are hidden in the secret basement, specifying that it's in the cold storage room. He adds that this is the shipment scheduled to be sent to Kyoto tonight, confirming that everything is stored in that place. The MC calls out to his subordinate Tiangang in a firm voice. The subordinate obeys instantly, declaring his readiness to execute the command. The subordinate drags the ruined family head off the ground, heading with him toward the reinforced door of the secret basement. The MC and his subordinate go down into the secret basement, only to discover a horrific human organ warehouse. It turns out all these organs are supplements meant for the 9,000 Years figure. The MC curses these bastards, calling them monsters in his deep rage. The family head is tossed humiliatingly onto the cold floor of the warehouse. The subordinate mockingly berates the family head for the good deeds they've committed. The MC notices a little girl with rare spiritual eyes who was about to be auctioned off. The MC is deeply shocked to see the innocent little girl held captive in this horrific place. The MC approaches the terrified girl and gently tries to calm her down. He cradles her in his arms, promising that he will take her home safely. The family head screams in agonizing pain after receiving his punishment. The little girl bursts into heavy tears in the arms of her savior. The MC calls out to the family head, Ma Kui, while holding the girl. Ma Kui keeps up his pleading and crying, begging to spare his life. The MC asks Ma Kui with killer coldness if he knows what hell looks like. The subordinate addresses his master as Palace Master, asking how his master wants to deal with him. The MC orders his body to be dismantled into pieces, directing them to be sent in batches to Wei Zhongxian. He emphasizes remembering an important detail, ordering the gift to be wrapped neatly and perfectly, explaining that this will be a birthday gift from the Underworld Emperor to 9,000 Years. The Underworld Emperor issues an order to completely burn down the Moon Watching Tower building. The subordinate addresses his master, Palace Master, while carrying the sleeping child, reporting horrific intel about what has been happening in recent years, revealing that the number of children with special blood types sent to Kyoto from this place has surpassed 3,000. Pointing out that the old eunuch doesn't just swap his blood to prolong his life, but it seems like he's setting up some sort of magical array. The MC deduces that the goal is to use 3,000 boys and girls, using their blood as fuel and their souls as sacrifices to steal the destiny of the entire nation, forcing open the dragon vein by raw force and challenging heaven to become a god. Realizing he's trying to drag the fate of the whole country down to be buried with him, the little girl suddenly wakes up from her sleep. She calls out to the MC as Uncle while staring at him, telling him that she sees a black dragon standing right behind him, adding that she also sees another golden dragon. The MC realizes that these spiritual eyes indeed possess special abilities. The subordinate stammers as he calls his master Palace Master, expressing his shock at the girl's ability to see that. The MC takes the child from his subordinate Tiangang. The subordinate responds to his master's call, and the MC asks him if he has finished prepping the special local specialty product. The subordinate confirms that he's finished prepping it, reassuring his master by pointing to the truck carrying the grand birthday gift, boasting that he dismantled Ma Kui into tiny little pieces, guaranteeing that 9,000 years will never be able to put him back together. The MC simply says, "Then," before issuing his decisive order to move out. The MC arrives carrying a coffin on his shoulder, calling out to Wei Zhongxian, announcing that he has personally come to present him with his birthday gift, shouting in his face, ordering him to come out and accept his gift. Sitting on his throne, 9,000 years, seethes with rage, wondering who dares to challenge him. One of the guards terrifiedly reports to his master, 9,000 years, telling him there's a stranger standing at the gate, revealing that this person is carrying a coffin on his shoulder, explaining that the intruder claims he came to give him a gift. 9,000 years receives the news with a sarcastic smile, asking about the gift. Then he breaks into hysterical laughter, mocking the situation, showing his satisfaction with this sudden challenge, expressing his absolute love for receiving gifts from others, then orders his guards to let this person in. The coffin is slammed violently into the hall. 9,000 years expression shifts to serious anticipation. The MC and his subordinate Tiangang enter the hall with confident strides. Holding the little girl, the MC confronts 9,000 years, telling him he heard he's celebrating his birthday, adding that he brought him a massive gift specifically for the occasion, then calls out to his subordinate Tiangang. The subordinate complies with an enthusiastic grin, kicking the coffin to blast it open. It turns out the gift is the severed heads of Xu Xiao and Ma Kui. 9,000 years shows his satisfaction with this bloody gift, describing the gift as powerful and impactful. Then he addresses the MC with a threatening tone, asking him if he knows the number of corpses buried beneath his palace floors, hinting that he has wiped out many geniuses just like him. The MC answers that he doesn't know the count of his victims, but notes that he knows exactly one thing: on this very day, next year, in this exact place, only one person will be buried, and that person will be him, menacingly uttering his name, Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian meets this threat with hysterical laughter instead of fear, mockingly asking if the MC actually intends to kill him, then calls the MC by his name, Chen Junlin, dismissively asking who dares to challenge him, mocking if he thinks he's the Dragon Lord of Daxia, boasting that even the young Dragon Lord is forced to call him second father, out of respect whenever they meet. The MC simply dismisses his words as loud and annoying, then delivers a powerful direct kick straight to his face. Wei Zhongxian falls to the ground, defeated by the blow. The MC mocks his weakness, asking if this is all he's got. Bleeding, Wei Zhongxian gasps the MC's name, acknowledging the MC's massive strength, describing it as an unbelievable supernatural power. But with a manic grin, he catches himself, asking with a wicked smile if he knows the meaning of despair. The MC shows interest in his words. Wei Zhongxian boasts that he has fed on the nation's destiny for 100 years, and that he has become an inseparable part of Daxia's dragon vein, questioning again how the MC even dares to think about killing him, explaining that killing him means cutting the entire nation's roots, threatening that if he dies, the mountains and rivers will shatter, and all living things will face absolute destruction, challenging the MC by asking if he can bear the consequences of this action. The MC receives this threat with total contempt and mockery, then summons his energy-radiating sword and calls out to his subordinate Tiangang, ordering him to take the little girl and pull back 300 meters, explaining that, except for this old eunuch, everyone in this place will be slaughtered without a single shred of mercy. The subordinate obeys the order, shielding the child in his arms. The subordinate clashes with the palace guards to protect the girl while backing away, punching one of the guards hard. The guards fly through the air from his crushing force, crashing to the ground defeated. The MC flashes a terrifying smile as he preps for battle, then addresses the transformed Wei Zhongxian, calling him old man, mocking if hiding in the dark for so long has broken his mind. The MC seriously questions the true meaning of homeland. A red aura ignites around him, reflecting his raw willpower, then answers that homeland is the majestic mountains and rivers, and the safety and stability of the people. He stomps his foot on the ground, tearing deep cracks. It is the blood of the northern region soldiers shed to protect it. It is the smiles of the southern border residents. Stunned, Wei Zhongxian wonders about this power, realizing it's the legendary God of Slaughter realm. Screaming in denial, wondering how the MC is still so young, then orders his remaining followers to attack him. A pack of masked killers rushes the MC. The MC shuts down their attack with absolute ease. They use the lethal purple chi from the east technique, but the MC simply utters a single word: suppress. Their swords freeze in midair. The masked killers groan in pain as the purple energy swords pierce right through them. Time suddenly stops, freezing the masked killers in their tracks, completely unable to move. The MC mocks these eunuchs, calling them genderless things, contemptuously asking if they're even worthy of drawing weapons in front of him. The MC raises his fist, glowing with purple energy, getting ready to strike. The bodies of the 4 eunuchs explode simultaneously, ending their lives instantly. Completely dumbfounded, Wei Zhongxian points at the MC, wondering in absolute terror about the true level of power the MC has reached. The MC coldly replies that his power level doesn't matter at all, explaining that something else entirely matters more, pointing out that it's time to wake up from his delusional dream. The MC plunges his sword into the old eunuch's forehead, ordering him to stop playing dead, challenging him to unleash the insects bred inside his body, otherwise he'll die leaving no trace behind. Despite his injury, Wei Zhongxian breaks into hysterical laughter, rising to reveal his true power amidst an aura of chains and dark energy, calling out to the MC, Chen Junlin, with a demonic tone, boasting that Daxia's dragon vein is in his possession, mockingly asking what weapon the MC will use to face him. Strong black chains summoned by Wei Zhongxian bind the MC. The MC addresses the old eunuch with contempt, mocking his abilities and asking if this is all he's got. The MC easily breaks free from the chains, unleashing his massive golden energy. Wei Zhongxian is dumbstruck by this immense power, wondering in shock how this is possible, asking in terror about the true scale of power the MC was hiding. The MC mocks the old eunuch, pointing out that he too was hiding his true power. Wei Zhongxian decides that since the MC wants to see his power so badly, he will grant his wish and reveal his ultimate form, boasting that 100 years of cultivation were all for this day, transforming into a terrifying monster with a scorpion tail and mutated arms. Tiangong comments in disgust at the monster's hideous look, then calls his master Palace Master, complaining that this sight is an eyesore, asking him to finish it off quickly. The MC stands calm and steady right in the middle of the blazing fire. The monster reveals its full repulsive form, featuring a second mouth on its belly, summoning an army of black bugs to attack the MC. But the MC's fiery aura burns the bugs to a crisp the moment they get close. The MC lunges toward the monster for a direct attack, crushing its head with his flaming foot, making it howl in pain, then ordering it to go down. The monster crashes right through the floor under the crushing weight of the strike, plummeting into a deep pit, causing massive destruction. The MC stands on the edge of the pit, looking down at his defeated opponent. The MC drops into an underground hall filled with chains to continue the fight. The monster rises again, breaking into hysterical laughter, claiming immortality thanks to the dragon vein, asserting that any attack against him is useless, screaming that he can never be killed. The MC tells him that the source of his power is the dragon vein, and as long as this vein isn't severed, he won't die, declaring that since heaven has been blocked because of him, he will change this sky and sever this dragon. The monster mocks the idea of severing the dragon as if it were a joke, laughing hysterically at the threat, boasting that Kyoto's dragon vein has gathered imperial energy for 1,000 years, warning him that if he dares strike, he will definitely face a massive backlash from heaven, and heavenly lightning will completely destroy his soul, mockingly asking if he even dares to do it. The MC coldly calls out to Wei Zhongxian, telling him he misunderstood something, explaining that this sword only cuts destiny, and does not cut the flesh. The monster desperately tries to block the incoming sword strike, but with a single decisive stroke, the sword severs his connection to the dragon vein. Then he addresses the old eunuch with pure contempt, slamming his desire to tie his fate to the nation's destiny, calling it absolute madness and delusions. The ruined monster begs for his life, hoping to survive, trying to trade his life by offering to share the country's rule with him. The MC mocks his offer, asking if he's even worthy of that, then delivers a finishing blow with his sword toward the monster. The monster is pinned to a pillar after being eliminated. The dying monster screams, accusing the MC of destroying his kingdom and cutting his destiny, calling out to Chen Junlin, swearing he won't forgive him even after death. The monster's body melts into a sticky black liquid. The MC cleans his sword and calls his subordinate Tiangong, ordering him to collect the remains of the corpse. The MC points to the black puddle that Wei Zhongxian turned into after his defeat. Puzzled, subordinate Tiangong calls out to his master, Palace Master, surprised that their opponent melted into this state, then sarcastically suggests flushing these remains down the sewer. The MC coldly agrees with his suggestion. The Dragon Lord expresses his deep satisfaction upon learning that the 50-year threat of Wei Zhongxian is finally over, praising the MC who successfully severed the dragon, applauding Chen Junlin for this historic achievement. The Dragon Lord issues a decisive command to his followers, declaring that starting today, all remnants and followers of Wei Zhongxian will be completely purged, ordering an investigation into anyone connected to that old eunuch, regardless of their ranks or backgrounds, stressing that absolutely none of them are to be spared. The subordinate obeys blindly with absolute loyalty. The Dragon Lord catches himself, commenting that the strike delivered by the MC has caused an incredibly massive uproar, realizing that those old geezers sleeping in their coffins have most likely woken up because of these events. The scene shifts to the ancestral cemetery of the 8 great royal families at Mount Sishan in Kyoto. Mysterious voices are heard, wondering about the perpetrator's identity, condemning whoever dared to cut off their food supply.